call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Mech Arena, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It's the 14th season of Pro League, and we are into the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another day and another game or two of the round of 12, which is not to be confused with the quarterfinals, which happened thereafter, and then the semis, and then the finals. Of course, we know how that goes, but what we need to start looking at is the teams we've got left. Yesterday, we said goodbye to Complexity and Mouse Sports, and today, we're going to have the opportunity to say goodbye to some teams as well. I want to welcome you back, as well as you two.
How you doing?
Maniac and Yanko.
Feeling good? Feeling ready?
Yeah, we doing it out here, you know? We're really in here, Yanko.
Yeah, we are, Chase.
Yes,
Back
indeed.
to you in the studio.
Back to me in the studio. Okay, so yesterday, as I said, we had a lot of stuff go on right there, and I think that that's probably the best place to start. We can probably pull up the brackets so we can paint you a little bit better of a picture. But overall, saying goodbye to the two teams yesterday, was it what we expected, Mania?
I think it's in some shape or form it was, right? We had two games, both going to the distance with third match. It was NIP and Vitality make it through. Vitality truly had to struggle, to bleed, sweat and tears to make it through Complexity. Arguably could have made it easier on themselves, whereas NIP, we weren't exactly sure about that. Vertigo, gamble, ended up not paying through, but they bounced back on Inferno.
Yeah, I think for the NIP Mouse Sports game, it reminds me a little bit of Ends Forge today. It's pretty much a coin toss. Who's going to win? NIP didn't have pretty much any time to really switch things up. It was just basically one day off since their group stage before they had to play in the playoffs. And if anything, it's a little bit disappointing for Mouse Sports that they couldn't put up a better fight.
Does it seem a little reminiscent? Like when you think about it, Yanko, do you think it reminds you of a time with this young gentleman named Nico over at Mouse Sports, and then you have Rops at Mouse Sports, Rop Sports? Is it kind of like the same feeling?
Sports?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get that feeling that he's just too good for that particular lineup right now. Mouse Sports had a good thing going when Carrigan and Woxic were there, right? With that lineup, they even won a couple of Tier 1 tournaments. But after COVID struck and that team kind of fell apart, Rops is now stuck in this sort of a rebuild mode, right? Where he's just obviously the best player on the team and could play, in any Tier 1 team out there.
Look, Rops is very simply one of the best players we have in the world of Counter-Strike. It is as simple as that. He's a top 10 player, always has been. If you look back 2 or 3 years behind us, he was still there. And you look at a player like this and you want to see him compete. You want to see him have deep runs. You want to see him in quarterfinals, semifinals, lifting trophies. I understand Mouse Sports. Obviously, you hold on to a player like this. He's your jewel. He's your diamond. But I cannot help but feel a little bit sad, feel a little bit frustrated for what this guy could be doing right now in Counter-Strike.
You're frustrated, but Yanko, how would you feel if you were in Rops' shoes right now? What would be like your go-to? How do you fix what's going on here for Rops?
I mean, it sucks because a lot of it is out of your hands.
Right.
I mean, you're not the guy who builds the team. The only thing you can do is, keep playing, keep performing, really talk to management, tell them like, hey guys, come on, let's figure something out. I think it's perfectly fair for him to give them a timeline and say, hey, you have a year to build a good team around me, right? Or you just have to let me go for a reasonable price. That's the problem, And that's what happened with Nico eventually. He just moved on to FaZe, right? And moved on to a better team. And you could see how then you could really see what he's capable of when he's surrounded by good teammates, and they became the best team in the world for a little while.
Well, Rops performed yesterday. It wasn't enough to get Mouse Sports out of the hole, but of course we can take a look at these two gentlemen who are not to be confused with one another. Just saying,
but you could be. They look quite similar.
I mean,
they're both French.
Maybe to you. Oh, yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. Either way, yes, Shox and Apex on our US Air Force Aim High head-to-head, and they put up a show yesterday. Apex picking up a pistol was pretty nice to see.
I mean, even in general, I think Apex had a good day. If you really want to go in the detail with a fine brush, you'll find that individually speaking, he's had complicated times with Vitality. Obviously, this has to do with some of the work he's needed to or required to do as an IGN, and it's great to see him frag, because Dancer is someone that can be emotional at times, and if he's in the game, if he's feeling it, you know that it's going to be a little bit better for Vitality.
He got very emotional, but after this round, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he got up.
Both players really very similar in a sense of that they've had to evolve over time, and they are in different roles now than they were in their, individual prime, so to speak. Apex, he was more of an entry fragger, right?
Absolutely.
First guy going in. Now he's the in-game leader, a bit more laid back, has more of a cerebral role. And for Shox as well, from superstar, now more to that T-side anchor where you rely on him for his game sense and his experience to take up space, and he had a great series yesterday as well.
Yeah, and we talk about relying on people. I'm pretty sure that coaches have to be a part of that mantra as well. If you think about the players, obviously them performing, that's very important. But what are the coaches doing? What are they bringing to the table? Let's dive into it.
We've seen coaches provide consistency in rosters, especially when there's a swinging door, revolving door, players go in and out. You do lose that team dynamic if you don't have someone to maintain it. And I think coaches are, I wouldn't say integral. I think it depends on your in-game leader. They can be incorporated into the leadership figure and provide a lot of the same resources. But a coach, especially in terms of the amount of analytical tools that are available, studying opponents, if it's not a coach, it has to be a sixth man in some capacity. You need someone to be doing a lot of the extra work. Otherwise, you're just behind all of your opponents who do have one. And so I think if you want to maintain and live that long-term success in Counter-Strike, a sixth man or a coach is important.
A motivational coach, sometimes can get painted with the brush of being a cheerleader, right? They're there, they're getting loud, they're hyping up the team from behind, but it's more than just that while the game's live, right? This is the guy who's dealing with the personalities in the squad and keeping everybody on track, making sure there's not too much internal conflict. And also when the spirits are down, if they're a highly emotional team, pulling them out of a slump, making a joke or giving them a rousing speech. It can vary the role, but it is a very important role of a coach. And you have some coaches who really are just there to bring that hype, to bring that cohesion within a squad. We're seeing this strategic coach or even analyst role within the coaching realm still being discovered and played with, right? And these individuals, they're tasked with watching a lot of the demos and kind of diagnosing what the opponents are bringing to the table. That information, I think, is given to stronger in-game leaders to then be able to factor into their own gameplay. How do they want to approach a match? Are they worried about a counter strat? Is there something that they do that is really going to unravel the play style of the team?
Just focus on this game, to be the best teammates that we can be, to be supportive of each other. We're in this together, so let's try to cheer people on, keep the energy high at all times. If we do that, I have no doubt that we're going to take this fucking game, okay?
As the years go by and we're getting more and more, I want to say, professional in the Counter-Strike scene, there's being more and more roles added or at least experimented with. A mental coach can overlap a little bit with that motivational coach that we were talking about before, right? Because that's teaching these individuals how to deal with themselves, right? Or with their teammates, to be functioning within a squad. And then you have the analysts who are more just hardcore in terms of looking at the opponents, looking into what little details, and even bringing new strategies and new little elements to the game to the table. And these roles are constantly developing, and I think each individual does it differently. I think one of the key things that we've seen in the last couple of years with coaching is the amount of overreach the coaches have. We've clearly seen individuals like Zonic and Xtaz, I'd say Threat for NIP as well, are now having more and more say in the way that these teams function. Previously, the coach was there to help the in-game leader and help the team. Now, in a lot of these cases, the coach is running the team. It's his team, it's his players. He gets to call the shots and how they want to approach the game. Now, that's still being worked out. That's still some teething issues. It depends on how strong and how old school the in-game leader and the team itself is. But I think we're seeing it progress in that direction, and that'll be more of the future.
Now, we had a gentleman put up an impressive amount of numbers for the task he was asked to fill, and we're going to bring him in right now to kind of continue on this path of coaching conversation. We've got Gary on the line, a celebrity, of course. Gary, welcome to the show. Nice green screen.
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Hey. Yeah, I think we're doing just fine. Gary, let's talk a little bit about what it is that you're doing behind the scenes with Furia when you're not in the server.
Yeah, I'm in the server just sometimes, so it's not my place. And my place, it's it's being a coach every day. I'm with my boys since 2017, and it's a long time now. So I think we have a different coaches, and they can do. Maybe you can have like a coach who focus more on the strategical thing, another one who can focus more on relationship, motivation, emotional, and for me, because I'm with them since the beginning, I'm thinking I can do both. But right now, uh, I think the CSGO scene grow a lot. And for example, for me, I have Tacitus. He's my auxiliary coach. I share things with him, like he helped me in more analytical things, strategical thing. And I have a performance coach. It's Bernardo. So we share the job right now. So it's easier to focus on the boys.
I mean, Gary, you've been doing this for a fair amount of time. You said it, you were with the boys for many, many years. Could you give me a few words as to how you improved? Because we know how a player can improve. We know it can be skill, flash, smoke, and all of that. But for a coach, how do you improve? In what topics do you improve over time?
Yeah, for me, the most important thing is the decision make, because we need to make decisions on the fly every day, and we need to find the best decision in that time. So this is really difficult, and you need to make wrong decisions to understand what you made wrong, and to fix and try to do the right thing. So for me, it's all about a volume of things happen every day, and you can understand what you are doing right, what you are doing wrong. So the auto analysis is really important. You asking about opinion of your players, how you are doing, about what they think about my job, because uh, I'm not like the the king of the answers, and I'm not the only one who knows what we need to do, and we need to have like more democratic thing sometimes, but sometimes we need to be more strict,
You need to
so you
tell them
need
to
to
shut
balance
up
those
and
things.
do what I tell you, right?
Do as I say, not
Yeah,
as I
so
do.
I have a question for you in regards to like being a stand-in for this tournament, right? Because unfortunately for my team, I had to do that once.
Oh, no.
But I found after that it actually it helps, right? Like being on the server,
Yeah.
like because you look from the outside a lot of things as a coach, and then something may look simple for you, a mistake that your players make, but then when you're actually playing yourself, you realize, well, this is actually more difficult. It's not as
Yeah.
simple as it looks to me from the outside. Did that help you? Did you have that feeling?
Yeah. This has happened with me the same way. After we lost to Liquid, and we talk, and I talk. I say the same thing. I say, guys, I know sometimes I'm harsh, and I'm trying to like try to help you guys to be your better version. But sometimes I know it's difficult. I try to reply some things that I told you guys before, and it's really difficult. So it's not just the things that it's difficult to do, but uh, i- it's more clearly for me
Mhm.
the game, uh, how it's the pressure when we are in OT, for example. When I'm coach, I'm stand there and I'm more relaxed than then. I'm anxious. I'm nervous sometimes, but I'm emotional. But they are much more. So I really understand them more than I understood them before.
Uh-huh.
And this is for me, it was like a really good experience for my evolution as a coach.
So I got to get you out of here, man. We got to do this whole tournament thing still. Biggest question I think everyone on everyone's mind is, when you picked up that AWP against Nip on Ancient, did you expect the results that you got?
Oh, guys, it's easier to play with AWP, right?
There you go.
It's
Okay,
one
well,
shot.
Try to give you credit, but
There
if
you
you
go.
don't want it, you don't want it. That's all you, bud.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary, we'll get you out of here, man. Thank you so much for coming on for our pre-show.
Thank you, guys. Have a good job and
Thank you.
good streaming. Bye-bye.
That's the plan. Thank you very much. That was Gary, coach of Furia, player of Furia for this tournament. A whole lot going on right there. But
Furia
still,
everything.
Yeah, Furia forever, I think is what they say. But now, let's shift our focus. Now, we were working with Coinbase to learn about crypto. I'm pretty sure these two geniuses here on the desk with me know just about everything that there is to know about crypto. But I also want to just say that this is not professional advice, and you should take what we say as a warning-ish. But overall, let's start to talk about this a little bit because we put 2K for Yanko, for Chad, for Alex, and myself into crypto accounts. Sorry, Maniac.
I just don't know what's happening here.
You had to
know
be
what's
here.
happening.
But look at how this has panned out so far. So everything was going pretty great.
Look at that dip.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
don't
that
know.
dip.
We did a segment yesterday where I checked crypto before we walked out here, and then when I walked back, we'd gone down like $7,000 in Bitcoin. I'm like, well, how about that? You know, like, what do you even do with that?
It's a wild ride, Trace. You know, it's a roller coaster. That's why you should be careful. You should inform yourself. Go check
Absolutely.
out Coinbase on their website. What code can you use, Trace? Again?
Well, you can go to www.coinbase.com/ESL, and if you get an account today, you get $5 free towards Bitcoin, which could be worth billions at some point, but that's not professional.
Billions
There we go.
and
There you have it.
billions.
Kind of embellished.
That's
kind of embellished.
Take a deep breath over there.
Yeah, all this all ultimately goes to charity, though. So let's just keep that in mind as well. Everything, you know, proceeds from our investments or however you want to look at it from whatever we played the game, all goes to charity. So it's a good cause nonetheless.
Charity is always good. That's my
Charity is-
motto.
Charity is great. Gentlemen, I think we are about ready to kick this bad boy off for the day. And quite frankly, I'm not entirely sure where to take it. You know, we got
You have enough of us? That's it? You have
No, I mean,
enough
you
of
guys
us?
are cool, but
Can we
like,
stick
the
around to talk about the game?
The casters are cool too. I like to call them commentators. Let's bring them in real quick. I'm pretty sure we got Chad and Alex on the other end of the line. Hey guys, how's your crypto looking?
Hello.
We're standing by.
Yeah, good.
Not that bad. Mine went all right, I think. You know, I had the stable coin, the USDC in there. It seems all right, but it's a wild ride, right? That whole thing's a wild ride. Just like these playoff brackets, I think we're learning a lot. You know how the motto goes: you win or you learn.
You win or you learn.
Yeah, so the teams who lost, Mouse Sports, they didn't lose.
That's what the L stands for.
They learned.
Learners.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot more today, right? I think a lot of these matchups, boys, I don't know if you guys agree, in this round of 12, it's like teething matches. We're doing a bit more sifting here because we're not sure exactly, you know, Ents, we saw them in last season of Pro League. They came out the groups pretty hot, but then they kind of fizzled off a bit. Fours, are they here? Are they a legit contender, right? There's a lot of conversation to be had. Liquid, was their group just kind of rubbish, or you know, are they legit going up against a Fnatic who impressed you especially?
I mean, yeah, both of those. Like, I will say, if you aren't planning on staying tuned for the second game of the day, I would highly advise you change your mind. Liquid, Fnatic, both kind of up for debate. Like, just like NIP Mouse. We were casting that one yesterday, and I think both of those teams left us wanting more. To see Mouse Sports fall over and trip at that hurdle, I was a bit surprised. I thought NIP were more shaky coming into that head-to-head.
Some 50-50 games, probably some more today, boys. What are you guys thinking?
A lot of 50-50 going on around here. We'll get back to you guys here shortly. Thank you very much. We'll see you in just a second. And for us, that means we're done with the pre-show, which ultimately means we can kick off this next matchup in the round of 12. Fours versus Ents, ready to square off in a best-of-3 fours. The team out of ESL Premier just last season have made their way to the playoffs of Pro League Season 14. We're going to jump all over that when we come back from this break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
goes through with a flashbang, and he's traded places in the site. Somehow takes down. No way! Two players.
Group B was a group full of surprises, and none really bigger than Fours.
Good flash.
4 wins from 5, including eye-catching victories over VP and Complexity.
Our secret is that we have good team spirit inside our team, and the second secret is that we had a lot of time to prepare for this one.
And even during the loss, they took a map off of a group-topping OG.
And a swing and a miss, rather. No hit. Kenzie well, though. Oh, my goodness. In the apartments again. Zorty gonna spot it. And now...
Few people were aware of Zorty's ability before this event, but now it's kind of impossible to miss.
The open yet, but this is a Zorty kill, and now just one man!
He and Flit were a dynamic duo that proved way too hot to handle.
They were ready to rip apart everything they see.
Going on to S-Tag, he still needs to do damage with the spray, and there it is, the defuse denied. Nato dead as well, and Flit with a 1v3!
Right here, the nade unfortunately actually taking out one before he goes down. He was at least still able to slightly delay that push and allow for Zorte to get into position. What a follow-up shot. A little bit unfortunate.
Speaking of surprises, Sinners took down G2 in their opening game, which was initially a huge shock.
It is found, and only Amanek, he's gone too.
However, it was merely foreshadowing. G2 bombing out in last, losing every single series.
Chase him down.
When I think about Jerry, the first thing that stands out to me was when he first came onto our screens, he'd already gotten rid of any of the PR, nonsense answers.
What I like about Jerry is in the interviews how he gives such a detailed explanation, and he sort of gets lost in it. Like he'll answer a question and then he'll get lost in his explanation. Like he'll go on forever and ever and give a super detailed response, which is like just shows how passionate he is about CS.
I think Jerry's a bit of a curious case. He's a fan favorite in a big way, and I think that's because he's so candid and open in the interviews that we get to have with him. He's an individual that's going to tell us how he's feeling, what he's feeling, and he has a very clear way of which he wants to approach the game. And I think we get to see that side of him in the server. He's one of these in-game leaders who's going to take the game by the horns. He gets stuck in. He's not afraid to make a play. And he has a really good understanding. I think he has a really good approach of what he likes to do in Counter-Strike. And we're getting to see that new gen, that new breed in-game leader still flourishing.
I remember on Mirage, like when we anti-stratting him, he was like the guy going apps. I remember that we made like specific setups because that guy would literally just walk out apps on Mirage and just take duels as C all the time. Doesn't matter what his team is doing, especially in the Krieg meta. That guy was just buying a Krieg and going apps and taking a one-on-one duel every single time. So we even made like specific setups just to, counter Jerry in that time.
I think people just like when I talk directly. I mean, once someone asking me about what's going on inside the team, I got my inspiration and start to explain everything for the people that everyone could understand my language. I mean, there is always a lot to tell for people because they like the insights, they like the information, and I like to talk actually. So I think that's the real secret, and I'm 95% honest all the time because there is some 5% that I'm not able to talk about, but I wish.
Jerry's one of the most articulate in-game leaders we have in Counter-Strike right now, and this guy's an absolute showman. He's always a pleasure to be on interviews with. He's always coming in with well-informed answers, and especially reading the game really well. This guy wasn't even meant to be here. Fours filled in for Renegades who couldn't make it to this season of Pro League, and now they're in the playoffs. Nobody expected this, but I think Jerry did in his secret plan after all.
Yeah, Jerry and company stacking up against that of ENCE today. Fours looking to continue the streak here, and especially continue what they're doing on Mirage. It seems to all be going well. Jerry being that guy with the plan.
If anything, it tells you how much BS there is going on in like interviews when everyone's lying, and just because he's honest and tells you what's going on and not giving you generic media-trained answers.
So you're saying it's fluffy answers? Is that what we're getting at?
Usually?
Yeah. Well, not from him, not from him.
Yeah, from other people for sure, yeah.
Look, Jerry just lets you peek inside the black box of Counter-Strike, and that's why people love him. That's why people love to hear from him, is that he's going to tell you information you cannot really see from the outside or understand, so we peek behind the curtains with him.
Can we understand about Flit and Zorti? Because this Zorti guy has been putting up some numbers, and that's got to be something to focus on here.
Yeah, and they also did an interview with HLTV, or was it from the press conference? I'm not sure. And Jerry was talking specifically about him compared to XE Power, their previous opera. And one of the things he said, like, sure, he's more versatile with other guns. He's not just dependent on having the op all the time, but also like the atmosphere is better with him on the team, right? Like now everyone's on the same page. He said, everyone's more cheerful. We don't linger so much on mistakes that have happened or rounds that we lost that we shouldn't have. We're just able to reset and move forward. And I think that's really, really important for your team.
And he's quite level-headed as well. I mean, Zorte had a couple of comments in that interview where he said, I personally don't really know how I'm doing so good right now. I don't think I'm that good on that map. So to be able to be that level-headed where, in fact, you've been one of the main weapon of destruction in your team, that is great. These are great signs and participates to the atmosphere that Janko's talking about.
Yeah, and for Fours to have made it all the way to the playoffs, that's something to consider on its own. Especially when you think about a team that wasn't supposed to be here. Hugo just said it, and in case you were living under a rock, Renegades withdrew from this season, and Fours slid right in there. And they've slid in here pretty well to the top of the group second.
And they could have been the first team of the group. They lost that close game to OG where they had the advantage even on the second map, could have won it out 2-0. So I think their performance was rather impressive, and most of that comes from their Mirage. They picked it every single time, won it 5 times, 15 wins in a row, 24 out of last 25. They've lost once in their last 3 months on the map. That's just crazy.
Snappy, Dodo, Diha, this guy Spinks, he's putting up numbers, but then there's a guy named Hades. Now, this guy is also a force to be reckoned with when we look at the inside of things.
Yeah, he truly is, and he's also a player that, I'm going to be real, I'm not really familiar with. I think that this EPL Season 4 is a platform for him to broadcast his talent, and it is great. It is great to think about, to realize that maybe we are just watching the birth of like a next potential superstar. Right. Because a lot of players have been going through that path, and then we go down the history lane, we go down the archives, find, okay, where did they start? But what if it was that for Hades? He's been with the team for what, 3 months now-ish, and he's already taking names, making plays. It's great to see.
Taking names and making plays. Hell yeah. Let's find out more about him.
Out of all the teams to make it to the play-in stage of ESL Pro League, ENCE is perhaps the most surprising. While they have an experienced in-game leader in Snappy, the other 4 members of the squad have very little past experience of S-tier events. In Season 13 of EPL, new additions Spinks and Diha brought multi-fragging potential to the party, taking upset victories over Mousesports, G2 and Vitality, and securing a spot in the playoffs. Back then, the team, completed by Orpa Alu, had their run cut short by Virtus Pro after the Plough made a memorable 12-round CT comeback to bully ENCE into a fateful OT on Dust 2. The pressure had finally ended their miracle run.
Spinks missing his shot! Oh, no way!
Flash forward to the present, and ENCE have levelled their EPL 13 record with another playoff spot. And this time, they've brought a new weapon to the battlefield in Hades. Despite only joining in June, the Polish Orba had a superb performance during Group A. His weakest performance was in their opening series against Vitality, but if his rust on the server was down to nerves, he soon shook it off, ending the group stage with an average rating of 1.23. A huge display for a player who previously only had experience of playing at a regional level, with no big events in his history. However, as this generation of ENCE gear up to face one of their biggest hurdles so far in their bid to make it to the top 8 of EPL, recent losses against Entropic, Dignitas and Havu will be weighing heavily on their minds. Going into those matchups as the favourites perhaps piled the pressure a little too high, and individually the team were not able to perform. Meeting fours today on a more level playing field may just be what the team needs to inspire a winning level of aggressive form.
Okay, so if we're talking about maps, obviously we're not getting Vertigo Inferno, and I'm looking at it, and it's looking like a little bit of Nuke, maybe some Overpass.
Nuke could be a pick for ENCE. Nuke could definitely a pick.
Yeah, they lost their last 2 games, but that was a bit unexpectedly so, and they've said that they've put a lot of work in it. And yeah, Force picks Mirage. I was going to say, you know, maybe they should consider picking Overpass, because Mirage would likely be the 3rd map in that case, and looking at all the 3 maps, but because in the second phase, that's the map ENCE would remove for them, and you get Ancient, right? So in the end, like, you don't want to gamble too much. I mean, we just talked about their success on Mirage, and that's why they went for it, but it's a pretty good map for ENCE too.
And, you know, if we look at Nuke as a starting ground, Maniac, give me some quick thoughts here as to, you know, what to expect. Are we looking at a scrappy game? Are we looking at a fast game? Or is this going to be a long one?
No, I think when you have Snappy, who obviously comes from the Danish culture of Counter-Strike, the tactical Nuke is definitely in place. I don't expect ENCE to be running around. It's going to be a structured game, and then Jerry will, you know, blow up everything on Mirage.
Yeah, maybe he'll just walk out of apps like we heard. And with that, we're going to walk out of the studio because it's time to jump into the game. We've got ENCE versus Fours in a round of 12 matchup that you do not want to miss. Take it away, Chad and Alex.
Well, damn, it would be my absolute pleasure, fellas. So good to have all of you united in an analytical front. And now I've got Chad Birchall to keep me informed and to keep you as well. There goes Matthew over to Nuke, and that's exactly where we're going as well. Naden off the door, Diha has opened it up, and we're into game. We'll have sound and everything running in just a second, because down goes the first. And it looks like they're actually just pressuring topside. 2 Ts make it 3 are in. And we'll be hearing it shortly, I'm sure.
Could just be us again, Alex. You never know about these things. But 1xBet odds here quite, well, just favouring Fours. It is a fast top here from ENCE. A retake underway. No utility remaining here. It is just going to be the bullets. Gooshed on up. Zorti in a little bit of trouble. Kenzie's found one. Time now. Halfway ticked.
Okay, Spinks is in a power position. Kenzie's relieved a lot of the stress, and Flit Trading does put it all onto Snappy. No armor. Bomb's planted for him, and they're closing the gap. If he could just play time, he's going to get double swung. Does he rot enough time off the clock? I have no idea. I can't hear it.
I'm pretty sure. All right. Well, this is like we have one of our sensors muted right now, guys. We'll do our darndest.
I'm hyper aware of how annoying I am.
You don't have
to listen to this guy every time. Oh,
so unfortunate for everybody at home. But that right there, guys, is you're going to see that a lot from ENCE. I'm going to send out some smoke signals. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send out some smoke signals here, Alex. We'll see if we can sort this one out. Ah, okay. Never mind. It's coming. It's on its way. One of the scenarios here with ENCE is that they like these really fast maneuvers on Nuke, right? We've caught an absolute truckload of ENCE quick plays, and there we go. 4 Galils, Mac 10, Squeaky blown open. Doto, someone who's come up absolutely clutch for them, at least within the Pro League Nuke games that we've seen. Smoked off main, a little bit of a stall out, and in they go.
Oh, man. Chad, I wish we'd had time to set the scene a little bit. Because this is what ENCE have been up to previously. They love, especially Snappy, calling these fast top pops and immediately reaping the rewards. Jerry caught on his yard aggress. Just collecting and farming up frags. I think they suspect the CTs are saving already, which it does seem they are. Just having another bite of the cherry into the 3rd round of play.
For me, this situation is ENCE should win Nuke and Fours should win Mirage.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I mean, what is it, 17 now? 16 wins?
17 in a row for Fours on Mirage. So the way that I look at these opening 2 maps, it's almost like we're guaranteed or destined for a 3rd.
A best of 1 on Ancient.
Yeah, so the thing is, these teams have to live up to that though, right? So if you start seeing ENCE looking like they're in trouble on Nuke, or you start seeing Fours look like they're in a bit of trouble on Mirage, well then someone's done some good prep.
Certainly, and there's a great interview, HLTV, Oh, Zorti holds on nicely. That's a good punishing kill as well. But there was an interview over on hltv.org where they talked to Jerry a little bit, and he admitted about the veto with their opponent here in the round of 12, that Nuke was weak for them. He acknowledged that Force's Nuke was weak, but he also felt like Ence's was. He gave himself about a 60-40 odds of converting on this map. I want to see some evidence of that.
He gave himself 60-40?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, he's going in with the mentality they can win their opponent's pick. We'll see how that goes, because if they can't stop the aggressive top maneuvers, then they're already off to a really bad start, right? And the fact that Ents have started conditioning that on the first and second rounds of the game gives them a lot to play with now. So when we get around to the first gun round, or the first gun round where Ents attempt to go fast top, Fours have to stop it.
And if you're a human being and you play Counter-Strike, then you can definitely empathize, or at least appreciate the storyline of Zorti and Kenzie, but playing some of their first tier 1 opposition and thriving.
I didn't address it, but this is a full buy from Force. Flit has an M4. They have 3 SMGs. Like, this is a third round buy after a Force from Force on the CT side here. So
I wonder if the extra couple of scout kills incited them to go for this, because that MAC-10, the Galils are in play, a nade to bait them in, and oh, he didn't clear his corners. Jerry gets punished for that negligence. And that's a 6 seconds bought and shaved off the clock. He's naded off the door. A smoke on top. It's perfect. Good util usage out of Force. It will slow down Ents. They have to respect that. They have to.
They want to send them over towards Flit, you would hope, right? He's the guy with the M4 here. And there he goes. He picks up one just through the smoke on towards ramp. Zorti dinked on down. Lots of pressure now.
Yeah, the jig is up. They've seen the M4. They're trying to nade and finish off Zorti, and descending into that low site. He'd love a frag. One. Just take one on the way in, and he has. Knocks the head off of Hades. Low HP already onto Diha, so he's very vulnerable and susceptible to that scout should he expose himself. Spink's trying to retreat, actually back up the ramp. Very indecisive, and they've lost Doto's lobby lurk. This has fallen apart completely for Ents.
Are they saving? Or are they going to give this a crack? Because if they go in through Hut, Hamez is here.
Yeah, I mean, they'd just be feeding the beast at this point.
It's a save. It has to be a save. All right, a bit of robbery there from Force. So we had a bit of confusion in the first few rounds of play, but we've caught up now. And Force, yeah, with these back-to-back buy rounds, managed to get themselves on the board here. They even find an AK. They keep that M4. A Galil picked up for Zorti. So getting a nice few upgrades here. That's great from Flit. You wonder if he caught, you know, the occlusion of the smoke there. Right, it's different for everybody's POV, but interesting one. Just throwing some bullets into Hut and getting a kill. You love that. Now the buy is back, right? We're going to see a lot of this, right? We spoke about the fast plays. Well, Ents also love a good Force buy. So here we go. Maybe this is one of those fast top plays. Can Force dispel them?
Okay, well, starting quickly. Diha springing into the top site and no one to receive him. He can't believe the space he's been given. Perhaps by design, Almeza can't contest the plant. Spinks is already getting it down.
They're choosing to play retake. Look how much util they're holding onto here.
Okay, well, that's worked wonderfully for the first. Jerry corralling from main and Zorti to pack him up. It's time for that util, though. CD is looking for some of his own. They are completely dry on nades. The snappy flank could be everything. They're setting up to execute through heaven. If Snappy was to strike, this could ruin everything. He sees Kenzie a sitting duck. They'll have to deal with him. There's not enough time to go for a defuse. You might just have to cut your losses. Almeza lucky to be alive. Now losing the AK. Will take another for his trouble, but yeah, Ents will make it 3, and that's a very punishing round to lose if you're Force.
That's interesting, right? Because it was clear that Force was setting up to play retake top.
Deliberately, yeah.
Yeah, so they were opting to, hey, we'll give Ents the site and then we'll have a retake. And you could see the util they're throwing out from heaven, but one of the issues there was Snappy getting the kill at the same time as a flash was thrown by one of the Force players that bounced off a teammate. You're about to see the cluster truck up here. There's the flash that lands in the pack. So now they're having to turn. They've just lost a player in all of that. Yeah, so fumbled the retake right there, and well, bouncing back is Ents. 3-1 score reads. AWP out now, and this is just the Force buy wars here. A classic case of it. 1 M4 on Flit. Well, we've seen this. An M4 A4 for Almeza, and Zorti with that AWP. Let's see if they can make this one work. It's almost like a slightly upgraded version of the first round they won. Gonna be a window smoke just here. Thrown out from Spinks. This is gonna help with their yard control. Zorti not playing over towards that line. He will be feeling the pressure. You can see these isolation smokes. Main smoked off.
He still has some degree of info, and they're actually looking to punish Flit, who's been boosted up. And with a silencer, he could be good for a couple. Oh, one slips under. Takes him long enough that Diha keeps us level, and And the bomb is descending as it currently stands. There's only one man there, and Kenzie, a missed shot. Won't get many more opportunities like that. Dihachi choosing to pull the plug, and it's going on there. A real opportunity goes awry. He hits it through the door instead. He says play on, and perhaps Diha now feeling the pressure. Jerry to swing the door open on next sound cue. It's a fake. Jerry does not bite. Oh, he does. And it results in his demise. Spink's given a chance, but it's Diha to come up clutch. 2 half-health members of Force. And already he's isolated the first. Almeza booked Kenzie's Deagle. It was a way into this round. Will it be a way to close? The answer's no. Diha good for the quad. And a 1v2 for good measure.
Oof, all right, 4-1 now, and you're going to start thinking Force at some point will have to take a save. This might be that exact moment. We did have a decent back and forth. I know they only got 1 round out of it, but some of these have been very, very close scenarios here. This one, did Jerry just swing that open? Because Diha didn't get to the sound cue of the fake plant on the bomb there, so getting fired up. There's Hades. And I think this one here, if you're the uninitiated, if you're hearing it, well, why are we watching Ents versus Force?
You're right.
Well, they definitely qualify for the playoffs, guys. That's the first reason you're watching them. But second reason is there's a couple of names here that you really should take note of. This man right here on your screen who just clutched out the previous Diha is one. Hades, another.
Yeah, dude, Doto, of course, and you can see the opening statement from him just saying Hades has taken us to a new level with his ability on that AWP. Speaking of Doto, he's fine. Kenzie's Deagle again featured in the feed early, so there is a world where these Deagles can be threatening. Flip would have to be ignored. 2 quick clicks, not going to be easy, and instead just a bit of chip damage. It's nothing to be celebrated. And this one will just peter out into the expected result. And nice to see a little cheeky heaven wrap. You don't get many of them.
Yeah, I really like the pace from Snappy because it can be really disruptive, right? Like, it's just if you're unable to stop it, then he's just going to keep running over you with it, and then it's something that's going to be in his arsenal of calling for the remainder of the game. Now, if it doesn't work and you get locked out, you look a little bit silly. But
right.
So far, so good. Think about how many rounds they've finished topside.
And have been planting so early. Hades getting the info and the frag.
Yeah, so I worry for Fours already because now it's a case of chasing your tail. But we'll see how far they can push the issue here today.
And it's not like it hasn't featured a little bit of everything. We've seen those top plants. We just saw Diha closing out on the lower site. Yard smokes have been effective. Snappy already up to 10 kills. And I do think he is going to be one of those leaders. I know this is very easy and floaty analysis to drop, but he is one of those in-game leaders that tends to be at his best when he is fragging. He's like, his calls will synchronize with a good Snappy performance.
Yeah, because he's feeling himself, right?
Yeah.
So if the calls are working and he's finding that space, then he's feeling the game. And that's going to make his calling better as well. It's not calling for him, but if things are going well and they're getting into these positions, then of course he's going to be able to find, you know, the odd 1 or 2. Especially when he's operating with the Mac 10 as well. You look at the way he's bounding around these corners. Yeah, being selfless, but also he gets to set the pace for his team. He's like, guys, we're going ramp, right? And he's got the Mac 10. So if you're coming in to trade him, you need to be behind him to trade, right? So he gets to set that tone, that pace.
And don't let me dismiss it as just, you know, farmed eco frags. I mean, he also had that incredible Tech 9 flank that stopped the retake in its track.
Well, this is the thing, right? Eco kills as well. They're not as easy as they once used to be. It's not no head armor USPs and Glocks, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Deagles, P250s, util. They're even whipping out MP9s now in some of these lighter buys. And thing is, someone has to get them. They're the hardest rounds to win, and well, so are these. Apparently back into top. Spinks opens things up. The Mac 10s cannot be stopped.
Not again. Zorti's overwhelmed. Molotov'd off. They have to respect it. And Ents already. Look at the clock, Chad. 1 minute 33, and Diha isn't even sweating as he plants.
Yeah, this is just no dramas, right? And that buy right there from Fours, it didn't feel like it had everything they needed, right? Light on in a couple of util departments. Now, the weapons aren't bad, but to stop a top rush, you need a molly squeaky, you need a molly heart. You know what happens if you do that? They're probably going to extinguish or run through with the first 2 players anyway, right? So
no molly.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. There's no hut molly, so they're just going to run straight on through. What are you meant to do, right? You don't even have the utility required to stop the one thing that Ents run on their nuke all the time, a hard top. Okay.
Maybe we should be prioritizing utility if that's going to
MP9
be
or a
something.
shotgun.
Yeah, a little shotgun on the hut.
You don't want it.
I know you love your dualies. Why don't you go full util dualies, bro? Treat yourself.
But the thing is as well, like you look at the details here that Ents put into this. If you don't have all the util required, it gets a lot less messy for them. They drop their top heart molly, they blow open Squeaky, they're smoking main, flashes are coming in through Squeaky in towards main, flashes through the skylights, and the spacing that they're running with there. You see the way that Spinks goes, he goes front side of the bomb box. That we can wrap around. They have multiple people pressuring that position.
Question.
Yes.
Is Snappy ballsy enough to call something like a top pop again? You don't just go straight back into it, do you?
Yeah, he is. I don't think he will, but he is.
Okay, well, looks like we are going to be seeing a little bit of a slower approach. D had to be walking on into Zorti's domain, and I don't know where his health went. Was it through the box?
Must have been, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the bullet. Zorti's got his lineups, kept D very honest, and it's actually set Kenzie up in a power position should they continue to push. If it is just Snappy, though, he'll be able to call their fake, call their bluff. Should enable Force to be in the right place.
Yeah, Kenzie here has so much information.
Oh, Snappy
spotted.
Yeah. Oh, and now the power starts to shift. Snappy.
Careful, Kenzie.
Nearly had him booked there.
Yeah, well, I guess the fact is it stalled it out and they know it's not coming, so a bit of high alert right now for Flit. You can see these jiggles.
Yeah, but now they know that you know.
That we all know.
That we all know. No?
All I know is there's a lot of pressure on ramp right now. Do Ents want to stick with this? No way. They want to head back. So they've done their job. They've pulled Zorti over. They've forced the ramp defender of Flit towards the lower side. And now they're posturing for a top split.
Yeah, Almeza cannot believe it's going to happen again to him. This time he's on the site itself, actively holding a late arrival from Snappy and Kenzie. This standoff in yard. Oh, damn. The finest margins separate them, but looking good for Fours here. Jerry in a prime position to punish and already has dealt out 2. Put in the ground. Kenzie last spotted out yard. Zorti up in the heavens. And doesn't get the information on that jump either, so Hades still a powerful position for him to linger in. He hasn't dumped his util. Bogdan's law dictates that the AWP to be saved. Kenzie dispatched for a passive one. Are they giving this up? They can't be. Seeing what Zorti can find at least. Oh, and it's more than something. Hades does shut him down.
Spots another as well here. This one is done. I didn't even feel that they were convinced they were going for this one, right? It felt like, are we retaking? I'm not sure.
Like if you get something?
Well, we'll have a little look, and whoever dies last gets to save, I guess. So Kenzie, not going to get the hold onto the AWP. He's gone too. So yeah, all right, let's go on to Mirage. Let's see if that's about the same for Fours, and then we'll just go to Ancient, shall we? Let's just play the first cut, because come on now.
How do you explain it though? Like proper, you know, silver chat question that they probably are asking but too afraid to type. Like, how do you explain how a team can be so proficient on Mirage to the point where they're beating every tier 1 team in existence, 17 in a bloody row, it just works like water, and then you proceed to not look like they can defend some top pops on Nuke?
They don't have a 6-map pool, I suppose.
That's as simple
right?
as that, I guess.
Yeah, so they have a 6-map pool, which includes Nuke, but they obviously still have weaknesses in that 6-map pool,
Kenzie.
being Nuke.
Yeah. He's going to try and tip the scales, lingering in the smokes. It's unlikely he goes unchecked. Every team so diligent with their spray. He's been spotted out. He'd do very well to take anyone with him now. And yeah, damage. Snappy deals with him, and the rest likely to fall into place. 2 across Secret already, but it looked like Snappy was second-guessing the bomb descent.
It feels like he's calling them back here, really just calling an evacuate on this. So leaving 2 to Secret, bringing the bomb a little bit more passive, and yeah, he's pulling on the leash quite hard here, right? You could see there was a lot of talking from Snappy there. They lingered for a moment.
They took too long about it, I think.
Yeah, Snappy stayed there, and then they all started coming up. So he's definitely saying, no, I don't want you in Secret. You're coming back with me. This is where he's had to, I'm assuming here, but that's exactly what it looks like to me, that he's had to be quite stern.
They were very tempted to descend. You can see.
So is that Secret, boss?
He's scoped up. Walking in, but they're back to lobby, thanks to Snappy's call.
I don't care that you have secret control. They're down there with pistols. I don't want to die. Come back with me now. And look at them all.
Yeah. Looking to walk back out into their favorite site here on Nuke.
Thank God they did listen. There's 2 Deagles down there, right? So this is a great call here from Snappy. It's brought everybody away from danger. These pistols are now stranded. And if they can stay very tight with this now, Ents, they can avoid losing anything or trade to make sure that nothing's carried through into the next round. They've already won the half. This is 8, right? If we just got here. We just turned. If you just whack the stream and you go, oh, Fours vs Ents, I want that one. you haven't really missed a whole lot other than what you'd expect from ENCE. Some fast tops, some Mac 10 action. Now they're starting to toy with fours.
And ENCE, I mean, self-described, opponent-described, analysts described as just a very unpredictable team. Inconsistent, there's lots of words to describe it. But, like, you can watch them on this nuke, and it does look like a team that can truly, you know, make everyone work. But some of their recent results, at least outside of the Pro League, losses in best of ones to Havu, Dignitas, a best of 3 loss to Entropic, which we, of course, know as the grand final of the Malta Vibes.
Yeah, there's been... The thing is, with ENCE, I don't know how you frame them, right? And I know you were just saying, like, inconsistent. It's a team that has a very seasoned in-game leader with a lot of names that, unless you tuned into Counter-Strike this year, right? Maybe if you're a hardcore fan, you'd know Diha. The rest of these names, if you're just a general Counter-Strike fan, you don't know Dota, you don't know Hades, you don't know Spinks. They're all of this year, right? That's 100% the case with these names. Now, I think Diha and Hades combined is a very, very powerful duo. I think Spinks, we haven't seen truly what he has to offer completely just yet. We've seen glimpses. And I think Doto has been very handy as a supportive and clutch element for this team who, I know he's a Finn, but he doesn't really ever look flustered. Right? And he actually speaks in interviews. I remember, I think we did the first Doto interview not that long ago. So, yeah, I guess you could even start with the similar scenes on fours. It's just less of an international mix here. But here we go. The U2 out to stop the top guys. One deep towards Squeaky, and that's enough to set Zorti up for a find. But in they go.
Wow, this is brave. Spinks feeding Zorti more. This is the first we've seen an AWP be the answer, the remedy to this top presence from ENCE, and descending the vent. Zorti firing off pot shots.
Still can get out of control. There's nobody lower right now for fours.
Yeah, and the bomb has gone down. Hades would need this kill. Oh, it's just shy. Trims the ear hairs of Flit.
This is costly.
Your boy Snappy. He'd love to take Zorti's AWP away. Oh, now that's some audio. And he decides he's going to walk around the entire long way. Smoking down the vents is a bit spooky. Not
He's
sure
going
what
to
it
keep him looking
achieves.
at it, right? So if he tries the smoke fade in the smoke, he could go down the ladder into it. But they're going to be looking at it, right? So
yeah,
it's one way to deal with things. It's not a way that's going to get Snappy anything at all. So Kenzie grabs one. And we'll make that 2 now for fours. So let's see if they can get 7 on the half. Maybe I was a little bit too quick to make my judgment.
This is, I mean, this is how they do it. He gets tagged down to 8 HP as he pulls the trigger onto the first, holding a nice line for his second. But yeah, Zorti's the only man so far to actually step up to the ENCE top take, and it's with an AWP on the site. So
let's see if they can do that again.
Don't think you can replicate that.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 up heaven, first mollying Squeaky, second mollying Heart. That's the way you do it. Oh, they're in again.
Down the vent so fast. Behind them comes Jerry. Oh, sound cue, no fun. But into the site, and now the heads have been hit. Already the bomb going down. This is like the Snappy speed, man. Bomb planted at 1 minute 33. Again, this time the lower site.
So you got some teams, you know, like the Gambits and the VPs
Bloody
of the
hell.
world. They want to wait out all the nades. They want to wait for them. Snappy ain't got time for that.
Snappy is a tournament admin's dream.
Yeah, he's like, all right, boys, how can we get this done in the quickest way possible? And that's 9. So just as simple as you like here. This is great stuff out of ENCE. They've come to play today. And here's one of the great things as well. Oh, let's just see if Hades gets a couple here, because all of these guns are very valuable for fours. Hades, are you going to clear close? And that's a no. Almaze with the easiest kill of his life. Gets an upgrade into the AK-47. They can drop some guns across. They can keep the buy going for fours. But at this point, the best they can get is 6. So the CT side will be pretty weak, pretty light on. If you're Snappy, I think one of the things that's a dream is to have a team where the players don't have any egos. Because if you say, I want you to rush top 15 times, and let's say it doesn't work, I'm sure these guys will do it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll do it.
Yeah, and it's part of the process, whereas you wouldn't even get to be a part of the process if someone was just saying, no, that's a stupid idea, undermining you, and bang. Zorti, 1 for 1. Hades, he just couldn't believe his luck. A back turned on Zorti's retreat, no util to bail him out, and we find ourselves in a very early 4-on-4, and they're just dry crossing. Kenzie should catch one if Hades doesn't beat him to the punch. A weird lay of the land for our mid-round here, Chad. Everyone across secret side, Almays are aware, so the CTs are plugged into it.
Flit's already lower.
Rotated in. I always find this exchange quite interesting. Do they boost? Do they just run across? Or do you just hit the first bullet out of your AK? That works too.
That definitely works. Molly the vent rotation, drop a smoke to safely plant. Bomb going down in a minute, so still quite early for some of the games we do here. And Jerry seeing what he can find here, and I'm going to say it's going to be a hard fight to win against Diha, especially now. More nades coming his way.
Oh, now Almays has made things interesting. By finding Diha pushed up, Hades has to activate on the decon door. Plant is good for him, so he can't get caught out. And the clear from Almays, making a round out of this. Bomb plant, not ideal for you, Doto, and they are holding it. I think he hoped the glass break would stop it, but instead it's diffused under their nose, and it was Almays with it all. He saves fours and then some. Jerry, just the emotional support.
That one got a little bit out of control there for Ents, right? It looked really, really good. Maybe took a fight or two that they probably shouldn't. And this is Almays just peeling him apart. Gets up to his 10th kill. This one, beautiful.
Onto an AWPer as well, like, very different round if you aren't ready for that. 4 kills in total from Almays, and 4's thanking their lucky stars. He's on the roster, top of the scoreboard, and pulls a 3rd home. Zorti activated outside, firing off a miss shot for now. Silo presence established as well to try and support Diha's project.
Lots of pressure on Kenzie here. They are coming, the smoke wall in the air now. Flash forward, doesn't see anything, and unfortunately can't go in for a double dip there. We'll have to rotate towards the vents and try and cotton off this rotate. He is on his lonesome down towards the B side of things, Kenzie. And with the smoke drop, that isn't going to last forever.
No sound cue provided. Doto just evades the flames. Zorti has actually managed to find that connection. He's been waiting there for a while. Trophy pushed up aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, look at Doto. This is a bit of a solo mission, though.
Oh, I'd hate to be a top defender right now. The fact that Doto has so much space and there's no one even defending hell or heaven. The top players are responsible for the top site and the flank.
Yeah, brutal. If they could do some damage, if they take down Kenzie, this one sucks for fours. Vito goes down dry again, just like that. And now they strike on the top side as well. Jerry completely blindsided. Wait, they're going back up. They're going back up. Almays there to receive. And Almays with the adjustment. That's glorious. Takes 3 and gives it right back to fours. Diha to make all of that redundant, though. He's strapped in for the 1v2. 2 already under his belt, and Zorti with patience, but Diha... Oh, Diha. Walking straight into the beast. Great play from Zorti, just anticipating that rotation through the lobby position, and it's Almays that gives them a way up. I just saw them ascending, like all 3 just flying up that ladder, and that one unchecked vent is all Almays needs. I think they killed Jerry Chad and just assumed.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe he even flicks up to the Heaven player as well, right? So that is absolutely wild. Dodo with the sun in his eyes there. I'm sure I want to put the curtain up.
Yeah, are you crazy?
The blinds down.
I remember how salty I'd get when it was just a little sun on my monitor.
Yeah, you don't want any of that, mate, but this is great. This 3rd one here is fantastic,
right? Oh, a team flash as well. Yeah. Proper chaos.
Yeah, so a couple of little drums in the last 2 rounds for Ents have given Force something to work with here on this CT side. Faster yard smokes this time rounds, and well, is that the end goal? Finally with the util, Force have been able to stop the top pops. An nade on the dome. Diha can't catch a break.
He can catch a nade, though. Very good at that.
I can't believe he hit that shot again onto Kenzie. Oh, they're going in.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it on the jiggle. He should be burning out here.
I think the molly missed.
And as the dust starts to settle, Flip pushes the lobby, re-aggresses into Snappy. Oh, I thought Hades had him every day of the week. It puts Doto into a real dire situation. Forza are going to close this gap here. Lobby aggression. And good adjustment, but the dink from the M4 puts Doto on notice. 50 seconds. He'd love to be able to cut noise and disappear, go on a walk around the world. His retreat to yard is being held. Ooh. Maybe not. If he looks to cut noise here in the lobby, he could potentially be slipping through the ramp. Zorti will get concerned about that in about 20 or so seconds.
Yeah, it's curious. Are they just going to play one bomb site and retake together? Right, they have a lot of options here of how you want to approach this one if you're fours. Doto just hoping something comes his way here. Well, Flit's now starting to have a look towards the B bomb site. Doto...
He'd have a plan.
He could just stroll on in.
I mean, it would have to be a anti-heaven plan.
Is he just... He's just saving.
Maybe.
Because he'd have to start running now. Okay. Gave it a crack. Gave it a try. Why the hell not?
Fair crack of the old whip. But that one, yeah, that's another one for fours, and it looked so promising at the start for Ents. Almeiza 16 at the top of the scoreboard as well. This was Doto 1 for the Forza boys 2. But a missed molly as well gave Almeiza that ability.
It was 9-2, right? And it could end 9-6 here because it's Mac-10s and Tech-9s with 2 AKs on the side here for fours going into the final round of play. For Ents going into the final round of play against a fully bought up fours here. So here we go, back to the top rushes.
The util is definitely there, but the flashes, oh dear. Kenti's only good for the one. Even Jerry completely pushed and forced out of Mini. 2 from the heaven position. I'm getting flashbacks from those previous rounds. The flash is good. The trades are better. Diha does manage to dismantle the AWP in heaven, and now Jerry last of fall. There you have it. Another snappy-esque finish straight to the top site. It's done in 20 seconds and will be done in just 2 minutes. Taking a quick break, flying straight back into the second half of Nuke. So do stay tuned.
There's one down, 1 out of 2. Come on, baby. Come on, Zaiwu. We don't have time. He's got it. Last man left to fight. Oh, Zaiwu! No time. All the kills. It's so down.
Still a problem. And Doto needs a very quick headshot. That's exactly what we're talking about. Man on. Well, we're back in business, folks. Ready to fly through to Cedarwood. All right.
Was that a ghost?
I don't know what's going on.
Was that in the, were they using their mic in game?
Some ghosts in the system.
Were they using their mics in game? Is that what happened? All right. Well, CT side quite heavily fortified here, and Hades gets a CZ75 in his hands. 1xBet odds favoring Ents now, and well, it makes sense with the explosive start here on Nuke. Taking some pace off of this one, Fours. It's quite the contrast when you look at the way things are approached on the other side of things, but out ramp they go. Space taken, Spinks hiding as Snappy draws them on in, not looking in his direction. Spinks, he's not able to get anything. The third finally picked on up, and well, I think it's just Kenzie now to fall. Later trap at ramp, couldn't have worked better. Kenzie gets a snappy one, but there it is, 11 for Ents. They're looking fantastic on Nuke.
Yeah, and I mean, confirming the pistol as well as that 10th, you know, my hopes and dreams for the Fours, perhaps Nuke resurgence to 60-40 Jerry was talking about, start to fade away. And I'm just starting to get excited for that Mirage and the potential for the full 3-map affair here.
Yeah, so Fours right now, the Dusk are going to talk about it, I'm sure, but they're up to a 17-game win streak on the map of Mirage. They've won Mirage 17 times in a row, and today could be lucky number 18.
We've watched a couple of them, Chad. It's not an overcomplicated approach, just a whole team that knows what they want to do.
It was just walk around and kill people.
Yeah.
It didn't even feel like there was that many layers to it. He's Deagle.
Hang on.
Yeah, he's making this interesting.
Yeah, he is. He's got so many angles. He's actually opted to reload. And so his FAMAS falls into enemy hands, pushing up. Flip doesn't find much. And yeah, neither will the boys from Fours.
So in that first half, I think if we're reflecting a little bit for Fours, they did try the Force by Wars very early against Ents, right? Rounds 2, 3, and I think they converted the third, the fourth, Ents force wide back, or force bought back if we're trying to speak the language properly. So there's really been a lot of financial investment early out of Fours. This time around, it was more of a lighter approach, and that's given them these AK-47s, the Galil and Amaze's hands, and let's see, can they show us anything here on this T side? It's not going to be easy. Dihar aggressive towards red. His position is slightly noted as nade damage will indicate that, but unless Kenzie clears his corners, he might just be a dead man here. Dihar going to play it right in front of you, and he won't hesitate.
Yeah, it's always a very fruity game when you've got so many yard smokes out. A game within the game.
4v5 now, pivoting towards top. Nobody has any space towards yard here for Fours. Has been completely denied. They need to be a blunt object, force their way in.
But with what?
Wow, a headshot and a flash.
A flash and a headshot, okay, right, well.
Doesn't even have to be in that order. They can headshot first, then they can flash.
If they're fancy, I suppose. Those are their two options, Chad, and I don't like either of them. You've got a pretty solid and potent setup here. Doto and Spinks Hutton playing float.
No
Two
one
on
even
ramp
cares
side.
about outside. They don't even care. They know it's not yard.
And so here we go, the slow. That was one of their two flashes. Almeza looking the wrong way. Doto unloads, and Zorti trying to dip his toe here into ramp, but he's already been dispatched of Hades. Softens him up for Snappy, and his last two have been scouted out here in the ramp position. A nice adjustment from Diha. We'll wrap things up, put a bow on it, and get ready to rock and roll for the final three. 13-5, and the boys from Fours broken.
Okay, well, I think we all know where this one's headed. Great way to start off the round. Back turns. Comes in, closes out as well. Great shooting here from Diha. Haven't really needed a whole lot from Hades here. It's not that he's not contributing, it's just that it hasn't been the Hades and Diha show. It's really was, I think, Snappy's calling in the first half with everybody doing their job, and now Diha with a couple of multi-kill rounds that have been finding some impact. Some pistols upgraded. Next round of play is going to be that max loss bonus, so can spend a little bit more. It's that Friday feeling. You know, Fours, they've had a long week. They've been allowed to splurge, spend a little bit extra cash. Trying to have a good night.
Down the spoons. Well, no fun to be had for Kenzie as his screen goes white and his health bar goes black.
Had too much of the pre-drinks, I think.
Yeah. Too many snake bites.
Look at Diha go, just an absolute menace here. He's hearing all this. He knows that there's more around the corner.
The flip is gone.
You'll be coming with me, sir. Almeza, you smudged some Vaseline on your cam there, mate.
Yeah, no, that's actually his alter ego.
His alter ego?
I was trying to say Almeza backwards. It's a bit Rezamla.
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 Rezamla now.
Rezamla the Blurry is his full name.
2-on-5, guys.
I don't know, man. I've heard good things about Rezamla. And no, Jerry doesn't work.
Your edge.
Your edge.
Your edge.
So he's going to actually get an uncontested plant.
That's thanks to Jerry. Open the door. The sound cue's there, guys. That. So I don't think.
Go on, my son. You got any more in there? Oh.
Good plan, right? We knew they spent a bit more cash. Now they're going to be able to spend even more so. So 14 now to the 5 of 4s here. And this one is not delivering in the action-packed variety. If you're just a general Counter-Strike fan and you were hoping a back-and-forth affair here on map number 1, you're not getting it. But if you're an ENCE fan, if your name's Natu, Mr. Jonna Leppänen.
Very nice.
Thank you, I've been practicing.
Wow, it's rare to hear you commit, so I'm proud of you.
He's watching and he's loving it.
He is?
He's having a great time. He is having so much fun. Yeah. I guarantee it. The smile on his face right now.
And Finns don't have fun often.
He has a hot tub.
Yeah,
he has a lot of fun.
He does, and he smokes meats.
Yeah, he does.
That's what I think adult males do. I saw Jason, as soon as he got home, smoked his meats.
Of course he did. But yeah.
I don't smoke meats. I'm clearly
not
a man.
have a barbecue.
I don't even have a barbecue.
You don't have anywhere to smoke, you mean? Well, this is really it, guys. This is Force's last chance. Can they make anything of this map? It has been a very one-sided affair. Aggressive again towards Yard is such a problem here because Diha retains so much information. They know immediately that it's not going to be a Yard play. Even willing to stand and fight.
Yeah. Deep molly. They're throwing incendiaries onto the silo. You know they want that Yard control, but it looks like they're going to battle for it. Okay, game on. And game face on for Diha. Full Yard smokes. It does lock Zorti out from, Hades out from providing support. And there is the first in the feed from Fours. Flit. Frags. First.
Well, the fact that they aren't taking that secret space is going to come back to hurt them here because Hades is waiting and playing around his own smoke.
It's not looking the right way, though, and they have run boost across, so this will be an element of surprise. The left peak, he's...
Oh, tucked away from it now.
Yeah, accidentally. Maybe his angles will be held here. Yeah, Spinks will confirm there was aggression. And you've got some space, I suppose, and Kenzie should be threatening. Almeza should have a gap, and he's pipping it, looking the wrong way, just in the corner.
Blind spot, huh?
Perfect blind spot from Spinks. And now survival is his priority, and Zorti will collect a freebie. Kenzie walking a little lackadaisical, and Zorti now doesn't get a chance to get even close to the site. So yeah, I mean, felt very one by one, felt very under the pump. I think Spinks didn't really have to break a sweat for any of those 3 frags he collected.
Yeah, this has been easy. This has just been really easy for ENCE.
No,
right?
I can't wait to see the contrast.
Yeah, look, Mirage I think is going to be a lot closer of a matchup. I don't think it's going to be this level of a disparity, right? Just because Forza on that streak. If you have a look, I'm sure it's not, 16-5 type of score lines here. So this is really, really good from ENCE. It's quite a statement. I love that they just continue with these faster maneuvers, that it's working the way it has been, and now they're just closing out in style. We did get to see Hades there on the AWP hitting a couple of nice ones and a different smoke wall in play. Let's see, how does Diha deal with this? Drops his own molly, trying to slow down that secret descent. Hearing a lot of bullets being spammed on through here. Snappy's about to have company when that fades. His molly defensive allows him to isolate for a fight on the left, and Jerry burning. Zorti forward and would need the kill. Warning shots only, and well, it's not looking great here.
Not at all.
They have been able to get across to Secret. They've even got the opening, so Zorti, there you go. He's opened up the account. He's taken out Diha, that's a big find.
Yeah, he actually immediately started to try and return to ramp. So if Snappy is aware... Oh, Zorti with more impact for the boys. Doto's filled the gap, though, and this element of surprise could catch him. He's been very audible about his return to lobby, and so that could result in another catch. Spinks is down. 3v2, Hades to hold on to this top site and already deals with the first threat. Zorti now forced into a bit of a tight situation and cleared by Doto. Problems for Fours, all that hard work, and may not even see another round of play. Looking to end it here in a snappy manner, appropriately, for ENCE. He's only got 20 seconds, Chad. They could even let him pick up the bomb, but it doesn't look like that Hades has intentions to do so. Dude needs his util. The smoke is exactly what he was looking for. It's going to be so close. He's going to have to run now, and they're not going to let him pick it up. There's mollies down. And what a horrible way for this last round to transpire. They're spread out enough. And it will be ENCE finishing things off. It's a domination on their map pick, 16-5. A quick dismantling, and now preparing to see if Fours can make their 17-map Mirage win streak 18.
For the playoffs, my team feeling really great because the first enemy for us is ENCE, and that's the guys. We have a pretty similar map pool. We have our weak place, weak map. I mean, it's Nuke, and they have Mirage that they are not playing much well. But recently, they lost Nuke to the Havu and Dignitas, so we have some homework to do, we have material we can work with, so I'm pretty glad we got ENCE. But after that, we got Navi, as I mentioned, the best team here. And I think we can handle them, but all we need to do is to get a pretty confident start. That's what I'm looking for now. Confident start in the playoffs can, break some things, break some mental barriers in our heads, because it's like Navi, almost the best team in the world. They got simple. Oh.
So the match went live, right? And then about 40-something minutes later, It's donezo. It's over with. That's right. ENCE coming in and showing dominance on Nuke, and a great start to this round of 12 for them. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League season of 14. Maniac and Yanko here with me. Guys, that one was pretty cool.
That was fast.
It's not something you see every day, right?
That was fast. And if you're ever looking for a physical representation of what momentum is, then just go and look back that first half, because that's exactly what ENCE did. They had momentum early on their T side of Nuke, and they were just relentless. They were relentless with the rhythm and the pressure they were putting on Forza, who could never, ever understand just what the hell is happening. What the hell is going on? They were not surviving 15 seconds into the round. It took them some multi-kills to slow down, but it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, right? I mean, speaking of multi-kills, Diha definitely leading the pack in that when it came down to it. But more importantly, Yanko and Maniac, what are we looking at?
I mean, you have some of these examples right there, how fast ENCE were playing, and we're going to dive a little bit later on to the utility being used by Forza, which is not exactly what I want to do here. I don't want to get too technical, but I want to talk about the pressure that this puts on Forza. You're starting this game on the CT side of Nuke, where you're hoping to get a grasp of the situation and take some control, but at the end, you absolutely don't have it. ENCE, with quick pace, quick execution, just put them under so much pressure, and after they've done that, after they've pounded again and again and again on the inside, they do the vent dive, and at the end, they do again another one. For Forza, it was always a matter of fighting against. You're playing whack-a-mole. You're playing whack-a-mole. Where the hell are they going to rush? And they could never really hold that thought. And to me, that's the main reason why ENCE ran away with that beautiful T side.
Yeah, it was just blistering pace from them early on. And, you know, the thing is, some of it can be strategy, game plan, this and that. Some of it is just forced onto you by your utility, right? And we can jump straight into that, because how they opened it early on, it was this round 4, right? And I think this was just a mental mistake from Forza in this round. You're going to see, pay attention to the pathways that the players are taking from Forza, right? Like, you can see that 3 guys are going towards Yard, really, to throw HE. Zorte is climbing on top of Garage. I'm going to pause it right here real quick. Almazer is the only one. He's just on Heaven. He's not committing to the bomb site, and all the way back is Flit on ramp, right? And look what is the answer from ENCE. Look at the guns as well that they have. So you see already, like here, there's a MAC-10, there's a Galil, an AK, and 2 more pistols, right? So after 2-0, after you win a round for Force, you just have to be thinking, look, they're coming into an empty side. So you're playing against Yard. They don't even have AKs. Like, I think for me, this is just a mistake in how you opened up the round. You have to fight against an upper rush, upper pop. Like, these are the easiest things for the T's to run in this sort of a situation. That or a full secret rush with the smoke. So they go into the side. No one's paying attention to Snappy as well on the flank. If no one's Yard and they're 5 alive, someone's going to try to do this ramp flank. We see it all the time, right?
It looked like in that specific round you're mentioning, Force is definitely going for like a retake situation. I mean, we see what's happening over there towards Heaven, and with Snappy being a little bit annoying. I just wonder if Forza were not caught off guard by the fact that ENCE were doing that time and time and time again. I think I agree with you. This, strategically speaking, is the bad decision, and they pay the price for it. But what if Forza was just not ready for a game plan that lasted pretty much 13 rounds of that type of relentless Counter-Strike?
Well, this is also sometimes where, you know, you maybe overanalyze situations, right? It's very simple in this round. Just play against what beats you first and what beats you the easiest. Play against the upper rush, right? They don't rush upper. Play against the upper pop, right? Just a fake, like, you know, what they did a couple of times. Just do the same opening, like they want to do a Van dive, and then a couple of seconds delay, just pop flash through the smoke and run out. You stop that, then you see, did they throw outside smokes?
Yeah, the most obvious thing.
Yes or no, right? Then you react to that. Like, take it step by step. You're playing against Yard. They rushed inside, and you're 5v5. The bomb is down. You're just it's a very difficult retake. Like, if everything went perfect, it would have still been a difficult read.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get locked out of the site, too, when the T's are just running all throughout upper. For us, we have to run ourselves into Mirage, the next one of the series. So if you think about it, does it stay at this blistering pace?
I mean, we've talked about the record of Forza on Mirage. It is absolutely incredible. And then Jerry, in an interview, talked about how, you know, with this new lineup, a thing that changed, that we remain calm, we have a good team spirit, we can bounce back. Well, hell, now is the time to show it. Now is the time to showcase that you can bounce back after getting dismantled on the first map.
Well, it definitely helps that you have a 96% win rate on a map in the last 3 months, playing it 25 times, right? It's going to be easier to have that mental reset. It's like, this is our map, guys. But listen, ENCE are no slouches on Mirage. They've only lost 2 out of the 8 maps, and those were in Pro League 16-13 and 16-14 to Sinners and Vitality. So really, really close games, right? This is a good map for them. They're going to be confident coming into this one.
Yeah, ENCE have got to feel a little bit comfortable walking into this Mirage matchup, which is exactly what we're walking you into. But first, let's go to a break, and when we come back, it'll be Mirage to decide which of these 2 teams is going on to those quarters.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hello, future professionals. It's that time again to showcase a smashing smoke for Mirage. Today, I'll be teaching you all how to smoke CT as a terrorist. To do the smoke, line yourself up along this door. Aim at the corner of whatever this thing is. Then jump and throw. If done correctly, CT will be perfectly smoked off. Combine with a stairs and jungle smoke and A site will be yours.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burning flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
Well, howdy, folks. I'm so glad you're still with us because we, as a unit, as one unit of Counter-Strike aficionados, we love the game and we're here to watch two teams duke it out on Mirage. Couple of caveats to hit us up with. Chad, why don't you fill him in on the lay of the land coming into map 2?
Forza are currently on a 7-map winning streak on Mirage. So we're looking for them here to turn their fates around and then pop off in a big way. Show us why that 17 streak is alive. But as the desk outlined, ENCE, they're no slouches on this map either. And they have shown blistering hot form on Nuke, where they just took that one nice and quick. So let's get into map 2, let's get into Mirage, and let's see if Forza have anything to give in this round of 12 matchup.
Yeah, dude, ENCE, they had so much pace on Nuke. Like, they finished that game so damn quick. Trace told you, they were wrapping up the death segment 40 minutes ago, and now they're breaking it down. That's how quick that game was. But now we're heading into a whole new turf, and if ENCE can maintain some of that momentum, get off to that flying start, we'll find out, because it does look like smokes are already flying through the sky. Jerry to test the A site, and the CTs have gone for full vest, so it will just be the USPs to receive them. Spinks on an aggressive stance. ENCE given the edge by the 1x bet odds. It makes sense, 1-0 up. Let's see if Forza can change our minds with some more standard Mirage Ws.
They know this is a fake. Nobody from ENCE has moved.
Oh, and they'll collect the first. Almeza has made it costly. And now the fake, well, they're spotted out Flip crossing into the site. They haven't seen the bomb. Kenzie will reveal it shortly. Oh, they still haven't seen it. It doesn't matter for Diha. He's only just contended with the A-lurk.
If anybody I wanted in this situation, it would be Diha. Had a great nuke here. Let's see. He's been hitting some snappy shots. 2 to find. Flit up close and personal needs to be the first.
All right, Flip, you got anything for us? And the answer is a resounding yes. Couple of bullets to the belly, 1 to the head for good measure, and, well, Forza, they're off to the start they desire.
Now, this 17-0 streak, well, it's not O. There's no O. There's 17 in a row.
Yeah.
That's, should have put it for Forza. It can work in 2 ways, right? It can be, oh, wow, we're due a loss, or it can be we are invincible. No matter what happens, we can win Mirage.
I prefer the latter.
Now, I'm sure we all do if we want to get to the 3rd map of Ancient here today. Once again, I'm sure Jonna Leffinen doesn't want that to be the case, but...
Oh, not after the heartbreak of the last Pro League season. Come back to that. Nice scout damage. Jerry's gobbled up some damage from that scout, but I mean, at this point in time, it would take a little more than Hades to disrupt this Forza project.
Yeah, so they've established that there is a scout. Now how they're going to deal with this here. Almeza had some really good moments on Nuke. He spotted one. It's going to be a smoke towards connector here, and that is just going to hold Forza in their place right now over towards middle. They are parked with 4 players, so if ENCE just stay in this spread here, it is likely they can chip away even more so when Forza eventually start to have a little bit of a look of where they want to finish. Kenzie feels like he knows something is on just the other side of that wall, and well, with Snappy's forward position towards B, that would be a deadly place for the CIS team to finish. Up through connector they go. Got 50 seconds left now, starting to get a little bit worrying.
Yeah, it gets tight in the next 20. If we see Forza go untraded like this, nice from Almeza. He clears that ratty angle. Spinks was in a perfect position to get that 2-bullet deagle body shots.
They're going B now, they are. They're evacuating, so
nice.
They've got the kills, they've got the space they needed, and they've kept it very, very calm. Now, we've watched a lot of Forza, or we've watched some of Forza. I don't want to say a lot of Forza. We've watched some of Forza play on Mirage, and it does sometimes just feel like they're walking around taking fights. And that's what they got away with just here. But they stalled this one out. There's a little bit of pace taken off this. Just very confident on the layout of this map with all the different duels that are available.
Yeah, a very big duel actually going down in the defense of that AK. You can see that it's not been retrieved just yet. Diha might try and close it out and pick it up at the end. Don't think anyone's in a position to stop that or deny that, so Diha eventually will leave with the AK.
Yeah, very happy about that one. So a nice little upgrade for ENCE to find here. Diha's going to be able to, Dota's going to be able to drop his deagle over in the next round of play. So it's going to be a 2-0 start to things here. I really don't think this is going to mimic Nuke in terms of the scoreline. I think that this should be a closer game. This was a great fight. Almeza, like, propelling himself forward while holding the mouse one down there. So could have been a dead man if another bullet was released from Spinks's deagle in towards the belly. But here we go again. And we know ENCE, they love a force by themselves. Check this out. Snappy's just force bought into a deagle with head armor, a kit, and some nades. So both these teams showing they really like to push the issue here, even on the CT sides where we see teams not going for these type of buys. Another tag. Hey, yeah. He's looking good.
He has been good for it, and a map that Hades thrives on is Mirage. I can't wait to see him once he's equipped with that AWP. Spinks just holding the tightest of lines on short, more of a info peak than anything else. Smoke for connector deployed. That was Snappy's investment, now gone. Dia just taking a cursory glance prior to its arrival.
Almost landed on his head right there.
On your head, son.
We're setting up for A right here. They're just going to leave Flit parked towards top mid. The rest of the members right now, Fours, are setting up for an A execute, and that's where Doto currently resides. Diha can chip in from the stairs position and Hades from jungle. So will be some contact on A. Here they come.
Yeah, let's see how this one works. D has thrown out a smoke around Doto to play a bit more of a slower game. And it looks like the scout from Hades is already finding heads. Danger for now, Fours. There's two of them tagged, very vulnerable to Deagles. This could fall apart in an instant. Is there a way to recover? It's time to find out. Oh, they've got two smokes, but it's not in prime positions to even deploy them. Almaze is in sandwich with his Zorti. He's called upon to try and clear this dark position. There's a problem now on connector. Flit with nothing to report, and it's just disastrous for Fours. They lose it all, and that should be some retrievable AKs, at least two. There's another four recovered. Jesus. Okay, well, Ents, they completely justify that investment.
Yeah, and that was the thing. The same thing happened on Nuke, right? They had an M4 on Flit's hands, if we remember the early stages of the Nuke, on the third round on the CT side after a second round force buy. So interesting to see what teams are being able to operate with these days and successfully, right? Understanding the tools that you have at your disposal and what are the best options to really hurt your opponent here. Fours will buy back in. Diha wants to fight. He does get a lot of information there, sees nobody home as they push through the smokes, and now they can just set on up and chill on out a bit as Jerry's working on this A bomb site. He was very aggressive up through the ramp, had a look, nobody home. Nade dipped over towards B, and Almaza chipped on down. So if you take a look at the radar, nobody from Forza is really grouped up with any real plan just yet. Almaza testing the waters on B. Flit on our screens right now in the underpass here, just clearing out close. And they have some room to work with here, but Ents could still clamp down. Diha contesting from this connector position and re-smoked is going to give him a little bit more wiggle room here to be able to fight.
Almaza has weathered two HE grenades and lives to tell somewhat of the story. Will it be a positive one? Diha again, keeping him busy in middle. Almaza's ahead of this now, and perhaps the element of surprise. Jerry strikes Snappy down, and now Spinks. He's got too many targets. Multiple targets. He mows down both from short. Oh, and another completely falls apart for Fours, courtesy of Spinks' short hold. And yeah, they say play on. They send the boys down to a guaranteed Glock eco. And that will be an open and shut Ents third. Get to hold on to all your goodies as well. So yeah, as you prophesized, Chad, it's not going to be another one of those stompy stomps, just each team taking their map by the horns. Spinks looking sharp today.
All right, well, they have P250, or a pair of them, as they head over towards B one more time. And this is a very slow approach from Fours, isn't it? Right? They're not getting away with too many fights earlier. At least it didn't seem that way. And then when they go looking for space, Ents are happy to take those fights. Leaves them with nothing to do but explode onto a site here. And you're not looking or forecasting a lot out of Fours in a round like this. 80s with a couple of picks here, there, and everywhere, and a flat run boost. I think that made it a little bit more confusing for him.
Yeah, hard to track for sure. Well, the whole squad in Fours is here.
Well, so has Ents. Look at this. Two players now up towards short, boosting up, ready to fight. They are hungry for these kills. You'll take one. You'll definitely be happy with a kill when the investment was $600. So the reinvestment now going to have to come in for Diha. Now, he's got cash to splash. It's not the end of the world, but in the long game, that is the economy here of CSGO, maybe ramifications a lot further down the track, but we'll have to wait and see. Can Fours respond? They're getting their purchases in. Alex, this is a weird one, right? They've just let Flit buy into an AK. The rest of them have only gone for a half buy here. So this is telling me they want to get the AWP out for Zorti in the near future. So,
I mean, this also is a perfect embodiment of what you're talking about. You know, knowing the tools in your disposal and how you can implement them to best suit you and your economy. This, however, is a very aggressive mix-up. Hades just walks straight up mid, deals with Flit, unprepared for an engagement so early. And that was the hero. AK Chad, it's going to fall apart so quickly. Diha with the touch of aggression here.
Yeah, Fours looking screwed in this one. They've been able to get the AK back at least.
Well, yeah, but look at Diha. I don't even know if they're going to be ready for it. Kenzie's barely got his weapon out before it's taken out by Force. The response leaves them with one to recover. So now you've got 2 armored AKs, but 1 less player. Not sure which I'd prefer.
They still have all this utility, right? But they were setting up for a B execute here. So now that that's been removed, they're just going to start their walk again. And very silent stuff from Fours. We've seen them loving the shift key here, just back and forth across the map. This is not a pacey T-half by any means. And they will have to start getting a move on here. So going into Hades again. He opened this one up early. Smokes out. They're going to pick before it. And, well, that's the wrong decision. Hades just grabs 2. You're smoking window. You may as well wait for it to bloom. Not looking good from Fours here at ever. At ever.
At ever?
At ever.
No.
Ever.
Or at all.
That works too.
Yeah. And already, I don't know about you, but if you're a Fours fan, my alarm bell would start to ring. Not seeing the same potency that we grew to expect from these boys. Is this really going to be where it all comes crumbling down? The fairy tale start of just getting an invite out of nowhere, you know, filling in for the Renegades due to not being able to travel. Having them arrive, qualify for the playoffs is a eyebrow-raising surprise in itself. And one of the compliments they had for previous coaching staff and new was this marriage of Little and, wait for it, LMBT.
You think?
Yeah.
You think it was a positive?
They described it as a potential positive. Little's claiming that they kept all of the best bits from LMBT's Mirage coaching, combined with Little, and they used the word marriage in the sense of they've probably kept the best bits from LMBT's time with them, and that's, you know, what they attributed some of their success on Mirage 2.
All right. Yeah, well, I think that Mouse Sports team that LMBT was coach of was a very good Mirage team. I don't think Jerry was a massive fan of the multiple coaches. I think we heard from an interview that things were a little bit odd. But here we go. So not a full buy because Flit, he only has a Deagle. So let's see. Can they operate with only 4 rifles here? Scoreline 4-2. Fours are looking flat. Hopefully they can offer us something here. Otherwise, this might just be a quick series for the day, and Ents will be walking their way into a Na'Vi game later this week.
Ents versus Na'Vi. David versus Goliath.
Maybe they could do those top rushes on Nuke. That might rattle the Boomich Perfecto hold a little bit.
I don't know. Boomich Perfecto known for buying incendiaries, actually, Chad.
And MP9s.
They do like those.
Well, Spinks is pushing. They think they mollied him off. No way in the world. Look how aggressive he is here.
Yeah, he's hoping to catch someone on that bench position. And Kenzie's heading there now. Bang! Problems again for Fours. They've lost 2 prongs of this 5-pronged assault. They're left with nothing. Bomb just scooped up now in limbo in mid. It's up to Spinks when he wants to re-aggress, it seems.
Do you think it's the pressure? Getting the Fours?
I mean, what pressure? You're still the underdog.
And you're up against a team who is of comparable skill.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Ents are leagues above you here. You're both in the same place in the Counter-Strike world, and you're just being absolutely owned. And let's continue more of that punishment. They're fighting, they're flashing, they're fragging, and they are just absolutely dismantling Force right now. I know the score's only 5-2, but it's the fashion in these rounds. I don't know if I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, but this doesn't look like good Counter-Strike right now.
It doesn't, and you know what's even like worse or better, depending on how we're framing this, is the fact that every member of Ents is delivering. Like in an even capacity. We've seen a couple of Doto rounds, Hades rounds. In fact, the kill distribution is a perfect summary. 7-7, yeah, holy moly, 4 of them within 1 kill of each other, 3 on 7. Spinks, Diha, Hades, all delivering in the capacity that's required of them so far. Ents, all right, in the driving seat here, and it's only armored pistols. What is Spinks considering there? He's just looking for flashes, I suppose. He's got a deep one. We saw these work wonderfully before. They're actually trying to wait them out, but Snappy's been resistant and hesitant with his own util. Opts for a deep smoke first, which does kind of separate them a little bit, and that's the cue for them to go. Here they come, flooding in. Snappy called upon, and Snappy and Spinks combine. 2 straight out of the gate. Nothing left for Flit, and that should be it. Zorti's gone. That is 6, and a solid response to a quick B attack.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, that's the thing I forgot. You know, Force are in the easy group. They're in the group with G2. So, you know, I think maybe I overestimated and overweighted their results. But seriously, though, Force in the group stage, 2-1 over Complexity, 2-1 over Domestic Rivals VP, a 2-1 loss to OG who topped the group undefeated, a 2-0 over G2, and a 2-1 against Sinners. Did those results happen, or did, like, I'm gonna...
I mean, look.
I'm gonna zip my lip. This is still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played here.
Yeah. They're on quite the streak. There's no doubt about it. It's been well over 2 months since they last lost a Mirage, and that was in overtime fashion. Fours, this is unfamiliar territory to be this far down this early into a Mirage. And things are starting to at least correlate into a bomb plant. I say that, smoke jungle, and the bombs arriving late through ramp.
It's more like it.
It's good util usage. You can see what it's done to the CTs. If they have CT, which remains to be seen, looks like the flash was perfectly timed, a bit of a team one. But yeah, Zorti's bodyguarding. 2 CT is the call. Zorti should have another here and does collect fours just as we asked where they are. They show us they've still got some fight left in them.
This is their first full gun round with everything.
Yeah.
Like, that's round 9. That's their first full gun round. It looked great. They actually took some spacing together. They had the team ready and raring to pounce off of Almeza's space. Somebody took a fight early, right? They actually went for and took some initiative. They decided where they wanted the round to go. It wasn't just sitting in mid and waiting here. So a nice one. A nice one out of fours now. Maybe those engines starting to whir here. The double orbs going to be brought out in response as you get the orb highlights of Zorti.
Yeah. Now, you know we've been talking about Jorn the Lepinen.
Yes.
That's Natu, of course.
Yes.
Owner and ex-player of ENT. Well, I wanted to talk about it. I'm actually a bit concerned this is going to be a big one because D has already caught Kenzie's aggression, and if Four's just full here...
Good trade.
Yeah, Spinks has already managed to put Almeza down elsewhere. That was just on that
Jerry can ruffle
line.
this.
I mean, they're not expecting him now. Hades is pushed up aggressive. Oh, they're both going to strike. This could work out wonderfully. I don't think he saw him. Default to be cleared. The sound will bait Doto looking the wrong way. But where is Jerry? Where is Jerry? Oh, no, and he's fired off a warning. Defensive smoke keeps him alive, and Doto's played himself there beautifully. Poor Jerry, left with nothing. No respite. And as I was saying, ENT's now 7 to the good, is that we shouldn't get too excited too early for ENT's. They had the most heartbreaking of losses, and they believed they were going to continue to make a deep run in the playoffs of the last Pro League. It was
let's not do that to them.
A record-breaking comeback from Virtus Pro. 15-3 was the score. ENT's had 12 playoff advancing points, and they let it slip.
Yeah, that was a game, wasn't it?
That was a game.
That was a game.
I'm just going to remind you there, and that's a great reminder from Peta, that it's not over till it's over. ENT's have experienced heartbreak before. Doto handing some to Zorti there. He's trying to be proactive with his AWP, and he just gets run down.
The fact that a rifler, after seeing that, would then re-pick in like that, the confidence right here that ENT's are playing with, they just want to take a lot of these fights, right? But they're still being measured. They're still being weighted. They're not just giving kills away. Well, that's a bit of a deep one there, Dha. Around the smoke, he'll dance. Down to 34 goes Flit. Noted now as pressure over towards A here. Hades flashed off. Dodo's still up close and personal. There's pressure all around.
Yeah, there is, and Almeza at least with 1, but the A defense still stands vigilant. Util dumped. God, I mean, Flit is going for the round-the-world maneuver, but there's not time really for him to be activated. You see the bombs coming A, and the bomb's now loose on A. Jerry's down. Kenzie needs something. He's aggressed into the site, but the crossfires are connecting. Dha collects. And yeah, falling apart now. The flank from Flit revealed.
Have to go A, right? So right now, Almeza needs something. He's not going to find anything at all. They know where Flit is. They should have been able to deal with him. This gets very interesting. One-on-one. Dha low on HP. Now it's a game of cat and mouse. How much noise are you going to make here?
I'm surprised by the amount of impact Flit has had. You can
he's
see
heard all of that.
Dha's ears perked up.
Oh, he's so aware.
And playing in that perfect triple box. The element of surprise is just too much, and Flit booked. That's another for ENT's courtesy of Dha. Okay,
well, what scoreline do you think it's appropriate that we can say it's looking really good? We're not going to say it's over. We just said it's looking really good.
Usually we draw the line in the sand at 10, you know, for comebacks. So in terms of looking good, we'll call it 10. ENT could even have it over the course of this first half. It looks like 9 is just a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, well, right now we just have a little bit of a tech issue, everybody. We'll get this one fixed ASAP, but yeah, the coach, not looking impressed, I would say. And you can imagine why. Now, there's still 2 sides to each map of Counter-Strike to be played here, and maybe, just maybe, Force can show up and show what they've got on their CT half.
It hasn't clicked before, Chad, but I just realized seeing the gaming Malta sign there. I know it's not set, but it could. It's the closest to a Maltese map we've got in the pool.
Yeah.
It's very dusty.
Unless you guys want to come play Danger Zone with me and Rush on Sirocco.
Sirocco's pretty Malta-y as well.
It's very Malta.
Very Malta. But yeah, we're close. You know, I haven't seen too many rug salesmen out and about in Malta.
No, it's very hot, guys, in Malta. So, you know, there's not a lot of... There are rugs, I can tell you that, definitely. But I don't know if anybody's making mega bucks selling rugs. You're not getting rug commercials. It's not buy, buy, buy.
Or
Get your rugs here.
The sofa sales, the notorious sofa sales.
50% off.
They never
70%
stop.
off.
They never stop.
We're on sale.
It's like the summer sale, then it's obviously the start of fall. You got to,
of course,
got to celebrate that one with a discount.
Oh, and then your end of financial year sales.
Yeah, of course. Everything must go.
Yep.
Until next year, in which case it must go too.
Yeah, and then you got your Christmas sales, of course, your Easter sales,
your Mother's Day sale,
Halloween
your
sales,
Father's Day sale.
You've got all the sales.
Yeah, and essentially what we're trying to say is there's never not a sale.
Yeah.
If you're buying a sofa full price, what have you done?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
You found a very honest person who's not telling you the couch is on sale and they're just selling you the couch. Actually, do IKEA have sales all the time? Are they rocking? I don't know. I reckon you get a full-priced IKEA couch.
I just found that really interesting. Good dialogue between Snappy and our admin team, actually, in the server. I was interested.
He's talking to us. Is Snappy listening to us?
Is he?
Well, he's... With what he said, it feels like he's talking to us.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, because Snappy said, can we talk about stuff that's not relevant to the game, admin?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But also, I imagine so at Ents, you know, like, as long as it's not to do with the game, like, he's like, oh, finally. So as I was saying, boys, I went to the shops the other day, and you wouldn't believe it. I saw a cucumber, biggest cucumber I've ever seen. You wouldn't believe it. The girth on this cucumber. Doto loves it. He thinks that's hilarious.
He's having a good old laugh. This is a fin cackling right now. You've never seen a fin.
Jeez, calm down, Doto, mate. Whoa.
He's losing it.
He's absolutely in stitches.
You know, one of the things when I'm playing all these pugs, one of the things is when you play with the fins, it doesn't matter like if you're playing with a 15-year-old boy fin or you're playing with like a 30-year-old man who's from Finland. They all have that deep vampiric voice, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, how old are you? And the kid's like, yeah, I'm 16. I'm like, there's no way you're 16, dude. Like they all sound like mega adults.
Yeah, they do. And they all queue single file horizontally for the bus stop. 2 meters between each man.
Oh, they follow the rules.
It doesn't matter if it's snowing. This was pre-COVID. They were doing social distancing before social distancing was vogue.
They understand that people want their space.
They do.
I respect that.
I mean, we're doing as well as the same here, Chad. We're still commentating together, but we're in our own little bubbles. And speaking of bubbles, I believe the Force one may be bursting if this doesn't start posting a few more on the T side. It's going to be just such a impossible haul demanded of them on a map we expected to see dominance on. It has to start sometime soon. HF's in the chat. We're back underway. Thinking this one through. A late window smoke from Almeza. Jerry with one as well. So this is going to be fake mid control with Flip, the extra cream on that crop. Going to throw out some of his own util to try and sell this. Could it be 4-4's members in mid? At the moment, it could be. Ents don't have the info.
And they will be finishing A, right? So they still have a smoke for stairs, jungle, CT spawn. Flip working on whatever room he can. Almeza here ready to find another entry in towards A. He's been all right on that. And here we go.
Oh my lord! Jump scare for Dia. Flit just appears out of nowhere, thin air, and the smokes are down. This is where Force do their best work. They're into the site, they've got the entry, and the bomb's even going down uncontested. He says as the bullets do connect, Zorti's unarmored plant has still gone down. And now being pushed. Oh no.
Oh no, it's happened again.
Did his mouse go down?
It happened to him. I think something happened with his monitor, or that happened to him before, I think.
That might have been the tech pause.
The tech pause was for Zorti. I don't know what happened to Almeza. He's out of the server now, but around where there was a little bit of hope is now just Jerry standing alone in the palace against 3.
Oh, poor Jerry. And they're defusing under his nose as well. That will be 9. And I expect another timeout just to piece together what happened to Almeza. But yeah, it did look like he lost visual.
Yeah, that happened to him. I don't know if you guys remember from the group stage, it happened to him and he was kind of just jumping around and yeah, they're discussing that. They're discussing it in the chat as well right now. So lots of fun stuff going on. I'm sure it's not fun for Fours here, but...
No, and I'm sure it's really not fun for Almeza. You know how frustrating it is when you do have like a technical hitch and a recurring one, like Chad's mysterious blue screens of death?
I still get them.
You do?
Yeah, I don't know why.
So you're just cursed, and so is Almeza.
Poor guy.
Oh, this is promising stuff out of Diha. He's called for Spinx's to support. But he should be set for some success. Oh, so blind and found. Doto, however, combines with Spinx. And every time I think I have something to celebrate for Fours, it's so short-lived.
Yeah, it's a kill and dead. And then they are on the receiving end of the trade. And at that point, well, they no longer have the number advantage. Now we just sit here, even with this space. Just take a look at that red blinking thing on your radar in the top left. That is nowhere near the little yellow dots. So that right there is a terrible way to be finding yourself in a 2-on-4 situation. Like, you have a bit of space. Zordy's out, he's partying, he's towards A, he's on the balcony, he's in shadow, he's scoping up. He's not being offered a goddamn thing.
He's working on fine margins here. Zorty, well aware of where these engagements can come from. He's been paranoid about jungle, he's been paranoid about CT, and both of that is correct. Oh, nearly. A good angle to clear. Hades, however, survives. 2 now from CT for them to contend with, and no smoke and no orb either. Hades, more impact from his AWP and just his patience prevailing. Ents have sealed the deal with 10. And that leaves a lot for Force to have to overcome if they wanted to force Ancient.
They really could have used the plant there, right? I feel there's just been so few rounds that we've actually seen a Fours full buy. They've been always hamstrung by something. This is destruction. What was it, five rounds in the first map?
Ooh, yeah.
So right now they have a total of 8 rounds over 2 maps. Like, surely it has to get better from here. So there's no way it could be the same level of scoreline disparity. Now, 10-5, feeling like almost a must right now for Fours, and they're offering something different. So a little limp out towards A. Through the underpass they go. Doto spotted, chipped away out, but shepherded by Spinx, who's going to drop an incendiary there to keep him safe. Over towards B, and well, even Snappy's lighting him up, but it just looks too easy.
It really does. Snappy will collect another with the bomb as well. The rotate's in play. Nice find from Almeza. He'd need a lot more. D has just arrived on the flank. This is quick. I mean, he won't be able to contest the plant, but the retake is going to be a difficult one for the T's to hold on to. And how has Hades gotten away with that? Walks in, murders Flit, falls to the Almeza AK, which has found 3 now. And Almeza has to do it all. Give me a 4th. Otherwise, this will be 11 for Ents. Oh, Diha. Another damning 1v1. And Ents extend their lead further.
How much does Almeza have to do, right? Nobody is really popping off right here for Fours, if we're honest. Flit has the most. Almeza has 8. It feels like Almeza's kills have almost all had impact, right? Like, he's walked into A, gotten entries, he's got important trades. Right now, he's trying to fend them off single-handedly here on this B bomb site. Yeah, I think 11-3. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say. Oh, I guess, you know, this filter, this sifting process we're going through here in the round of 12, it's definitely finding the gold that is Ents.
Yeah, I mean, we turned over some rocks and we did find some worms, but now Spinx is a dead man, actually tucked in with the worms, 6 feet under. Almeza's through, trying to be the hero we know he can be. Won't leave the 1, though. And so a man advantage for Fours. I haven't seen one of these in a while. Let's see if they can finish strong with a 4th. Something, something, deceptive scoreline, something, something.
Well, they've hit cancel, right? They're all walking on back. That's again, Almeza walks into B, gets 2 kills, and he put the round into a position that's a conversation at least here. So where are they going to finish here, Fours? Down through the underpass. Still a decent amount of utility here for Ents to operate with. They've got a molly and 2 flashes on Hades. Doto has a smoke and a HE. So let's see how these can come into their favor. Only a smoke for Kenzie to operate with here. He's got a few options. Smoke a choke point or smoke the site so they can plant this bomb, because the CTs right now are a complete unknown. They have absolutely no idea.
He's gone through and cleared window. Now, if he opts for connector, timing it would be hard, very hard. But this is a plant right in front of Doto's nose. Zorty doing so. tries to partner his bullets up with the HE. Jerry's posted up to deal with Hades here. Should be all good.
Hurt him.
And an adjustment from Hades. Jerry neutralized. Problems for 4. Zorti needed the headshot and has found it. Call it 4. It's something for 4s. But they're feeling the pressure now. There's no doubt about it. Ents are 5 rounds away from sending 4s packing out of the playoffs.
It's actually different. The first goal when we came into group stage is to get out of the group stage. That was the result we needed. Once we get it, we can think a little further and understand that we could beat ENCE actually, and we could put the good fight against Navi. In our previous rosters, we were managed to beat them. Sometimes we managed to lose them from 14-5 score on train in the ESL Pro League like 1 year ago and 1.5 years ago. So I know how to play against them. I know we can fight them. And the real goal now is to win ENCE. And once we get it, the goal will change again. We need to put the good fight. Put the good fight, it doesn't mean you need to win. It means that you have to be really good on server. Because if you are like lose 16-5, 16-2, it's, you know, not satisfying at all.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans.
Short. Out B. B2. Cross kitchen one. Modi. Dead bunch. Cross kitchen. Nice. Nice! Let's go, guys. I can drop one. Take it.
Well, there's a perfect slice of exactly what's going on in the ENCE camp, and you can understand why. You know, they're hanging out in the playoff spot. Not many expecting to see this name at this stage in the competition. And well, 4s, you'd expect to see they're boasting 17 consecutive Mirage wins in a row. You'd expect to see a competitive T side out of them. Well, it didn't. It netted them 4. And so this better be the CT side of dreams, Chad, if they want any hope of taking us to Ancient and extending play here at their Pro League playoff debut.
1xBet do not think that is the case whatsoever here. And the impending doom of the B-bomb site finish looms. That nade, we all know the nade trajectory right there. Off the wrong little window ledge. Does no damage. Does nothing at all. It actually just sends ENCE packing. Dhat, with his low HP, is still operating as a member on the board right here. And back over towards A is where Ents are going to go knocking. They still have a smoke. A couple of flashes here to work with. A couple of decoys as well. So where does Snappy want to smoke on this one here? Looks like... Oh, still has a few options. Looks like...
Jungle?
Yes. Okay. So this is to get them across here. The cross smoke with a flash, and it's just an A hit.
Off we go. Jerry, ready to receive. And no contact. It's a very quick turnover on this A site, because now, I mean, unless they don't have CT control. Oh dear. Flit's got 2 in a row. They were lined up for him. And their hopes and dreams of a open and shut pistol fall apart. That's great from Flit. Timing on his CT fight could not have been better. They didn't have the control. And I mean, it's one of the worst case scenarios is when you're planting, you just get it down and then lose 2. Like all of that map control you were counting on is gone.
Yeah, completely evaporates, doesn't it here? And this was really good from Flit. You can see here the timing just in his favor. So as he starts unloading, we can see the flash. Literally, we can see the flash, right? You can see that thing just hurtling through the air.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah, it couldn't have been better for him in that scenario right there. Now, Ents, they're no strangers to a force buy here, and they have actually opted to buy Diha into a Galil, Pistols for Doto, and Snappy of the Deagle and Tech 9 variety, and Hades and Spinks are still having a bit of a conversation. If they can operate with the Galils and no utility, I think they will. And that's exactly what the purchases will look like here. So Fours, even though they did win that pistol round, they're going to be up against it, and they have opted to go for 2 M4s, or 2 silenced M4s, an AUG, Kenzie on the classic, and Jerry with everyone's favorite MP9 here. Now, unless Fours really show up and just have a shutout CT half, which I'm sure that they believe they can do. If you've won the map 17 times in a row, you have to have more than a little bit of confidence in it. You pick it day in, day out. An 11-4 half, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just the type of Counter-Strike they were playing in that first half.
Yeah.
They didn't look like they were an issue. It didn't look like they were causing dramas for Ents. Ents were just breezing through them here. So let's see. And they string a consecutive CT round together here. Only one player over towards B. That's Kenzie right now. So this is a heavy mid and A lean at the moment from Fours here. Not a bad call considering Ents' spread, and that's an opener from Flit. So starting to heat up now is Flit.
Oh, it doesn't get easier than that. It really doesn't. Just 2 with the silenced M4. Snappy was trying to bait for Spinks, and it's worked well. Spinks takes 2 of the 3 required of him. Snappy laying his life on the line in pursuit of that. Now Doto Deeg up against 3. Fours for this 2-0 conversion on their defensive start, and they will take it. They'll even take a couple of upgrades for good measure.
Oof.
Interesting. Jerry hates the M4A1. You heard it here first.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's curious. So I guess it, maybe in the way that he's ranking his weapons, I'm sure it goes AK, M4, then silenced M4, then Galil, then silenced M4. So he's putting the Galil ahead of the silenced M4.
Was he not watching Flit just there?
I don't know. Maybe he just likes the extra bullets.
Yeah.
Almaze is having to use it, so there you go.
We could have been shouting and screaming about Spinks 3K in an incredible clutch scenario there if Snappy's bait and switch had rendered 3 for Spinks. Just the power of forcing your opponents to look elsewhere. Hang on a second.
Come on now, boys.
Fours, sound the alarm.
Don't do it like this.
Okay, needed that. Wow, Kenzie has just pulled them straight back into this game. Got very scary if they were allowed to cut noise and retrieve rifles, and well, one of them has been retrieved. Doto's Deeg.
Still very worried.
Kenzie just about lives on. And now, can I calm down?
I'm still very worried.
Is it because of Spinks?
I'm still very, very worried. I'm more than worried. I'm super worried.
Why are they not looking? Ah, Spinks, I'd prefer not to be looking.
I'm not worried anymore.
Ooh. You know when you're spoilt for choice? It's like when you're at the banquet and it all looks good and you just kind of get overwhelmed. You don't really know what you want.
No, you eat it all.
Do you?
You eat it all. You be gluttonous.
Yeah, but he was looking at both the plates. He didn't know what he wanted to have first.
Well, then he dropped them both. Someone swooped on in. There's no more sweet and sour. Yeah, Snappy saw what we all saw. Sometimes it happens.
It's the face you pull.
It is the face you pull. And every round they drop is one that Fours draws back closer to 11-7. All right, we're starting to work with something now. Guns are out for both sides. The full buys are in. Zorti into his big green. No ult for Hades, and back towards B we go out the gates. All 5 members from ENCE up in the apartments right now. They're looking at Almeza here like he might be a bit of a tasty morsel.
Yeah, and that Incendiary will be beaten, bro. He's so flashed. By the time he gets his vision back, they're in the site. He makes himself known. A 1-for-1 into the site. Kenzie makes it better for Fours, but it's on to Flit here, playing around the Molotov, and that actually enabled him to find a pretty uncontested frag. Look how much he's obscured by that black smoke. And Hades getting a bit threatening now. Look at the shots he's capable of hitting. That's the AWPer, by the way. Looking good on the rifle. 18 frags to Hades in his satchel, but Fours with 8. And I mean, this is the recovery most would have hoped for. If you're looking at the start, they've got the first gunny now under their belt, and ENCE will have to succumb to just a half buy.
Well, they've doubled their amount of rounds from that first half, so there we go. That's an easy way to split it for all y'all. And they've also won both pistol rounds in this game. So usually if you're winning both pistols in a map, we'd be considering you to be converting, right? Both pistols with conversions, that's a pretty strong bed to lie in. Back towards B they go again. This is a half upgrade here, and one more time for good measure.
Off we go. Oh, and Diha drive-by onto Almeza puts Kenzie onto a heavy notice. The whole team's here. They're already planting. Kenzie's yet to even unload his mag. He will choose to do so now, and it looked good for 2 frags. Gets nothing. Jerry better deliver and has. Now they're cowering in that position, hiding on the truck. Spinks caught through the smoke, and yeah, it will just be the bomb plant for ENCE. I say, as D has silenced M4, good for a pair. Smoking a kit. This shouldn't fall out of favor. Fours. Oh my lord, they get the 9th, but not for lack of trying. Diha 1 frag away there.
Well, that was 2 rounds in a row. They get into the B bomb site. They make it look relatively interesting, and then 1 player is left alive against 4. Hades had those 2 snappy shots. Diha wants to do 1 better here. Maybe go B again. Maybe next time you get it all 4. This is them doing so much damage now just to keep Fours humble here on this CT side. So ENCE, they've tried that B bomb site 2 consecutive rounds now. Will they go again, or will they try something a little bit different? It looks like different is on the agenda. Over towards mid they go. Bit of a fumbled, flubbed movement there, and that's going to cost Kenzie his life. He will go 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's huge from Kenzie. The fact he actually takes one with him. Diha weathers the HE in the flame to get a power position into this ladder room. He can just pause now, and you know how Mirage likes to play. Park the bus, group up. Diha to have a bit of a late arrival to that window and jungle position. It's held by Flit. Oh, and he's looking good today, yeah. Straight to the head of Diha. He reacts by actually going B, so there is a gap. Snappy brave to be walking the bomb first, and with his back turned to jungle, no less. Jerry pushed up Tetris. There's a hard one to break here. Oh, but he was ready for it, and now Zorti on CT. Flit controls it onto Hades, and a tag. Oh, he's dead. Just catching it. Snappy, evades it. The polygons are on Snappy's side, and now with the bomb ticking, Doto perhaps can come up clutch. Flash to rot the clock as best he can. Doto contending with 2 here, and I think he knows it. Oh my god! Both in the same spray, and disappears as well. Looks like ENCE, courtesy of Doto and Snappy, have recovered this one. Zorti to come up clutch. They're going around the world on him. It's planted perfectly for him, and he's trying to close gaps that don't exist. Loudly now, Snappy will know this. Zorti's just not got time, and Doto,
brilliant.
He'll complete the set. That's 4 from him. The Finn popping off for ENCE's 12th.
I feel every game we do with ENCE, Doto just has 1 impact round, and that one right there is going to be it. That is huge. They were against it right there, ENCE. You consider the way this has kicked on off. Flit having to impact. This was the initial trade, right? So that's great for the trade kill. But this spray transfer is brilliant. He's done such a great job here. He always finds himself, when he is in a power position, he's really able to get the most out of it. And that is a nice, just a nicely played round to win.
Yeah, and on the fade, I mean, it looks, even when I'm in his POV, and as it's fading, it looks like it favors his opposition. Yeah. But he just to the draw very quick for the first bullet.
lots on the line, Alex. I've just taken a quick look here at Forza's buy. They've gone all in. They've spent everything.
Oh, yikes.
Right?
No.
Because of the loss bonus right now being reset back on down to 1,400, you may as well. So it's 1,900 in the next round to play. Look at the money just bottom out. Those rounds where they hit B time and time again and only one player stayed alive, it meant they couldn't build a bank, right? They were having to reinvest in everything. So right here, right now, the ult in Zorti's hands, Kenzie into the M4, Deagles for the rest, and all they're operating with is 2 smokes of util. There's not even a kit. This is going to be so difficult for Force right now.
Yeah, and as long as Ents don't kind of stumble into the site, it's going to be really near impossible. Zorti would have to have quite the influence. And at the moment, he's nowhere near where the bomb intends to finish. Oh, wow, what a catch. Almeza just on the jump for info, and Hades has taken him straight out of the equation. Ents getting closer and closer to advancing into the next stage of competition in those playoffs. Round of 8 looms.
It's a dream. Hades giving you an opening like that. And now being able to navigate the map here with all this util. You can see a minute on the clock. They're still holding on to quite a good amount here of nades.
Oh, looks like we got some textbook Counter-Strike here, Chad.
Map control. Feign mid presence. Rotate back towards A. Set piece in towards A. Should be around conversion here. As long as they smoke CT spawn. They only have 2 smokes here, so they actually might not. They might just go stairs and the jungle cross, which means Zorti will have a chance from CT here to be able to contribute. They need a flash and deal with him quickly.
It's going to be Hades that's called upon to hit this shot and be responsible for this triple box presence. They know he's there. Zorti gets one, does not get away. Snappy's the one to punish. That was the only real weapon in play. Kenzie has an M4 as well. He's coming in through CT. If Snappy gets this, which he does, this one's fallen by the wayside for Forz, and Ents edging ever closer to this 2-0 conversion.
Oof, you would love to get your hands on a rifle here, wouldn't you? But I don't know if Ents are going to let you hold on to anything. You need to try and walk away with this round for something if you're Forz. Next round's 1,900. You're not going to be able to invest whatsoever if you want to get a gun round going. And that'll be to defend against letting Ents get 15. So terrible position for Forz to find themselves in. And well, it looks like in the start of this half, they've woken up and we've started to see something. But it just feels like they've been too late to this one today, Forz. Map number 1, I don't know if it rumbled them. I don't know if it's the pressure, right? Forz is a team. Previously, Xe Power and Face Crack in the roster. Now you have Kenzie and Zorti coming in. Maybe just the pressure of it's a bigger match. You know, it's a tier 1 event where you're in the playoffs.
I mean, and they weren't expecting to be here as well. I think some of the wins, it seemed from the interview they gave that Zorti and Kenzie both came in with really, not only nerves, but low expectations. Forz were here to just play our games, play our officials, let's learn something. And I think as they started to believe and see the victories in themselves, perhaps that new belief of, oh, we can actually do this is coming back to haunt them.
Yeah, well, now they are on eco, right? And
for 14.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot to be right now. They will have guns to defend in the next round, but you're going to see just how rough the buy looks. And Forz have already shown a tendency to offer rifles instead of utility.
Oh, Jerry's going to get shot in the bottom if he's not careful here.
See what he's looking up? He's extending his torso, just so he seems a bit thinner. Okay, it worked. You got one out of it. We'll take that. Now you just need your teammates to find one apiece as well here, Jerry, and you might get your 10th round. It is Snappy who's gone down, though. So now the Puppet Master gets to micromanage his troops here with the bird's eye view. He can flick through all of them. He can say exactly who he wants where.
Don't force anything there. Oh, I love that out, Kenzie. You're so low. Oh, and Zorti's USP. I think he threw a one-way there. He had vision on Spinks. Spinks sees nothing but grey. Almeza, yeah, neutralized. Diha getting chipped away at Zorti. If you could just play your life now. Survival integral. More damage from Zorti.
How's he's alive?
I can't believe Diha is alive. That's some damn good Kevlar he invested in. Some unicorn hair woven in there. And if Hades doesn't clear, Kenzie needed that. Okay, Forz with this Deagle Eco victory could really give them the juice they need back in the tank. Thank you, Zorti. And thank you, Jerry, for starting it off. They wouldn't have slowed them down that much if it wasn't for the 1-for-1 initially.
That feels like kind of the first round that they've had that, they have no business winning. Like, we're even talking a rifle round where they're down in like a 3-on-5 and someone gets a multi-kill or something. The first round where it feels like they're completely written out of this. Here you go. You can see it from Zorti's POV here, and oof. Bang, bang. See you later, alligator. Okay, well, now we definitely have a conversation. As long as Forza can convert this buy is so much better than what they would have had if they had lost that previous with the loss bonus that was available to them. Jerry and Kenzie both up close towards A, and this could be the right call. We can see the execute pending.
Oh, God, yeah, but this is ENCE. We know how quick their full team executes. They've been dry running lots. Let's see how good this one slaps. Flip has vision, and he's taken Hades out immediately. Jerry, multiple targets. He's looking a bit overwhelmed with his options, and Snappy into the site does well. Kenzie needs a pair of frags. He's lingered in the smoke for long enough. They've passed him. Surely they've forgotten about him. If his team could just survive a second longer, he'd have vision. And this is the strike. 2 with their backs turned. He can't even finish off a second, and that's the end of that. Cancel your plans for celebrations. Force put right back into reality by the ENCE execute.
Oh, it looked good, and then it looked bad, didn't it? Opening from Flip was fantastic. You think, okay, the sleeper in Kenzie here, he's going to push out the smoke on the plant. He might get them a kill or two. But Al Meza going down through the smoke there, that's the one that really made things so much worse for Force. Because Kenzie, he is that sleeper agent. You want to leave him there. You want to bait a little bit, right? You want to let him know, okay, we are here. We're trying to find a way back into the site so all eyes aren't drawn on clearing that out. But just getting that smoke spam through, Al Meza goes down. Kenzie flustered. And that's going to be 14 now. So even with that eco win, we're right back finding ourselves with ENCE in that driver's seat. And to respond after an eco loss with a round like this is great. Right, this is the one. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. No idea. Snappy had no idea. Just unloading.
And you know, you saw there was a player banging him through the Palace position as well. But it all hinged on that tag and get away from Spinks. He not only got the frag, Jerry had an opportunity to return the favor. Spinks proceeded to get another pair of frags there, or at least a second.
Yeah, it's just been a rough one to watch for Force today, but this is great signs for ENCE, and hopefully they are going up against Na'Vi in the next round of play. Hopefully, you know, they can bring some of the tenacity, right? It's not going to be as easy to go up against the sharp individuals over there on Na'Vi.
I would love to see how ENCE's nuke felt against Na'Vi.
And that's the thing, Na'Vi's nuke is really good.
Exactly.
So, but I feel like Snappy's the type of guy who's happy to pick that against them. So.
It would be such a ballsy pick to pick nuke into Na'Vi, but what else do you pick?
Yeah. Maybe Ancient, but we've already seen how that went for Mouse Sports, I believe. Yeah. So.
All right, well, ENCE are within touching distance of doing one better than their previous Pro League season. And it's Hades again. He's been consistently bugging Al Meza.
It's been great.
He caught him on the jump up.
See this, Yuto? To deny Kenzie getting this AWP back, right? He's just thrown a HE, a smoke, he's just thrown everything. Everything. Trying to stop Kenzie from getting the AWP, but Kenzie don't care. He's got a pistol. He's going to take a risk. He's going to get that AWP in his hands. So double AWPs are still wielded here on the CT side, but once again, ENCE find an opening. They feign some mid control, and they rotate back over towards A here for the finish.
So Zorti and Jerry are actually going to tuck into ramp. Now, this is potent. And that's a miss, an unforgivable one. Chance for Jerry's dig. He does so well to find 2. Flip from behind, trying to stay play on, and he has. What a recovery. Jerry with a pair on the dig, finishes it off nicely. It's Flit as well, striking in unison.
So of the last 3 rounds played, Forza have won 2 rounds where they were at the disadvantage. Yeah. Whether it's not with numbers, whether it's with weaponry here. This is how this one started again. Like ENCE in a great position here, and that miss, huge miss, that Jerry does mop up in a big way. So right now, if you're Forza, if you're not feeling it with these heroic plays that you've had, these moments that should be getting you fired up, I don't know what you need to get that jolt to the system, because here we go again. Guns back out.
That's got to get the juices flowing, Chad. I mean, you're going to be so hyped. Doto playing a very different video game as he lands straight into the head. Still a 4-on-4. We can chill our beans, but it doesn't look like ENCE planned to. The nade hurts, but the element of surprise is still there. Maybe not. Jerry doesn't look surprised at all.
Starting to heat up now, aren't they?
Hello, hello. Another pair from Jerry.
It's looking like what we were expecting out of Force. They're just walking out, taking fights. Pump spotted here. Finish the kill there.
Oh.
Gets gifted an opportunity. So now we have a 2-on-3 situation, and looks like Force have a pretty good idea where they need to defend.
Loud. Mantle heard him. Kenzie is unaware as to Snappy's location, and this is the flash for the frag. Gobbles it up. Kenzie's dead, no rebuttal. Almeza pivots to the window, and now he's missed his shot. They can't let this one slip. Already the man advantage has been neutralized, and they're still under the thumb, under the screws. Zorti has to be patient about this Palace push. Has to be. Head on a swivel, they're out, and Hades has delivered the frag. Fours are faltering here. Bomb to be planted, Almeza asked to clutch. He knows where Snappy was. Hades. Oh, and another miss on the AWP. It's 15 for Ents, and one straight back. In a round they had no right to win.
Jerry's done a lot there. He's just taken dry fights against 2 players and owned them. Like it was brr, brr, you're dead and you're dead. And then they just get to isolate every fight. Here it is again in the replay. It's just a dry fight. He's just picking. And then Hades somehow able to isolate all of these. That flash into connector was him alley-ooping Snappy as well.
Yeah.
So the teamwork was on point. It wasn't just the shots. And well, 4 is apparently where they do the best work. Are back to the pistols here. Surely not another.
Hades, my standout new name, I think. Didn't want to overreact too soon, but getting Mantu vibes from him.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, hello. Spinks looking to finish it off right here and now. Maybe Jerry has something to say about it. Knows there was one in Palace. He's very much between 2 minds, and it leads to his demise, and so will 4's fall. Doto books another, and yeah, this one's over. Ents, a ticket to the round of 8, next stage of competition. And beating 4's in 2, breaking their record, Chad. There it is, the record ends at 17, 4's concede. Mirage no longer undefeated, and Ents sailing through. That's the end of the underdog story for one of these teams, and we'll see how deep Ents can make this run look.
Well, with that, GG, that is the end of fours within Pro League Season 14. Ints are going to survive. They're going to fight on another day. And moreover, a pretty sad one for fours, all things considered, when you just think about the win streak that coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't happen right there on Mirage. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Analyst Desk. We're ready to start talking about it in depth. And moreover, I've got Yanko and I've got Maniac.
Where was that streak at again, Trace? I forgot.
It's like 17 or 16, something like that.
Something like that?
Yeah.
All right.
So what was your...
Anything you want to contribute to the conversation? Or
you were cool?
I was just checking. Like,
oh, okay.
How
so
much percentage last 3 months?
It was like 97, 96?
96? Wow, yeah, that's accurate.
96.4 perhaps even. Am I close?
No, just...
You guys want to get off me? Okay, that's what I thought. Let's talk about this, though. Obviously, Ints came in here and battered fours around.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline might be close in the fact that Forza make it to double digit, but honestly, Ents were the better team. You have Forza winning both pistol rounds in that map and getting absolutely battered on their T side. And we can play the magician here and try to understand what happened, but I'm just going to say that this is not a coincidence that when you have such a crazy win streak and then suddenly you have to win that map to stay alive in the playoff of EPL, that's the time you falter. That's the time you tremble and you hesitate.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, but for me, it's just Force didn't really show up to this game at all. Like, they just seemed checked out in all aspects of the game, really. Individually, the players weren't really on point. Team-wise, as we saw even on the first map, some questionable decisions, maybe not really being aware of some of the situations. I mean, even here, look at this. Like, there's a double kill before the smoke pops.
Yes.
Just wait for the smoke to pop. It's really like fundamental CS that they've been making mistakes that usually don't happen, right? Jerry was saying in the interview, why is our Mirage so good? Is because all the players are aware what to do if things are going wrong, but everything was going wrong at the same time, and it was just too much for them to overcome.
Too hot to handle, Maniac.
Too hard to handle. Look, I mean, again, for Forza, if you look at the last 6 months, even the last 9 months, when was the last time they were playing in the playoff of EPL Pro League? That's not happening. It's just not happening. And this is why you have players who have to get to that point where they actually don't make these mistakes. You don't pick before the smoke. You actually play the same way you win usual, but not this time around.
No, not this time around, because this time around it does go the way that it was. Well, I don't want to say scripted, because we didn't script this, right? But it was easy for Ints, I think.
Or maybe we did.
Maybe we did. Hey, Snappy, did we script this, or what happened?
I don't know. What did you say? I wasn't aware.
Oh, no, nothing. Don't worry about it.
It's all right, Trace. Maybe we didn't script this, but did you script the fact that you lost 2 nukes in that blast thingy just so that, like, you know, you can pick it here and run over Force?
No, the thing is, like, I think Nuke is a really, really strong map for us. It has been, like, you can see that despite 2 losses, right? But I think we kind of had to look at some things and get back to our identity, which we lost in those 2 games. We were, like, playing very timid, and I think we just went in and fixed it, because we used to play in another way on that CT side, and we just went back to that, and it was an easy fix almost.
Oh, I wanted to ask you about Nuke and the game plan in general, because obviously you played at 200 kilometers per hour. I was wondering if that was a plan from the get-go, or if you started like this and then you just realized that they cannot handle it, so you can just keep going with that pace.
I think actually we should have won that half 13-2. We had a 3-2 after planned under, and we had a 4-3 where a guy killed 3 guys from CT vent. So that wasn't even a close half. I think the game plan pretty much was to, like, we saw they had gaps pretty much everywhere but ramp, so we just abused them.
Cool. Now, just speaking of, you are a veteran player, you're experienced, surrounded by some of the rookies of the scene. Do you feel like they are getting under pressure? I'm looking at a guy like Hades, for example, and he's showing up big time in the playoff of Pro League. So what is your take on that, being the more experienced one?
I think they were really under pressure actually in the Vitality match. I think that was probably our worst match of the tournament, and that was 100% nerves. And that probably comes from the fact that it was Oleg's first big tournament. It was Pavel and Dodo and Sping's second big tournament. And like, they played ESL Pro League last time, but that's it. That's what they've played. So obviously a game like that, nerves can get you. It can even get to a veteran like me, like the opening game. So I think after that, we played enough officials like after the player break now, so that if we get a good start, there's at least no nerves. Maybe if we have a worse start, it can creep in still, because we are a young team. But I think like for the match on Friday, at least against Navi, it's like they're number one in the world. They're the giants. So I think in that match, we can probably lay off the nerves really easily, because the pressure is on them and not us at all.
So my question is going to be a little bit more lighthearted, I have to admit. Hey, what were you typing in the chat, man? Everybody wants to know what you were typing during the game. I believe it was on this Mirage map, the last one. So is there anything you want to tell us, or do we need to go through the log?
What did I say? It was like, I think I typed two things. One was to the admin if I could speak bullshit on TeamSpeak while there was a pause. Okay. And the other one was because Elmes, I had this blackout screen where he had like this legendary round in the where he was just jumping around. And that happened again because he was like jumping into jungle, shooting into the wall, and I was like, okay, what the fuck is going on?
WTF?
They really are on tilt, boys. We got this.
Yeah, look at turn his monitor off. He's so mad. Hey,
I could see. I instantly noticed. Okay, that has to be that bug again. Which is sad that he had that.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate stuff. Hey, for you guys, you got Navi in front of you, so I know this kind of like rewarding to get into the quarterfinals. But then there's Navi. I think you were saying that all the pressure is on them. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I mean, like for them, it's an embarrassment if they lose to ends. If we're beating them, it's just perfect, right? So, like that's why all the pressure is on them, and we have zero pressure on our shoulders going into that match. I already think we've been like the surprise of the tournament, getting into the quarterfinal. Just like last season, people saw us out in groups, so now we're in the quarterfinal. So we pretty much have no pressure left. We can play just like. Play and feel good vibes on TeamSpeak. That's just how we need to go into the next game, and that's also when we play our best.
So, hypothetically speaking, let's just say that you guys do beat Navi. You go on to play Heroic. Last time you were in the server with them, man, you were smashing them all around. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that again if it happens, obviously. But let's be real. That was probably once in a lifetime, right?
It was like 30 kills on Mirage or something like that. It was pretty nice.
I was 32. Hey.
Oh,
that was 32.
Sorry, man.
That was 32.
I'm out. No, thank you, Snappy. You guys got anything else for me?
I'm good.
You satisfied? Okay. I guess we'll let you go, dude. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
That was 32, Trace. That was 32.
Oh, my God. What was I thinking?
I like how you also just have Heroic winning in the quarterfinal. Like,
well, I'm just saying,
no
like,
faith in Liquid or
I'm
Fnatic.
saying, like, if the chance is there that they get
they're under a lot of pressure.
Okay.
They're under a lot of pressure.
And why is that exactly?
Humongous pressure, one would say.
Where's all the pressure come from?
Well, we'll get into that once we talk about that.
That's a good defect. That's a pretty good one. See how he was ready with the shield?
That's going to be a prolonged pre-show.
Oh, okay. So like a 45-minute or something like that.
Like 2 hour.
Guys, I think that just about puts a nail in that one right there. You know, we got Team Liquid and Fnatic coming up. That's something to look forward to. And the playoff bracket's starting to take shape.
Yeah, it sucks for Forza a little bit. You know, great that they made the playoffs, but then you're like,
it's the way.
Well, we're playing against Ents, right? If you lost to some team that's playing really good as well at the moment, that's like higher ranked, you would say, okay, that makes sense. But here, I think it's going to leave a bitter taste in their mouth. But hey, Ents just came out, dominated, and that Navi game can be quite interesting.
Yeah, it could definitely be that. Maniac, as this starts to unfold, maybe give me a little bit of look there at the bottom side of the quarterfinals.
I mean, in terms of quarterfinals, we have obviously Gambit versus Vitality down there. We have OG versus NIP. That one is definitely the one with the most tension, with the most open-ended. Exactly, OG NIP. That could end up being an absolute banger when it comes to Vitality against Gambit. I hope that the Frenchies have them bag it ready because it's going to be hard.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we're about done here because we need to go to a break. Then we come back with Fnatic Liquid, which ultimately isn't anytime soon. So make sure to check your clocks. We'll be back accordingly with Fnatic and Liquid and one of the teams going on into the quarterfinals.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Going to open the gap as well. Needs to keep the AWP in play, and they're going to go similar to what they did at the start of this game. They're going to go fast. They've got the first pick for FaZe. He's missed his second shot, and every shot he misses brings Taco closer. First, already in behind them. He's cut off Kerrigan as well. Guardian at least makes one back. He goes aggressive. Hits Taco. A smoke deployed by the terrorists actually gives him a chance to funnel in, but Bolt says no. And SK in 3 will take down FaZe once again.
Spot it in the open, yeah, but this is a Zorni kill, and now just one man, Zorni with the clutch! Two nades, smoke, hit, flames is all you need! What was that? Define kick close, he just has to hit the first tap off the fake. He looks the wrong way. Deco can clear him. He needs to tap now. Oh, I think he might.
Hello guys, today I'm gonna show you the main things that I'm doing in my spot on Rush. I'm playing Connector and I'm gonna walk through my gameplay. The Connector player is here, right? But it doesn't mean that you always should be in here playing behind the smoke, right? You can always jump short, ask for a flash from A side if you have a good spawn. This works really good, especially if the enemies are taking mid control through top mid smoke, because that means that they won't have the possibility to swing at you while you're in a vulnerable position. Yeah, that's why you can jump on short, wait for the top mid smoke to land, wait for a flash, for example, that they throw, peek after flash and try to catch a guy who's gonna jump behind the boxes. So that's one way to play it, the first spawn. Why I'm saying that this is good against top mid smoke, because if they are smoking fast window and you're trying to jump short, you won't have time to react to them, because they're going to throw some flashes, the fast window smoke pops, and you're going to be here in a bad position. They're going to usually kill you. The best way to play against teams that use the both variations, so they throw the top mid smoke at some rounds, and then they throw like fast window smokes at some rounds, is with first spawn you can go in window, and usually when you're here you already understand what smoke it is. For example, if the smoke already bounces one time when you're here, that means it's the fast window smoke. Usually against fast window smoke, the best play to go is underpass. This is the only position that you kill from. If you jump under window and try to go con, you will get caught here, because if they have good spawn and they smoke fast window, they will usually catch you here, so it's not a possibility to go there, and it's not a possibility to go short. Maybe you can risk it and jump here, try to get 1 kill and then drop the underpass, but I don't really prefer that. So when you drop the underpass, you have different options that you can do. So you can push underpass if you feel it. You could have thought like, I'm gonna jump short, but if they smoke fast window, I'm gonna go underpass and push it. That's the mindset you should be having with the first spawn. Other play is smoking the one way. Just throw it here. It's a one way for all mid. You can see mid. Then as well you can hide in underpass, and if you're not playing against a team that underpass from this side and they run out with the fast window smoke, it means you can hide here, just watch your underpass, and at some point at a good timing, when for example they smoke by hand top con and window, you can swing on them while they're in bad positions and then they don't expect you. So that's the one point of playing the aggressive style on mid. The other point that I'm playing, how I'm playing, is like if I don't have a spawn, I have different variations that I can do. For example, I could be playing the second guy on A. Usually, I would just ask my window player or me myself can smoke con, so it shows that maybe I'm in connector, so they think I'm in connector, and I could be playing balcony, and my A player would be baiting for me, like jumping CT ticket, for example. I could be playing like spots like this maybe, or like this, or maybe even hiding shadow or ninja. It's all reasonable places, and if it's an A round, it's you will probably get like 2 kills, because they would usually, by seeing the guy, your A player jumping on ticket, they maybe would not be expecting you. Maybe not on the top tier level, but I believe in Face It and matchmaking games it will work.
Advantage of that, but ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen! The taps! Oh, what a...
High flashes in response, the Flames close the gap.
Oh, one tap from Shiro! A blind no-scope into the smoke, and he's got another. Just simple. And the flick there as well.
To stretch his legs now, and very uncomfortable for Gambit. Intes doesn't get checked, and he can get the bomb. Oh, hit the plant. Disc is chaos. Navi in trouble. Only Perfecto. He's already hit the first 2 on the 1v4. Another one. Oh, Perfecto to save the day. He could very well do it. It's only Intes, and Perfecto does the most ridiculous clutch. There's no way, Katie, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! Exile's left, 40 seconds and the bomb's on A. Take your time, son, you're about to make the play of your career.
Close to me. Going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated. Kablamo! Whoa, with the breach! Holy moly!
Hey guys, how to breach.
Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him. He's like on the coast down here. Oh, 2.
Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. Go through this though. You going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh!
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see 2.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one
this guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gump. 2.
Okay, 2 spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy. Hey Future Pros! Today I'm traveling to the wonderful world of Sirocco to teach you all how to use the mobility package to its fullest potential in Danger Zone. Yes, Danger Zone is still a thing, and yes, people still play it. You may remember me as the guy who died to the Danger Zone back at Katowice 2019.
This is worse than Summit. Rush. This is just, that is... What a blunder!
But I've come a long way since then, and I've also learned some fancy tricks with the mobility package I want to pass on to you all. The mobility package is a purchasable item that you can buy from your tablet at any point as long as you have the cash. The package costs $1,000 and contains an exosuit, parachute, and 3 bump mines. Let's go into all 3 items, starting with the exosuit. When you pick up the exosuit, it will attach to your legs and give you more movement options. If you hold space, you will jump at least twice as high as without it. Pressing crouch and jump at the same time will launch you forward and allow you to cover more distance with a bit extra speed. The exosuit also affects fall damage. You take around 40% less damage with the exo equipped than you would do otherwise. If you find yourself falling from a high area and land on an enemy player, you will transfer some of the fall damage to the player and also mitigate some damage from yourself. The height you fall from correlates to the damage you can do. You like the view? It is possible to kill a full HP player if you fall from high enough. I like to call this a Goomba. The second item in the package is a parachute. This does exactly what you think it would. However, I highly recommend not using the parachute. There are tricks to avoid some fall damage without it, and there's nothing worse than hitting a perfect jump only for your parachute to deploy, giving your enemy the easiest kill of their lives. Last but not least is the bump mines. This is where the fun begins. You will receive 3 of these in the package. Bump mines are a throwable object that stick to any surface and launch you into the air. When thrown, they take a small amount of time to activate, which will help you position yourself correctly over them. Your position over the bump mine heavily correlates to where you'll be propelled. Standing directly over the mine will launch you straight up into the air. If you stand in front of the mine, it will launch you forward, but with less height. When using a bump mine, try to always have your knife or your fist out. This will give you the most distance compared to having a weapon out. Now you understand what each item does, let's start combining them. When using the bump mines with the exosuit, holding space will give you an extra boost to your bump launch. This is also the case with the crouch jump too. Crouch jumping with your fists or knife out will give you the most distance from your bump mine. And that is how to bump. Now you have bumping down, let's talk about mitigating fall damage. The easiest way is to jump from a lower position to a higher one. Landing in water will also negate any fall damage you might take. On the advanced side, depending on your speed and trajectory, you can actually surf on slanted ground, which will cause you to take no fall damage. This is hard to do, so I suggest practicing this offline. If you start getting good at surfing, you can do ungodly things. For example, placing a bump mine at your surf spot ahead of time to allow you to cover practically the whole map. I enlisted the help of Sid and Cobra, a legendary duo in the Danger Zone scene, to show you this triple bump on Blacksite. You can find their info below. I hope this helped you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the skies of Danger Zone.
Nice. Not so nice. It was kind of nice. Someone clipped that maybe?
I'm coming. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in us. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage. Won't give it up.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you breach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
After claiming their second major title earlier in Katowice, the Swedes were now aiming for a third one in Cologne, and for the most part, it seemed almost certain.
Through the smoke, it's going to be one. Can he find a second? He does have time. He's going to find a second. It's the third!
However, on the first map of the grand final against Envious, Fnatic found themselves between a rock and a hard place. Time was running out, but in their time of need, Krim stood up to the challenge and opened his team a path to victory.
You saw MBK, he's going full on. He's just ready to pounce on through, and why would they slow down? There's the flash, that's going to catch Krims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Krims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
In the graveyard, good for the first. Device is now scoped in on the angle, and there's a Liege win!
You thought NACS was dead? Think again.
The Deo obscured the light in the smoke, and Stewie's double.
It's only right that the rebirth of NA Counter-Strike would involve Stewie 2K, the kid who rose from FPL superstardom to take NA to new heights in the first place.
Gets the shot in on Gary and opens up the half with a headshot and a second. Picking up Yuri, seeing that bomb on his back here.
Team Liquid has been back to their Imperious best at Pro League, swatting away at NiP, Entropic, and Team One.
Hey, Grim, 1v2 makes it very swiftly into a 1v1. He knows where you are.
And narrowly losing a classic with Gambit.
Give it to him, give him the beans. Fallen trying to do what he can to respond. Oh, now down to the 1v1. Never mind. Fallen rising to the occasion. Just in turns left to beat, but I'm playing around the bomb.
I thought we played pretty well, even with going into Gambit, a team we never played before, and we know that they've been like consistent, like the top 3 team. We brought them to 3 maps, could have 2-0'd them, and yeah, it was our only loss in the group. So you know, what else can you say?
Their resilience reared its head in their final game as they denied Furia and an impressive Coach Gary 3rd place, leaving NiP to tiptoe into 3rd instead.
Kill burns a little bit. Damage done to Vinny in the back lines. Grim catches our back to 4 versus 4, and by Keserato and Vinny, all sorts of backfire kills. A Quadra, an ace for Grim.
Furia met their maker, the man who put Brazilian Counter-Strike on the map, and the man who took it away from them.
And Fallen's orbital strikes, looking for the Quadra!
I think what Alex brings to Fnatic in its new state is a new era of in-game leader. For the longest time, Sweden have had their in-game leaders that, you know, they're a bit looser. Alex can bring some structure. Alex can bring some rigidity to the team that may not have existed before with past Fnatic rosters. And it also sets them up with a base that if they want to go more international with players in the future, they can. They have Alex there speaking English as a native language, and they're going to be bringing more of that into their game with the Swedes having to now do the same. So I think it opens the door for this Fnatic team in the future.
While Cloud9 didn't really go well for Alex, I think if anything, that's a bigger motivator for him to succeed in Fnatic. Taking this team to the top tier is an expectation of this roster eventually given time. And I'd say in the debut already, going through to the Pro League playoffs, even if they fall in the round of 12, Alex has done a pretty good job in fixing this team up in such a short space of time.
I think right now, a possible weak point for Fnatic as a team is just to see the potential of Jacquinho as an individual. I think he's the only one that we don't know truly what he has in store.
Jacquinho's looked like he can hang. He's also looked like he can't. I think that's one of the players that's probably, you know, the least secure in his position in Fnatic at the moment. But right now, you know, they're flying high. Looks like Jacquinho's improving and getting more comfortable with every game. I don't think they're going to be pulling any plugs anytime soon. It's just one to watch and keep an eye on.
I think it's difficult to expect the highest of highs for a team that's only been formed for a few weeks, and they've certainly set the groundwork with getting through to the playoffs, but their opening game is against Liquid, and these guys in Group D proved they are no easy feat to get through.
Beating FaZe, big clan, that's one thing, but now you're in the playoffs of Pro League, and so it only gets harder from here. Liquid, you get through them, Heroic, you get through them, Na'Vi. I mean, it's not going to be easy, especially considering the differences in just how much time as a team your opponents have had in comparison to you. There's potential for an upset, but Fnatic are going to struggle to be lifting the trophy like they did last year.
It wouldn't surprise me if they made a run. I think they want to seize this as an opportunity to show the world what they can do, right? And with the right resources, with the right time, with the right pieces, what they're capable of. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go on to make a pretty deep run here.
Well, some didn't make the final cut, but it certainly was, well, it wasn't either of these teams. We got Fnatic Liquid, and we're looking at a round of 12 matchup that sends one of these teams to play Big Bad Heroic. Now, of course, they wait in the quarters, and for us, we wait at the desk ever so anxiously to get this matchup underway. I've got Yanko and I've got Maniac, myself being Trace. I want to welcome you all back to ESL Pro League Season 14 playoffs, and we've just gotten started. This is the second day. Yanko, hit it.
Playoffs?
Yeah, that's what I like to hear right there. So again, that's Yanko, that's Maniac, and they're not the only ones on the show. I do think that it's only appropriate that we go ahead and look at our commentators. We bring them in as well. I feel like these guys have to be ready to go. Harry, Hugo.
Hey there, how you guys doing? Having a nice time? We're getting ready for this matchup. We're having fun right now. Fnatic taking on Liquid. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Let's get these three out of here. We can just, talk about it.
Yeah, maybe we take the whole segment.
Yeah,
honestly.
you want to go first?
I've had enough, time with Trace, honestly. Yeah, this is gonna be a banger, dude. Let's talk about Liquid quickly, right? I think we're all super hyped about what they showed in the group. At the same time, I'm not sure Liquid were truly tested in Group D. Like, a couple of Brazilian teams, one with a coach, team one fell flat on their face, and obviously Gambit looked good, but everyone else, Liquid, made mincemeat of. So I think this is, if anything, other than that Gambit matchup, Liquid's biggest test yet. What do you think?
Yeah, I really want to home in on guys like Jaquinho for Fnatic, right? Okay. I think the head-to-head of him AWPing against such an established presence such as Fallen is going to be pretty interesting to see if he can keep up, right? Because in the debut games from Jaquinho, we weren't that impressed, but then we've seen him get better as the tournament's gone on. So now they've had a little bit more time. I really can't wait to see how he stacks up. I also want to see what Mezzi can do when you think about like how big of a deal this is for this guy, right? One of the kind of bigger opportunities he's had in his career, getting a fight for a quarterfinal spot. Ooh, it's exciting. But how's he going to look? Because he really impressed us back in the group stage. Is that going to keep up now that things really start to matter?
Yeah, good point considering his deepest tournament run. Whereas look at Liquid. Well, they've been through highs and lows. They've been to grand finals. They've been winning majors players here. So yeah, definitely a test for Mezzi. We'll see how the pressure gets to him. But right now, I guess we'll throw it back to the desk. See if the pressure's getting to Trace. Do you miss us, Trace? There over in Poland.
Oh my God, they're gone.
No,
it's just us.
We're not.
No.
Thank goodness.
I was really enjoying that. That was like the best segment yet.
Yeah, can we get these guys off the screen? I'm about over.
Let's just keep them out.
Peace.
It's bad enough I have to listen to them during the game. Now I have to listen to them here as well.
And their analysis as well. My leg was hurting.
Analysis.
Analysis.
Yeah, I know it's very.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
My
Anyway,
brain cramped up.
That's Harry and Hugo. A lot of cramping going on around here, but there's two people that you cannot cramp. You will not cramp their style. They're over on Liquid, and they're part of our Epics players to watch.
Today we're looking at polar opposite players who happen to make the perfect pair on the server. When you haven't played an official match for nearly 2 months, you're not necessarily expected to go big in your first map back. But that's exactly what the coolest character in Counter-Strike, Naf, did. Despite a slight slip in form against Group D opponents Gambit and an ill-fated nuke against Furia, Liquid's resident wall watcher barely puts a foot wrong going into this match as Liquid's top-rated player. Playing second to his teammates isn't something Elige is used to, but the group stage saw a few stumbles for the star player, who opened up the group stage with a monster performance against NIP. Intriguingly, he was notably quiet against ultimate underdog squad Entropic. However, given Naf getting nasty and Elige coming up trumps and opening kills, in that particular series, he contributed more to the overall scoreline than the ratings portray. And as we head into the playoffs, you'd best believe he's just getting warmed up.
And yeah, it's got to be up there. We talk about Naf and Elige, and rightfully so. Naf definitely put up some numbers within the groups. He had 8 clutches for the side of Liquid, and to be honest, that was the second most in all of EPL. So nasty Nafers, I see you out there.
If you're looking for a player that has the game sense, the absolute intuition of the game, the instant understanding of what's happening, Naf is my go-to. Always has been my go-to. Whenever he hits the stride in the game, you can just see how he analyzes instantly everything happening surrounding him, and then he finds the plays, he finds the impact. He's been having a monster performance here at EPL, and it is really a bad sign for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I also don't think you can really put him down as an emotional type of
Not
player.
really.
What do you mean? Look at that guy's full of emotion.
That's
right there.
just, you know, his
Naffers.
expression doesn't really change. And, you know, it's great to have a guy like that when those close matches happen, close games, right, in crunch time. He's still cool as a cucumber, right? And he's come through many times for Team Liquid.
Yeah, for Naf, obviously some things rest on his shoulders. For us, we could look around the entirety of Liquid. I think that some of the standout matches you have to talk about right there would have to be their close run-in with Gambit. You also have to just consider the matchup they have with Fury at the very end of the group. That is where, you know, that was a little bit of a test. That's where we could just see what was going to happen with Liquid going forward, and if they can contain composure.
Yeah, that game, their playoff spot was secured, but it was great to see that towards the end, you know, they didn't just roll over and kind of hand the win over to Furia, that fairy tale storyline with Gary and all of that. They were trying their best, and also I think more than that, it's the NIP game that's really impressive, right? The opening game, and showed us really put themselves on the spot and showed us that they're here to play.
Look, the first part of the year was not really nice and easy for Liquid. I think it's the least we can say. They were trying to figure out how they wanted to operate. They bring in Fallen. He's the IGL. And hold on a second. He says in an interview that he feels a little bit outside the meta, so he takes a step back, gives Stewie the reins again. It was all messy. Now I feel like that break, that summer break, really served them, really helped them. I have analyzed a couple of games from them on my personal stream, and they were so refined, so precise. Some of these executes are really precise and deadly, and this is great to see. And that curve we're seeing right there, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of an upwards trajectory coming in from Liquid.
Based off what we've seen here. And that does make sense. You know, that's kind of our litmus test as to where Liquid stand currently, what they're capable of doing. But it's been a rough roller coaster for them.
And I mean, their ranking has fallen off because they played only 20 maps in the last 3 months. They just haven't been playing that many tournaments. We haven't had a chance to see them. So, you know, some of those points have decayed, so to speak. But I think Liquid definitely a team that's better than what their ranking shows.
And, you know, if there's one thing I could just add right here, and maybe it's just because, you know, NA and all that stuff, but just watching the player cams of these players sometimes when they're, you know, being tried and tested within the game, you can read the body language on these guys. And it's telling a story. It's telling about that vibe. I'm not going to point out any individual characters, but just be on the lookout for that, I think, coming in this matchup.
And that could be a problem, because if you from the outside perspective can just sense that there's a problem, you can sense either frustration or despair or giving up a little bit, then that feeling, I guarantee you, is 10 times fold on the team speak. You know you have teammate next to you, your coach behind them, you can feel that. This cannot happen. We cannot see that really at the top level. That when they brought in Stewie, I thought this would be the factor that changes that, right? He comes in with the energy, but actually, it's not really that's what happened.
You know, I saw what you're talking about. Someone gave an interview or something. I saw it somewhere to people talking about Nivera, right, and on Vitality, that they didn't really like him because he would just, you know, play mother would make comments like, I would get that kill. He would sigh a lot. And now, if you're reading that from the outside as a viewer, not playing like on a high level, you're just thinking, what's wrong? Complaining about, like, what's wrong?
All the time.
But I could feel the pain. I could feel what that sigh means, and that's just like a virus in your team. Those small passive aggressive comments or like this or that. So if you have that any player on your team doing that, like, you have to cut that off at its core.
We're talking about hitting monitors, tables, slinging your seat back.
But that is even the worst.
That's better than the
It's like a parent. It's overt what you're talking about, right? It's over, and at least you can talk about it. You can treat it. How do you explain to someone sighing or just having like his voice a bit deeper or a bit calmer? That is very vicious. This is where, as you say, you use virus, and that's the term, right? It just slimes in, and suddenly you're not winning anymore. It's 12-12, and everyone's like, "Yeah, do you have a flash? Yeah, I do have a flash. How are we supposed to win?
Okay, I'll flash for you.
That's it. You're not going to win that game.
Nice smoke, man. But anyway, enough of the smoke that we're giving to the sides of players right now within their own confines, behind their own computers. For us, we need to know what maps we're going to. I think that's going to be a big factor here when we think about what Fnatic, Mezzy, Alex, the whole new project, the whole new look that they've got over at Fnatic. With Liquid on the other side of that, where do we expect this one to be played?
Well, the thing is, I believe Liquid has way more margin and leeway for action than Fnatic does. We've seen quite few maps played from Fnatic. The Overpass is their go-to in general. Both teams radically eliminated Ancient from any veto, so I'm guessing there's going to be some sort of move over there, but, you know.
Well, also one of the things you need to pay attention to, look at the orange here for Fnatic, right? That's only 3 maps that they even have a win rate on. Obviously, didn't play Vertigo and Ancient at all, right? Luckily for them, Liquid doesn't play Ancient either, so they could just get rid of those 2 maps. But you can pay a little bit more attention than to Dust 2, right? That's a map that Liquid could potentially pick as a punish, and we've seen Overpass as a map that Fnatic has picked a lot already and had some great CT sides, right? So we'll have to see where they take this. Obviously, they had that bit of a stumble in the Blast qualifier, similar to ENCE, right? So they had some time to practice, and we'll see where they feel their strengths lie. Obviously, Inferno just pops up for Liquid, but these bars are really high because the quantity of maps isn't high for either team.
So, yeah, I mean, that definitely makes sense if you look at it, especially when you talk about how many games they've played in the recent, 3 months, you said? 20 games, something like that. Not really the sample size that you're looking for. But we do have the vetoes. We can talk about that. I don't think we're going to be getting Ancient. I don't think that... I don't know. The Inferno one is the weird one, right? Like, I think that's where things start to get a little iffy.
Well, that makes sense for Team Liquid, right? The most. And for Fnatic...
There we go. That's
there
the
we
flow.
go. Fnatic...
That's Alex saying, you know what? You guys are not going to pick Ancient, so we can remove Inferno. We can take that out of our way.
And basically, you know, prodding them to go for Vertigo, to go for that punish. And we'll see what Fnatic decides to pick, you know, whether they go with Overpass.
Or
again,
Nuke. It's either
they
or,
switch to Nuke.
It's really either or. Now, if you Liquid, Dust 2 is there for the taking, and I would appreciate that as a pick. They actually go for Dust 2. You know, it's an open map, it's kill-based, and they have the protocols. They don't have to get too fancy, too complicated. I don't expect Fnatic to have surprising tactic as much, so it makes sense. And again, I don't really see how Fnatic can win the veto when you play 3 or 4 maps.
To be honest, I think Fnatic won this veto. Like, it's going to be Mirage or Overpass. Like, they get, of course, they would have, I think, preferred Overpass, but they get, you know, they don't get punished by Vertigo, basically, is what you're looking for. That was the only reason. And I think for Fnatic, like, we had that piece about Alex. I think you can see a lot of Cloud9 in Fnatic, right? The maps that they're good at. Overpass, Nuke, right? That's been the early successful maps for Cloud9 as well. It's just he's bringing a lot of his own playbook, obviously, into this.
You end up with Dust 2 and Mirage, and I agree with you. Look, I agree. I think what Alex can bring on very short term is like tailor-made solution, like some tricks, some interesting ideas on Overpass. You'll see him go alone, long, for example. Okay, but now we end up with Dust 2 and Mirage in the pool, which are, as I say, the maps that we know how to play. There's already a playbook out there on how to play these maps. It's about individuals, about protocols, timings, and whatnot, decision making. This is where I put Liquid on the spot. I don't see where Fnatic punishes. Nuke is going to be the map. Nuke is where we need to see Alex and his solutions today and see if it's enough for Liquid.
I wonder what Alex's plans for Mezzi are today, and I wonder if Mezzi will tell us all about them.
Mezzi, congratulations on making it to the playoffs, first of all. But secondly, you were known as the 5th man, almost unknown, I suppose, when you came into Cloud9. And now you're doing the heavy lifting for none other than Fnatic. How do you see yourself as a player?
Thanks, first of all. And also, to be honest, I think, like, at the moment, I've improved quite a lot since the last time I was playing in, like, a Tier 1 team, I guess, with, like, Alex in Cloud9. And I think just gaining experience from that type of team, and then also going to Endpoint and kind of gaining that confidence again in maybe not as against good teams, but also gaining that confidence coming back here. I think it's helped me quite a lot to go up against these Tier 1 teams.
Where do you see yourself in this team? Because you've come into a team with Brolin and Crims, who are superstars of the international Counter-Strike scene, not just the regional Swedish one. So where do you see your future in the team?
Well, to be honest, it's been great, obviously, coming into play with players like that. And even though, obviously, Brolin's still young, he's been here for many years. So it's been great to come in and learn things from those guys and just go from there. I think for me, it's kind of like I'll do whatever is needed for the team, whether that's like entry fragging or supporting or whatever. So for me, just kind of gaining that experience and learning from those type of players and just helping them out and see what we can do.
What roles do you prefer? Or what role did you prefer?
I mean, for me, at the moment, it's really easy for me to fit in because I've kind of got some roles that I'm happy with and playing more passive roles where I can kind of help set up and be alive for those late round situations because I think that's where I'm most impactful.
You're a clutch king.
I don't know about that. Maybe.
You're on your way there. Liquid said in a press conference earlier this week that you guys aren't practiced enough to beat them. What do you say to that?
I mean, I don't think that's a great statement to put out, just because, like, I think we've already proven in the group stages that we can do damage against some good teams. Even in the losses against Na'Vi, I think we still made it really close against the #1 team. So I think we can make an impact against any team if we're performing well on the day and communicating well. I think we've already shown that we can beat anyone.
And perhaps that's true. Liquid standing tall, or, well, sitting tall on the other side. We're ready to jump into Nuke in just a few seconds. Real quickly, quick thoughts on Nuke and how this is going to unfold.
So a very quick thought on that quick map of Nuke. I'm going to go for Messi, right? I think he's definitely a name that will be mentioned time and time again for Fnatic. He comes in as this interesting diamond in the rough. He's growing, he's improving, he's empowering, and I want to see him frag out.
Woo! Empowerment. That's what we're about here, baby. Welcome back, everybody. It's the Pro League Season 14. Maybe you just tuned in. You made it just in time. I've got the world's 2 hottest streamers, newest streamers, I should say, over there ready to bring down the content. It's Harry and Hugo to deliver Fnatic versus Liquid. No nips involved.
No, Tracy's got to pay for them.
Yeah. That's not Twitch where the nips at, right? Look, so we got Fnatic taking on Team Liquid. I've been looking forward to this all damn day. Yeah. I think this could be one of the matchups of the tournament right here. Pistol round and Alicia's knives out, mate. Up in their faces. Grim, it's getting ugly, but he's trying his best to hold on. And it's all left to Jaquinho. Dinked on that first peak, then put in the grave. It's going to be Team Liquid finding the pistol.
Oh, Alicia's playing on hard mode, mate. He even takes the Glock, does the 99 damage dink. He went for some knife kills in Hut, but luckily the kill was stolen out from under him. And the fast A play for Fnatic. It comes close, but we know how good Grim really is at anchoring down the back of this A bomb site. Doesn't matter what you give him. Rifle, pistol, he will do the work, and Liquid will lock in the first round of the map. Of course, it is Fnatic's pick as well, and we won't wait around long. We got a force buy right in Fnatic. They don't even get a bomb plant, and they don't hesitate for a moment. Ali trying to take some space outside. He's going to meet Brolin behind the smoke. He's waiting for the footsteps to pass him by. Messi's right as the last man going through. Elise waits just for the right time to strike and drops the bomb out of the open, looking for more. Elise doubles up, and then he disappears.
Oh my God, he's going back through. Elise, an unquenchable thirst outside, and he's still hungry for more. Jaquinho and Crims, they're very far apart here, left wondering where this went oh so wrong. And they're even getting wrapped in through lobby as well. It's a rough old time to be Jaquinho right now. He's wrapped from 2 positions at once, and so he's gone. It's all eyes on Crims now.
Yeah, a lot of players would have messed up that play that Elise just went for, right? The first 2 guys ran past, he heard them, and he almost went through, but that's when you hear Messi coming in a little late. I perhaps just thrown the truck smoke to get those cross smokes outside, and it's unfortunate he has the bomb there. As, you know, Fnatic had to go back. They had to fight Elise. They had no choice. And so Crims with the Deeg armor, waiting back in the lobby. Liquid have already cleared this one out. They've sat on the bomb. And Crims is going to need to hit some bangers. I wouldn't imagine this could be his round. A couple of kills would be nice for damage, but Liquid double face dink and devastate this force buy. It's a 2-0. It's a clean one at that. And now we have the full Glocks for Fnatic.
Yeah, this should be the least spectacular round out of the bunch. Team Liquid looking for that 3-0 with the conversions going their way. And hell, man, they just kept that you know, anti-force buy extremely clean. So now they're on that run to really, you know, build up an early CT side economy on here, on Nuke here. There we go. Little ramp rush, perhaps. Now Fly, he loves these. He loves it when you give him these. He really wants to just pad these stats. Fallen here, stripping some from the rank of Fnatic. And they're trying to pressure him, but Fallen knows better than to hang around. He's still just getting away with scout tags, left and right.
Bomb's crossed as well.
Oh, Fallen quick with the scout, and you're hoping for a plant, but he's not going to get away with it. And Liege already down on B, puts a stop to that. It's a nice idea for Fnatic, right? Just trying to throw as many players into hell, cause commotion while that bomb is actually slipping down into the B site, hoping for the plant.
But it's denied by Elige, who's just one step ahead, it feels like.
Yeah, he could have got a safe plant in there. Could have maybe got it behind the silo because the vent player went straight to ramp, but it didn't really matter. Fnatic can buy up nonetheless. They've got everything they need except the AWP. You're not in a rush to bring that out on this T side anyway. Wait to see when Liquid have theirs, and so they do. Fallen with a few frags at the bottom of Hell has brought his into the first gun round, playing it towards main. Watching that outside cross. Meanwhile, Leech has already got Secret under control. Fallen watching the smokes. They might actually bypass him. He's backed up to heaven. Yeah, his position kind of negated by the fact that Leech has cleared these smokes. As now Fnatic split into the A side. Brolin so blind with the teammates flash. Dewey lives so long, and then not at all. Quickly traded after one. Jakinu doesn't realize Grim's right below him, and Liquid are flowing right now. They're feeling it, taking fights on all fronts. And even though the fast split comes in for Fnatic, some team flashes really get the better of them there. Got to say, that was a really quick main split as well. You were there within seconds, so, you know.
Well, hey, one of the things we were saying, you know, coming into this was how it felt like, you know, we haven't really seen Liquid tested just yet. Yeah. You know, like not properly, not playoff level tested. We were hoping the Fnatic were going to be the ones to do that, but this is a very convincing start for Team Liquid. And I really like what we're getting out of them already. That confidence from early in the group feels like it's back. Look at Elige, baby! Nades him out with the bomb, denies the plant. And now just looking to walk it over the line. Crims has made it as interesting as he can, but it ends up being nothing more than a parting gift onto Grim. Oh, that's clean from Alex. That's clean indeed, and that's now an AK retrieved as well. Maybe he can get tricky with it after all. He's gonna look for something here. Bomb plant damage, any of this goes to furthering your cause if you're Fnatic. And right now, Team Liquid are pretty respectful still, with everyone over towards this upper site.
Yeah, I don't think Alex is expecting this much room either, right? He's thinking they're coming for him, or at least playing someone down lower. Liquid are just holding to see if he overcomplicates it. They'll play retake as a unit once necessary. There's the ramp player moving in, though. Naf wants to get involved, and now they've got a bit of info. They come down the vent as well. This is a great position for Stewie. Alex no longer got the bomb under his control. Stewie, though, holding the right angle. Alex is coming in through the vent. There's the first, 29 health, he doubles back. Naf moves in, and Fallen nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Naf needs this, mate, or else Fallen gonna be left in the one-on-one, and with Alex tapping out Naf over at ramp, this responsibility is gonna fall to Fallen after all. He's back in through ramp as well, armed with the AWP, but Alex has been clean with this AK, and he's looking to fight him straight up. Molly, to default, does not force the reposition. Alex moved ahead of time. Fallen, scoped up, nails the shot, and puts a stop to Alex's clutch attempt. It's a damn good try from Alex. You couldn't have hoped or asked for more, considering, you know, that was the 4-on-1, right? No one was really envisioning a world where that gets out of hand, especially not Team Liquid. And suddenly you're thrown into a 1v1, but Fallen keeps his cool. And just like that, the flawless scoreline is maintained for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I like how, you know, Alex does make that as close as he can. He gives it everything he was able to, but yeah, this nade was nuts as well for Elige. So much damage onto Jakinu. Bled everything he could out of that round. Liquid almost regretting those 1v1s. That molly as well for Fallen gave him a lot of info. He knew Alex couldn't have crossed back into decon. He had to be blue box, so eventually just waiting for the peak. Now Fallen's up and over on the garage. We've got Elige again playing aggressive outside, and Fallen falls after once. Good shot, they line up, and Elige bites down. 3 kills, all headshots off the spray. And it's back to Crims in the lobby. So many rounds have come down to this for Fnatic. Just this lone man left in lobby, just trying to win a 1v1, and they are ready for it. Grim's not falling for that again, and this is a clean old start for Team Liquid.
This is bearing a lot of resemblances to Team Liquid's debut back in the group, right? Yeah. If you remember, we had that wombo combo of Fallen and Elige really being the difference makers. we're already getting phenomenal stuff out of the two of them, and how they're playing off of each other here outside, it is just a sight to marvel at if you're a Team Liquid fan. Now, if you're a Fnatic fan, it's the polar opposite. You're hating what they're doing outside because it's so damn effective. Fallen is very, very confident at taking these fights with the AWP. I mean, mate, he plays on top of Garage in that round. Like, that doesn't scream confidence. I don't know what will. But even though he's peppering you with shots and he's applying pressure with the AWP, once you deal with him, you're almost kind of, you know, walk down the garden path, as it were. You know, you're led to believe that you've dealt with the outside player. The pressure's going to get eased off now in the 4-on-4, and that's when big boy Elige comes in, swinging the left and right hook at you from behind red. So this is a really, really nice little outside hold, very dynamic between Elige and Fallen, but the way they're playing off of each other is making outside feel off limits to Fnatic right now.
Yeah, they're going to go back to it, though. Absolutely no fear. Elige 12-1. That smoke is missed on the main roof. Might have been mollied out by Liquid even. Although Elige still has his, so potentially just a missed smoke for Fnatic. They'll replenish it quickly. Elige just trying to find a gap, trying to find a way to exploit these smokes against Fnatic, and he almost catches the timing, but instead it's Stewie flashing him into the garage. Elige, back turn, in he goes, but they're ready for it. Second player was Anti. Mezzi's going to take that kill and run boost his teammate to the other side of garage, avoiding a potential Fallen AWP in heaven. It's a consistent position. We know him in, but instead it's Stewie, spotted out and pushed back. So he drops into the site instead. Oh, Graham again catches that lurk that is deemed worthless in these T rounds so far.
Yeah,
Fnatic do have lower, but Naf's already here.
There is a bit of weirdness here. It's really, really common, you know, if you lose outside to take lobby. And Fnatic know this as well. They've left the bomb out in T-spawn. So even though they've sent Chiquinho back, he's kind of sweating right now. He knows that the odds are, with outside taken, these CTs are going to be pushed up in the lobby. They're going to be right next to him. So he's very, very paranoid and having to take a long time at getting this bomb back. Finally gets far enough away from the lobby to just start legging it. And with Mezzi already set up in the vent, you are going to slow down the rotation. A lot of this round now falls onto Fallen and Naf and what they're able to get away with down in this B site. Because these rotations are going to be hard-pressed to come in. Nafly, quiet so far, goes 1 for 1, but with Fallen tapped out at ramp, this might be Fnatic finding their first after all.
Liquid don't want to give it up. They want to keep it clean. They want to keep it flawless, but Mezzi won't let them do it. 3 kills in the round and a 4th around the corner. Stewie, no 2K today. It's Mezzi with the 4 frags to find Fnatic there first. And doesn't that feel good to say? Finally on the board. Liquid, though, still plenty of money to rebuy. And, you know, that's a good setup for Liquid, man. They had Nav B from the get-go. Once that outside control came through, you see the smokes come in. Fallen moves back to ramp to support that position. Like you said, the lobby clear gave Liquid all the info. They were only playing for the heaven ramp or the drop to B, and it was the latter. Even with 2 players on lower, Mezzi taps out Fallen. And Fnatic on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at your big names for Fnatic, Mezzi's definitely up there. You know, I think it's Mezzi and Brolin are really the 2 I'm going to look towards. I also think Chiquinho just needs to hold his own. You don't need anything spectacular out of him in this matchup. You just can't afford to have, you know, what we had on the debut game for Fnatic. However, you know, he hasn't really looked like that since, so I'm not going to harp on it too much.
Exactly.
Naf over here playing the orange box. Many of people's first Steam game. It had Team Fortress in it. All the classics. Chiquinho, was he a big fan?
Well, he's not going to get given anything here. Naf is playing ramp nice and safe right now. And, oh, he's going wider. They want to try and take this peak again. Oh, it's a deep one. The double face. Lovely trade from Crims. Chiquinho may die, but he set his team up for the round. Roland trying to take control down on low. He's crossed through Secret. Lee just trapped between a molly and a man, and it's going to be the man to come out on top. Stewie trades from down the vent, and that keeps Liquid up by 1 for now.
Yeah, Crim's trying to hold the line, but the flash is good, and Fallen will run him down. Mezzi, all eyes on him again. 1-on-3 this time for the lad. And he's going to get himself up here onto the rafters, looking at window, and 2 players about to come his way. Mezzi, clean with the headshots as always. Oh, no. Double up, but it's the double swing from Grim and Stewie 2K that seals his fate. The round is Team Liquid's. The AWP saved forward as well. 7th now on the board. You couldn't have asked for more out of Messi there. He really does give it his all. But Team Liquid play that to perfection, right? They throw the first man in, they get the info where Messi is. And once they know where he is, they play it together, they swing in tandem, much like that double peek that opens the round for Fnatic.
That was crazy, by the way. I just want to say that was absolutely crazy. Just because you don't see that ramp play, what a read that he's at bottom orange and he's not like AWPing hell or playing on the headshot box and just going to peek you while you stare at the ground and set up. Good read out of Fnatic, but better round out of Liquid. And you're getting not only the fast fallen headshot AWP, but you're getting a Liege dominating, and Grim's even starting to peel into this game as well, winning all his A fights right now and retaking that round. Nah, finally getting aggressive. He's had enough of getting 1-for-1 on the ramp room. He's going to take radio. It's a good bit of info, and it means he can quick flank on this A attack. He could even cut off the bomb late. It's in the hands of Chiquinho. Naf is activating. There's the A play. Crims having a rough time right about now, and Naf stabs him in the back. He won't stop the bomb. The A site has crumbled for Fnatic, and they're trapped behind the smokes inside of the lobby. They know the only route open is ramp, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? You saw 2 of these players in heaven, and you're going, wow, look, we just saw all 4 of them A, but they could have easily retaken this ramp area. They're still going to look to move in, right, after seeing everyone on this upper site.
Yeah, this is what Liquid did before, right? When they knew Alex was lower, they just play for A. They just play for top, and they react. They know they have the advantage to retake as a unit, and they wait for the kills to come to them. It does, as he dies walking hell's side, and now Chiquinho. Second he plants, everyone's running down vent. It's a fake as well, and there's no one here. He's now lost the room to plant. If he goes back for it, they might just face him straight up.
Yeah, they're running him down. No room. Chiquinho does what he can. But, you know, whenever they get you into these clutches, Liquid are very, very keen to fight it. They remind me of, you know... well, everyone's taking it well, you know, getting off the bomb just to spam the body.
Yeah, Grim's learning the Liquid way, I see.
Excellent, Grim, excellent.
Yes, let
Your
the hate
training's
flow through
coming
you.
along nicely. Yeah, we'll make a Sith Lord out of him yet.
This is great for Liquid, because I just, again, want to reiterate that point. Like, you know, yeah, a debut for Liquid in the group was against NiP, and they trounced them, they destroyed them. And you're wondering, oh, Liquid are coming in hot, that looks good. Yeah, they take Gambit to their knees, they can't close the series, though, to come back on Mirage. And then all the other teams, you can, it's to a degree, write off Team 1, Entropic, Furia with a coach. Like, you can give caveats there and say, yeah, Liquid should have won those games, and they did. Fnatic, they already proved a lot in their group, in the hardest group, making it out. So, you know, no more questions on Liquid from what we're seeing right now. This is a team here to play, here to stay, and here to come for the trophy. 8-1 up. Retakes galore. More outside smokes for Fnatic. You know they're scared of a Liege outside as well. It's often been Naf back in this position. But right now, Liege is continuing to look for gaps to exploit. They're going to walk behind the smokes again. Fallen picked one up, throw it, and Stewie ready to go. They're going to come to Liege, though, first and foremost. Looking to trade. They line up with a player with their back turned on the fade. Liege gets both. And now Fnatic 2-on-5. You've got lower. Liquid will give you that. But as we've seen, the second you get that bomb down, they're all coming.
Mate, and you know, you just touched upon it there, right? Yeah, we did often see Naf being that outside guy in old iterations of Liquid. Even, you know, when you had Fallen first bought into this team, he would be the guy playing over towards Garage. A lot of the times with the Org, like we're seeing Elise doing there. Very interesting to see that switch up, and it's working wonders for Elise, mate. He's having a whale of a time.
Yeah.
Naf's not enjoying it so much over towards Ramp. Ramp is a horrible position. We'll leave it at that. Crims has pushed up to try and hold on to this ramp control. A lot of this round hinging on how much Crims can get away with. And with him finding 2 out of 3, even attempting to fake flash Fallen, they've got him boxed in. He's losing real estate in the site, and Fallen will knock him out of the round.
Mate. Fallen, like that's sick.
Fallen is like the anti-clutcher.
Yeah.
That's how I look at this guy. Like when he's still alive and someone's trying to clutch against him, I feel so calm whenever I see Fallen still standing.
Those are some wide peaks for Crims as well. That really should, like, this one should be forcing the shot. Fallen's got nerves of steel to hold on for that long. He knows if he dies, the round could be over from that kill alone. You got Crims, you got giving him an AWP if he wants to get weird. He's got an open bomb plant plus both sides of ramp to peek from. That's a big kill from Fallen after Crims doubles up. And it feels a shame to see Crims slow starting. Like, he's not really had positions where he can have impact, right? They've either been A-rushing or he's been left in lobby on these outside plays that have been getting diced up by a Liege. And so to see Crims have a bit of impact, it's nice, but it falls on dead ears, and Fallen starts strong yet again, taking down Mezzi off the silo. And still keeping things fresh, right? We haven't seen Fallen really fighting Yard in that way. He's been towards blue boxes, watching the cross, back in heaven, supporting ramp when Naf drops lower. And so to see him start watching that silo peek is going to catch Fnatic by surprise. That's full smoke. Stewie drops the bomb.
Crims! Yeah, it will get blown out eventually.
Bomb goes closer as well.
Again, yeah. In his dying breath, he's made it even harder for Fnatic somehow. Stewie still keeping these fights up, and even though he's traded out, it's still a huge 4-on-2, and with so low HP on Jaquinho, you might be hard-pressed to find anything here if you're Fnatic. Alex going back outside, but with so many players still standing for Liquid, this is something they are considering. Smoke on the bomb at least takes attention away from the outside wrap. Elige had just checked this moments ago. And so now Alex has a little more room and maybe a free kill onto Fallen. Yeah, he is knocked out. Elige playing close at the T-vent is really stuck and trapped out on an island here. Alex making it all happen from this main lurk.
Oh no.
Grim looking to hold the line. And this guy's always a problem over in A. What? They lose Jaquinho and Grim's gonna double up. They look so confused at what even happened. The shot sails past Alex and hits Jaquinho accidentally right behind him in the door.
I think he thought maybe there was an enemy there, right? You hear the, you know, that's just your brain reacting. You hear the bullet hit a player and you just 180. Alex looked away in the fight. That's all he thought he'd already won it. And that's a bit of a shame to see, coming in with some clutch kills to take down Fallen and Elige. The only kills Alex had prior to this round was that 1-on-4 attempt he made a 1v1. But nice try for Fnatic to, you know, do the impossible there, really. That's exactly what that was. Liquid have been so good at shutting down these 4-on-2s, these 5-on-3s, these 2-on-1s. They've not let Fnatic come in with clutch rounds. 10-1. How ruffled are Fnatic's feathers in their map pick and their T side? We need a little bit more. Not had any fast ramp rushes, but it feels almost predictable at this point to throw it in on an eco. We'll see if Liquid feel the same. They start with 2 there. They certainly do. Elige is helping out as Naf, he drops lower. Elige drops lower, and Naf stays ramp rather. And Elige is already here to stop the vent play. Bye-bye, Alex. Not today. 4 up for Fnatic, and they throw the smokes.
Yeah, Fallen's going to get nullified by those, trying to outposition them. But you still got Elige waiting in the wings down on B. And we might even see a bit of an earlier rotation, especially when Elige gets this info. Dropping a nade, but he's got to get ready for the fight. Takes the second man out of the round for his troubles. And now the rotations come in towards B. It's only Nafly here, joined by Fallen. Still Team Liquid keeping bodies over towards this upper site. Stewie is starting to work this late secret control as well. And that's at least going to keep them trapped in. Mezzi's Deagle finds Fallen, but the bomb plant could get denied right now by Nafly. He won't manage it instead. Keeping it quiet up on the rafters. Couldn't see that bomb was going down. Mezzi's set up in window and is yet to be spotted by anyone. That Deagle rings out with a second. Now he is losing teammates in the site, but Mezzi trying to play the long game, trying to play the bomb game. Tag up for Jaquinho. But now they're on the bomb, they're sticking it. He's got a swing that gets them off. Mezzi with a third, and just Nafly left to beat. He tries to fake him out, and there's Naf to find the kill. Just enough time left for the defuse. And Team Liquid keep this looking good at 11-1.
Man, what more can Mezzi do in some of these rounds? It's actually obscene. Like, he 1D'd Fallen as the second rotate to be on the AWP, right? He was the guy who even won Fnatic their only round by doing the same with the AK. Look at that shot. And then the glass kill, and still finds a third here onto Stewie. And then Naf, you know, he's just called his bluff at that point. Naf taps it, fakes it out, and swings. Mezzi knows he has to go. If it's a stick, he loses the round. Yeah, you know, nice try from his team. They were trapped in single door. It's a very hard spot to hold on to with a pistol in a post plant. And good cover for Stewie to get them there. Elige goes up and over and drops Roland down to 9, but it's Alex with a revenge from Silo.
Oh, but Naf is tired of waiting around. He's seen a Crims. But it's actually the kill given over to Fnatic. So as Team Liquid attempted to dig themselves out of this hole, they've only ended up deeper in it.
You have to win this if you're Fnatic. There's no excuse. You've got to win this 5-on-3. Or this game is as good as done.
More re-aggression, Fallen this time. There's the trade to Alex, better late than never. And now he's hungry for more, playing around this squeaky door. Oh, that shot misses, you don't get a second chance at those. Stewie will deal with the main rapid. Grim's waiting back in default. This is his bread, this is his butter, this is everything for Grim. And he needed something out of it, but instead he's brushed aside by Mezzi on the entry. And so now this should be a done deal. Because of all these rounds recently coming down to these tight clutches, these very, very close, 1v1s, only a man surviving a lot of the time for Liquid, their money is in a really rough spot. So if Stewie does attempt this, if he does die, they've got nothing coming with them into the next round. I think he wants to get the AWP, that's all he's after. But will they let him get away with it? This is a bit of a rough spot to be in for Stu. He will get past, and that's it. He's out of there with the AWP. That was all he wanted to get out of the round. It's Fnatic up onto a second, trying for 4 at the end of the half.
Yeah, Fnatic at that point just trying not to throw the round, right? They're trying not to give him away back in. Chiquito gets his one shot baited by Stewie's jiggle, and then he just gives it up. Knows he has the cross, tells his team not to face, and that's a lock-in round for Fnatic. You get a bit worried when Fallen not only takes out Alex in the hut, but then almost drops Mezzi in door. If he gets 2 there, even with a trade, whoo, suddenly you're cooking if you're Liquid in that, what was that 3-on-5. But Fnatic, they've crafted that path, as you said. The money broke. What you got to get rid of is this weird, wacky AWP force. And then you're on to 4 potentially in this half. Fast outside, Leech, he's always been here. Never not. Chiquino is ready, and he doesn't see Fallen up above, but he's getting flanked from behind. Stewie's in the smoke. His second home right now. Waiting, praying that they give him a little bit more. Fnatic know what they're up against, and Chiquino's dropped the AWP. Where's Stewie gotten to, he wonders.
Back on the swing. Naf is gone with that AWP pickup. And so it's all left to little Grimithy. 1-on-4, and Chiquino lighting this round up with the AWP would be content with another. And there it is. 4 kills from the guy, and that AWP starts to look good for the T side on their way to finding this 4-round half they were hoping for.
Yeah, hoping for maybe. Once they were 11-1 down, they were hoping for 11-4. They probably weren't coming into it going, come on guys, 4 rounds, it's 2013 all over again, we'll be fine. That's a winning game right there. Nope. But, you got to make do with what you got. 4 is your best bet. And Fnatic, they should be onto it. This is where Liquid, these last 2 rounds, they face all outside. They know they can go a bit loosey-goosey. They know they've got nothing to lose. This is the same. You can just throw yourself into the lobby. You can get up in Fnatic's business if you want.
Yeah, I hope that Brolin can take this as a confidence-boosting round, if there ever was a time, right? Because he's looking a bit out of it right now. Haven't really get to say his name at all. And that's a problem. There's this little double ramp push. It's very weird. 2 AKs versus 2 Deagles. Who wins? The Deagles win! Of course they do! And that's the bomb as well. That could be the entire round stolen away on the back of this lobby push.
Oh my goodness.
Fnatic are getting split up as well. Chiquino left outside, but with lobby taken, you've got to regain previously owned ground. You don't know how deep Team Liquid are. Grim, he's seen a shadow, gets away with some damage, but it's going to take more than that to deal with Mezzi. Flashing Brolin in, Chiquino dead out in the yard, and so now all their attention is on the bomb in lobby. Look at this Team Liquid with everyone on it.
This double setup as well. Stewie trying to stay behind Fallen. But Fallen wants the frag. It's going to come to him. Brolin, nice headshot, but he's not ready for the man on the right side. And even if he is, Naf swings with him. They close with these, with the Eagles. It's 12-3 for Team Liquid. Fnatic's map pick is going horrendously, but we'll see if they've got steam to show us in that second half.
Pros? I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head, stand when they jump and then just chill out. Future Pro number 2, you will get to have all the fun. Follow Future Pro 1 and get onto their head using the close railing. Jump again to allow your stool to stand. Now aim towards this gap and line yourself up so this railing lines up with the edge of the direct close wall. Position your scope so you're aiming just below the painted blue section. Then fire your AWP when the timer is just about to change from 148 to 147. Here you can see the exact moment when CSN made his shot. And that's it. With a bit of luck and a willing teammate, I'm sure you can hit this shot at least 1 in every 100 rounds. Good luck.
A wonderful first half out of Team Liquid sees them go 12-3 up, closing round 15 with a broken bye with Deegs to make it happen. Any hope that Fnatic had, was all riding on this idea that they at least had a 4-11 half guarantee. Well, now they've got a real uphill battle here in this second half. If they want to even make it competitive, they're going to need this pistol round to even start the job.
Yeah, someone give Fnatic a shovel. They need to dig deep right now. Liquid just need to hold on, not bottle the lead. Never been done before, and they are going to go quick into this A site. Stewie tapped by Crims, and he needs more on the crossing players. He can't stop a Leech. Mezzi peeks out wide, but it's Crypt to grab him from the bomb site, and Alex files out Heaven to find a double. It's only Fallen left up, no armor, in trouble. And even though he gets the trade, it's Brolin. Where's he gotten to? Never seen, never spotted. Kit smoke available. Brolin looks for the kill.
And with him going wide, he might just catch it. Oh no, he saw Fallen. And now Fallen knows as well.
Not a helpful bomb spot for Fallen either.
No, that bomb is in the worst place, but luckily enough, Brolin has left Heaven. Now, Fallen won't know this, but eventually, right, he has to get the bomb or lose the round, so he's going to get a path to it. And he started to read the main play ahead of time. I called Fallen, king of the anti-clutch earlier, the guy who always puts a stop to you losing these 1vx rounds, and somehow he's done it again! At 3 points to health, Brolin, if he wasn't in his head to begin with, he's gonna be now. You take a look at that one after the fact, you see that you got Fallen down to 3 HP, and that should have been your round. But the Professor's stolen it away from you, and just like that, Team Liquid really up in the lead now.
Oh, a little wink from Fallen. He's feeling good. Nothing can go wrong for Liquid. This is an excellent Liquid out of the gates, not just dominating the first half, but now starting the second with clutches. Oh my goodness, poor Brolin. Could have hit the leg shot in the hut. An opportunity gone, and one you've got to forget about immediately. Come in with a force buy and come in with the win. Elige has an MP5 SD. Brolin's moving up secret. Okay. Goal, spam, and oh no, 2 out of 3. Elige wins that one out. It feels like nothing can connect for Brolin. He's in a 64-tick server. Everyone else is in 128. Smoke outside to cut off Chiquinho, and has done a great job at that towards his held position. Can't see much with the scout. There's another one in the hands of Crims trying to provide a bit of attention, draw them away. Are they still ready for Chiquinho back in spawn? Climbing up, that's exactly what Chiquinho wants.
Yeah, and you know, you've just seen Crims' scout here, so I don't think you're going to even consider the presence of a CT spawn scout. They see it and they immediately switch game plans. They go, well, look, let's not bother fighting him just yet. We know we got him trapped back in CT. There's not much he can do from here, but maybe they're overestimating how much respect he was going to get given.
So much damage off these scouts, man. 4 players, 30 or lower.
Dude,
There's he can finish the entire round, but he hits the one player with health. Naf down to 20. Crims will finish it, but it doesn't matter. It means nothing. If he shot just anyone else, it would be 1 hit. Instead, it's none. And Liquid live on the edge of death. 14-3. Someone call the coroner.
Yeah, man, that is such a devastating round, man. As you say, everyone else was low. The one guy with health is the one that then is also tagged down low.
Because he's going for body shots, because his entire team going, Chiquinho's going, man, I hit like 3 guys with a scout, watch out. And you're just hoping, you're just praying, that might be all you got.
Oh my God. 1 HP, what's going on? Dude, Brolin is cursed. I can't bear myself to look. I can't bring myself to do it. Crim's gonna try and set up here. Full of 1 HP, must be dead, must be dead. There's one at least. Naf trades it out.
Liquid aren't worried.
But they don't care. There's a reason that Fallen led the charge into battle there. He's got full faith in the team. He set them up for the plant. Alex is wiped clean, and for Mezzi and Chiquinho, you don't want to have to admit defeat here, but saving this MP9 and Scout is the only option you've got. This is the bulk of the weaponry you're going to bring with you up against 15.
Fnatic will physically not play a rifle round in the CT side, Harry. They double forced. You know, it's not like they even made the previous round close. They are just, you know, trying to keep them in it. Not wanting to buy up full against 15-3 and try and pull a flawless comeback. They wanted to at least give themselves breathing room. But absolutely slapped out of the server. And Brolin, I just, you know, I don't want to draw more attention to the elephant in the room, but how are some of these kills not coming through? This is not Brolin's day, this is not Brolin's game, and he's going to have to reset for Dust, because it is not far from that second map. This is Fnatic's best buy, and I say that with air quotes. Triple FAMAS, MP9 Scout, got some utility, but Liquid, all the talk of the town.
Yeah, and you know, I don't even think it's really fair to like be ragging on Fnatic. This is just a very, very determined looking Liquid that are trying to come in with a statement victory to open up what they're envisioning to be a deep playoff run, right?
Yeah, and what a statement that is. It's how they started the groups, Harry. They absolutely shredded NIP, who still made it to the playoffs. And now Liquid are out for more blood.
Yeah, well, Grim's dead right away this time around, and Alex is going to keep it in a 3-on-3. Doing what he can is nothing to Alicia's MP5. Chiquinho will ring out with one from heaven, but him and Brolin here together, they try to swing, they try to play off the back of each other. Brolin, 1v1, it's Elise to beat, and he's out of there, down through the vents. He makes out like a bandit, keeping this MP5 over the AK, a sign of confidence, perhaps. Definitely had chances to grab a gun in amidst the chaos.
A sign of madness, maybe.
But it might actually do him some favors here. You can be very light on your feet with this. Brolin does have smoke kit for the defuse as well. So if he really starts to run out of options, he's always got that as a fallback plan. This is his chance to put a round on the board for Fnatic. Either that or his bad luck is set to continue. And with Elige wrapping into window, Brolin has taken a lot of time clearing out this bomb site. He's running out of it now. Doesn't have a choice. Smoke's gone door, but the bomb's not planted for it. He still wins the fight. And there's just enough time left to grab this defuse. Brolin gets Fnatic to 4 rounds at least.
Well, yeah, Elige hears that smoke and he is just expecting it to be on the bomb, right? That's exactly what you would think. Brolin's up towards the door for a second. You think that's going to let him down, but just a slight confidence boosting 1v2 clutch to come through for Brolin, keeping Fnatic in this game even for a round longer. Nice try for a Liege, but not meant to be. Fnatic need a flawless game now on the CT side. They're going to have a little bit more to work with, at least more than the previous 3 M4s and a FAMAS. But Liquid have so much room to work with. Smokes outside, immediately setting a precedent into the first gun round. Alex is already down the vent. Kino can con that he can see nothing. And they could even sneak into main with this smoke. He's got to be aware of that as well. Could always be the play here for Liquid. They've got a lobby lurker in NAF, walking very close to the smoke, but just to try and get down to B. No real info to work with for Fnatic, other than smokes are down. It's either no one or everyone. And so you can't afford to gamble, stack your entire team down lower. Alex is there with no utility. He will be the early warning system.
Yeah, and being real, you kind of need Alex to go 1-for-1 at a worst case scenario, right? If he dies getting nothing done, getting pincered on this B push, and you fall into a 4-on-5 retake, especially with this NAF lurk, you know, still yet to really spring into action, you're in for a bad time. You're in for a rough old time. So Alex, there's going to be a lot of attention on you here right now. He's up on top of the silo. He's called for some support. Brolin is in at ramp, and Alex opens up with the first. 1-for-1 is what was needed, but suddenly Fallen and NAF come through with kills each. Bomb now down. Crimson Mezzi left up for the retake. And NAF still out on a lamb, all alone. This gives over a temporary 2-on-3, but it's up against 15. You're running out of time. You still haven't even begun to get the info as to where Team Liquid are. And even then, you've got to thin the herd. It's not going to happen. Elige and Fallen are going to lock in this victory. A statement win to open up this series. Team Liquid now a map up and looking to Dust 2, the map pick of Team Liquid. They're hoping they can make this a 2-0.
For myself and Will, coming from the UK, I think we add a different style to what the Swedish guys already have. We have a bit more structure, and they have the freedom and the creative plays in their looser style. So I think it's going well for now.
Now Circuit has got to turn around. He's got players coming from every position but the Palace.
They didn't have anyone here, so they've got to bear it in mind. And now Cirque out with 2 is suddenly stripped this man advantage away. Carrigan. Oh, he is ready. I was going to say, oh my word, where's this come from? This was a 4-on-3. Nick Stacy trying to stand the test of time, and this Nick's not going anywhere.
And here comes the B play. This is what it comes down to. KNG looks to try and be the defender of the site. The breaker of dreams!
Rattled. Dupree, he rattles right back through the smoke. Oh my goodness. Dupree!
Boomich moving back into middle, and surely they don't expect this play. Oh, he may have just brained them hard, Harry. Double mollies though and double flashes. They could check this corner, and they should be able to trade, you'd like to think, but do they check it? That's the question. One goes by, and Boomich playing it like an absolute beast. He finds them both.
JW is back on the shotgun again, and Lahij is going to be up for the chopping block. JW anymore. Oh, he's found his second. Pistols behind him, and JW, he's going to try his own. No knife for Stewie.
He's got it all to do, and he's stuck here. He's trying to play for time. Crims, the eyes of the world are watching, and this is where Crims might just do his best work. Shuts down everyone, just electronic, still defined, and there we go.
Brolin once more close on ramp, has got to do it all.
Yeah, flashed in. Brolin trying to deliver. And Brolin gets 3. Oh, he takes them all down with him. You thought Brolin's heroics might be enough. And indeed they are. The ace for Brolin.
There's just 2 players left to get past. Carrigan, an unknown entity, an unknown factor, flicks on down. Carrigan drops the bomb, 7 seconds, and he's done it! He's stolen it from Fnatic!
Both these teams vying for a chance to play against Heroic in the quarterfinals. And right now, Liquid actually putting Fnatic as a non-starter. Of course, that would be because they got trampled all over the map pick of Nuke that happened to be Fnatic's. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Trace, Yanko, and Maniac. Not all the same person, but here at the same time.
What the hell is going on, Trace? We got all one-sided games today.
Yeah, it's kind of
no close games. Just stomps.
It's pretty strange, all things considered, especially, you know, when you look at the past of Liquid, what is very possible within any game and any server they jump into. So that didn't happen here. Obviously, 16 way before Fnatic even got close. Maniac, I'd say we jump right into this one right off the top. What do you think?
Right off the top, a little bit disappointed by this game. I'm going to be honest. I think Fnatic, with the way they played throughout the group stage, had bought our confidence, at least our attention. The fact that they could make life hard for a team like Liquid going onto their map pick. They fall completely flat. Liquid winning clutches, destroying them in the entry frags. I'm not even going to go into the numbers because it's horrible. Destroy them in entry kills, clutching all the way. There was just no game, and that's a little bit disappointing.
Deflated, even. Deflategate? No Bill Belichick fans in here? Or too soon? Or my bad? Yanko, what's up? Draw me something.
Let's jump into this one because Brolin had a poor game individually. We'll show some of the reasons why. This is the first gun round. We can see that Fnatic starts the wall of smokes fast outside. Brolin and Mezzi, they're trying to go for an A split here. Elige is already covered in this, you know, Kabi, he was annoying early on towards Yard, being aggressive. You can see Fallen is outside, so you only have Grim and Suey on the A bomb site and Naf is on ramp. They're going to play inside hut and top of hut. And this is actually, you can see the Fnatic players creeping up. They're going to do a main split, which is a great call in this moment. So they're basically 5v2. And you can see here, pay attention to 2 guys, right? Jaquinho here, he's going to be throwing a lot of utility. And then Alex as well. And I'll show you what Creams is doing in a second. But this is where they kind of mess up the execute. And you're going to see why in just a second. So they're on top. It's going to be a molly for side flashes from Jaquinho. Crims is throwing a Molotov for CT vent, but look at his flash. Now, he's going to throw a flash. I don't know if this is for a guy being close vent or maybe on top of hut or something, but it's either this flash or Jaquinho's from top of T roof, really, that he's going to throw. You can see there's a flash, and as Mezzi and Brolin are going to be coming in, they're creeping up outside, and you're going to see Brolin gets full flashed by his teammates' flashes. You can see how far he goes blind. He gets all over into the side, doesn't see Stewie on top of hut, dies because of it. Mezzi gets the trade, but because of that, he dies to Fallen. And now from his POV, they avoid the Elige. Fallen is not there yet, and look at it now. So it could be Crims's flash, maybe Jaquinho's flash. He's just running in full blind. If he gets that kill, then they can turn to heaven. He probably dies to Fallen, but Mezzi gets the trade, they get the side. Maybe they win the first gun round, but here you see he's just completely screwed by his teammate.
It's a lot easier when the walls are opaque, I can just say that. Yeah, it just really has to be. Yeah, that flash, not the prettiest stuff that we've seen out of the Fnatic camp.
No, it hurts, and it's a good illustration when we talk about a team not being practiced yet. That's what we're talking about. We are talking about the ability to put out a strategy with perfect timings, perfect executions, people looking where they have to look, and flashes being perfect. One flash in an attack like this, as you showed, one flash can ruin the entire thing. One prong of the attack, completely disabled, and that is it. It falls flat.
Also, if Fallen has sub 5 HP, probably a good chance Liquid win the round somehow. I don't even know what the odds of that are repeating itself. Here's our Air Force Aim High head-to-head, featuring Elige and Grim. Now, Elige definitely put up some numbers, but interestingly enough, Fallen, 6-0 in opening duels.
Very, very, very interesting. I mean, Elige is always going to be a candidate that we mentioned when it comes to numbers. That's the value he brings to any team. But you mentioned Fallen, and we have to take a second to consider what he brought into this map, right? You said 6-0 in entry kills. Obviously, it's huge. We've seen Clutches talk about the second pistol round as well, that 1 versus 2.
3 HP.
Yeah, exactly. 3 HP at the very end. He best is Brolin. So when you have Fallen that is able to do that individually speaking, able to have that kind of impact, that kind of difference making outside of just being an IGL, you take Liquid to the next level, this whole lineup. That was the question with him, and he's answering that at least today.
So the biggest question I've got to ask, right? So we're going over to Dust 2. It's Liquid's pick, and then Fnatic just basically couldn't get the car cranked this morning so far. How do they turn that around, Yanko?
I think you just need to take a deep breath and say, guys, like, let's just make sure whatever the call is, like, we do it right, you know. Let's not rush anything. Let's make sure everyone's in position. That could have been, you know, someone shouting, we have to go. You know, the guys outside, their smokes are fading. We have to go. But the players inside are not in position to start supporting them, right? And then if you can't do it properly, don't do it at all. You could see what happens, right? When you can't execute it right, you're just hurting yourself more than anything. So just take a deep breath. You know, it was a stomp, so really you can't dwell too much about it. Let's just pretend it's 0-0. Let's just start anew and see if we can start getting some momentum, because Liquid so far throughout Pro League have been really, really good at snowballing games, right? If they get off to this lead, like, they just shut you down completely. They're playing with so much confidence, and yeah, that's a scary proposition for Fnatic.
So Maniac, why don't you just tell the audience at home if Fnatic are going to come back and take us to a third? Why don't you just make them a believer?
I would make him a believer. Listen, you know Brolan, you know this guy, what he's capable of when he's not being flashed right in the face by Crims and spends the whole rush basically rushing, not seeing what's happening. That Brolan I'm talking about, it's Brolan that can make the difference, and he's about to do right that. Dust 2 is a skilled map, Brolan is a skilled player, 1 + 1 = 2.
Hell yeah, or Dust 2 for that shortness.
Don't let your dreams be memes.
Man, that's my favorite quote. I don't even know where it came from, but yeah, right now, getting memed on is Fnatic. Alex and Mezzy looking to recover, but it is Dust 2 coming up next. The pick of Liquid, and we're going to a break, so don't move.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Total Biscuit. I'm here to ask and answer one simple question. WTF's Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Will not be good. Hopefully get right. We'll do something here with the match. 1, 2, 3, 7. I can't believe my own eyes. We'll get right at this. They're going to go in here. Goes for the defuse. He has to get it right now. If not, then they lose. He goes for it. Is he going to get it? Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Great turn of events. Aiden with a triple kill. It's all an assist. If he loses this one round, and that's going to be it. 16-14. The first team in history to beat NIP on LAN. They must be feeling happy.
Private will eventually fall. Gerite is going to be waiting. Hiko charges in, doesn't check it. What? Inhuman reactions!
The fuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness.
What's next?
He's walking around and just walking in a stacked Wonderland. He gets himself an African coming. The board!
NIP have won Gamescom 2014. It finally happened.
They are the champions! The frag grip, it's up against Exist. Swag delivers, can you believe it? That is sensational from Swag.
Team Dignitas, they've got the smokes down to cut Cloud9 off, and in fact, they're going for huge plays. Dupree!
Quite a while here, so Hiko and Sean, that's a good kill from Hiko, but they realize Dupree's still in there somewhere. They're going to try and go for it here. They want to go all in. Hiko comes in with another kill, and back to a 2-on-2. That bomb so far ticked. They got to move quick right now. They're going for it. The defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me? He's going to go for it. They win the round. Hiko!
I can't believe what I'm witnessing right here.
Wow.
Fnatic's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears back on Nuke. The all-seeing eye and all-hearing team of Team Liquid looking good as they emerge victorious back on Nuke 16-4. That was the map pick of Fnatic. Now we head to Dust 2. Bit of a classic map for the Liquid boys, and they're looking to keep that heat up. They're looking to lock in a 2-0 over Fnatic. We didn't really see much out of the Fnatic squad. I don't think they put their best face on yet. Maybe they've reserved it all for right here, right now.
Well, they'll need to, right? Liquid even said coming into this, we don't think Fnatic have had enough time to be a threat. And, well, question is, what's their reset potential like with such a new roster, with a new in-game leader? Gotta hope Fnatic still have fight to give us. Right now, it's Liquid with no fear in the world, running out middle with a mid-to-B smoke. Crims on the corner, good for one, and through goes Alex with the same result. Only one man left to beat. Brolin tagged up low, and he does hit the flick, trying to hold on to tunnels, dead to the Glock of Grim, and Naf needs to get that bomb out of no man's land, but Mezzi comes in from long. Now only Grim left up. Not a fun position, not an enviable 1v2, but if someone's got to do it, it's got to be Grim.
Yeah, taking this this fight with the Glock, though, 2 USPs that can swing on you at a moment's notice. It was always going to be a Fnatic round. And, you know, for guys like Elige there, he's going to be kicking himself that he didn't use that opportunity earlier on to grab the bomb from middle. Right? He goes instead to try and help Grim with the B bomb site. Understandable. You know, I don't think you can say, oh, that was the wrong choice to have made. He had two options, either get the bomb and hope that Grim could have locked that kill in alone, or you go and help him and then attempt to double back. But with Brolin stepping up, right, delivering that one kill onto Elige, and then the long flank hitting a good timing onto Naflight, it all kind of came together for Fnatic, and it felt like Team Liquid, the shots that had to land, had to hit, and, you know, you couldn't afford to go 1-for-1 in. Well, they ended up going that way, didn't they? Alex was holding for the boost, and so Elige has dropped out of the round early. This is just a Glock round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I actually like that Liquid just go straight for Glocks. It would have been easy to justify forcing, come in confident, come in overzealous perhaps, but Liquid just want to get guns out. They want to maximize their buys. And so falling short in this one, giving Fnatic a clean round, and then coming in with AK. Stewie still wants to rustle and tussle with this round. He's got a Deagle right now. I guess brought up by Elige and handed over. looking for these A picks. Chiquino's got the scout. We saw a lot of damage off of these in the first map, even if kills weren't apparent. Chiquino now needs to get something, anything, hit a shot and set your team up. As Mezzy waits in Goose, he bites down with 2, and it's 2 for each as Fnatic find their second with 5 alive. Liquid now coming in with guns, and they are raring to go.
Yeah, you know, you're going to get given a big test right away with the AKs now pulling through for Team Liquid. You know, you got your free B round, you had your chance to keep it nice and clean. Now, as you head into this bonus, you're either going to reap the reward of those AKs, you're going to bring them with you into the future, or Team Liquid are looking to get on the board very, very quickly. What have they cooked up? They're just going to go for a bit of a default here. 2 over towards the lower tunnels. Naf taking this early long spawn, but flashed off the angle, has to concede it. And so right now, you know, it's a pretty standard start here from Liquid. You're trying to take tunnels, you're trying to hold this control, you don't want to give up long doors, and you're just waiting to see if you can get any info from mid crosses while you gain this control. And now they'll probably poise themselves. It's not uncommon to see Grim just hold on to these upper tunnels while the rest of the guys go back and work mid and cat. And then with Nafly holding on to long, it gives you a lot of options here, right? You've got Catwalk. You can use that to accelerate the pace into an A play. Alternatively, this can be nothing more than a ruse covering up the true nature of a mid to B with this tunnels push from Grim. So let's see what Team Liquid want to do. They're right where they want to be.
Yeah, but Fnatic know everything, right? They've got the info. They hear them up Catwalk at least, getting reloads off. Alex waits to flank this A play if it is to come through, or to stop a mid to B. And he'll know it's not the latter. Naf is running until he's not. Re-smoke at mid. And that'll mean Alex probably can't go through at this point. Now you just got to wait for the cross. Scout for Chiquino needs headshots here. Tags won't do it. Player coming up from CT. There's the first tag. Chiquino trying to back up now. Oh, he's done 2 in. Alex has got a couple of soft players to finish off with this UMP. And so in he moves, taking down Fallen. Chiquino now has the room to re-aggress. And he's taking more and more tags, more and more bodies down to the grave. Alex is here to make the money on the way out. Liquid don't know where to look. Everywhere they face, they find bullets. And Chiquino is hitting heads right now. Nap alone, no time for it. And that's a nice, clean round out of Fnatic.
Chiquino's scout does so much there to set you up. He tags every single player that they fight at a minimum, and at most, you know, he's delivering the kills, he's delivering the goods. It makes it a very easy, you know, stress-free round for guys like Alex. Over towards ramp, just re-peeking on the back of that scout with the UMP. And so this is kind of worst-case scenario for Team Liquid. You brought the AKs out early. You really wanted to find that round, knowing that there wouldn't be a lot bought out for Fnatic. Well, now you've gifted them 3 AKs. You've set them up nicely. They keep that round clean. This is a really nice start for Fnatic, and already this should put us on a path to a far more competitive game.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, with an AWP there, if you're Liquid, you're probably not expecting as much resistance, right? Maybe you get an AWP shot off and you get a kill and you run back to long and play retake. But because Alex has already gotten up from CT to ramp, you know, Chiquino is able to not only keep re-peeking, but knows his tags are going to get finished off. And I like that. Liquid keep trying to fight him instead of just focusing on the plant and focusing on getting Alex out of ramp. They never really get control or space in that round.
Very small detail as well was the whole reason Alex was able to get there was because of that flashbang that Chiquino threw earlier, right? It made the players on Cat turn away from the CT cross for even a moment. Ooh, now they hold down this B-bomb site. Crims ain't letting you in. He's going to stop 2 at least. And this is where Brolin looks to hold on, already getting a much better face out of Brolin. Grim left up in the clutch, a 1-on-3, and he'll get cut down over in CT, with Chiquino grabbing a rifle as well now. And Fnatic are up onto 4.
Oh, this is what it's like having to start on the T side in 2021, right? It's not as easy anymore, and Liquid are finding out the hard way. Nice deep smoke there from Crims. Him and Brolin playing B together as well, right? The oldest standing duo left on this team, you could say. And both of them doubling up. Seeing a lot more out of Brolin already. Fnatic able to actually run CT rifle rounds, right? That's a pleasantry they weren't given on that first map. Grim gets out past the Molotov. Fnatic going to re-aggress with flashes, and they molly him as well, but he's got a nice big gap thanks to that deep smoke. Doesn't wait to throw it. Nades will do some good damage, but Naf will do more, spamming Alex out. Chiquino trying to move in, but they're coming behind him. He hears the smokes, he sees the mollies, he doesn't know where to look, and they crouch their way into the bomb site. Chiquinho's under hot water right now, and Grim somehow hits the flick back to take 2. Roland might want to give this round up, but Crims has now tempted them back in. Is it enough, though? 2 on 4, bomb planted, and Fnatic are out of there. Yeah, Chiquinho needed something, right? But not only is he trying to help his teammates who are calling for support down on the long, down in pit, but he knows they're coming up catwalk with utility as well.
Yeah, that looked like a real-time example of someone stuck between 2 minds about how to approach a situation. Like you say, his teammate along probably saying like, "Bud, I need help or else I'm dead." And he gets caught between that and his responsibility of holding the catwalk. And there's that big period of like indecisiveness where he's just kind of going towards them both. Like he's looking long, then going back to cat, then goes back to long. You know, if he'd maybe just dedicated to one of those decisions from the get-go, could have been a different outcome, but that's something to be expected, you know, like with a team like this Fnatic squad where they're still trying to oil out some of these problems, they're still trying to iron out the kinks, as it were. You know, these things might be prevalent, and it kind of sucks in this situation.
Yeah. Nice round for Grim, though. Liquid get on the board earlier than Fnatic did in that first map. It was 6-0 up before Fnatic broke that streak. Liquid are in early. Fallen's got the AWP as well. 0-5, but this guy was a beast, right? Do not take your eyes off him. Elige may have taken the top of the chart, but Fallen, he was 6-0 in opening duels. He won 2 clutches. That's double all of Fnatic combined. And he had, I think, 5 more than 5. A lot of multi-kill rounds in there as well. Fallen really had a great game on Nuke. So Dust for an AWP should be a paradise. Cat taken again. The hinge smoke, so valuable in getting you up on the short side without having to worry about someone walking out lower, right? It's better than the Xbox smoke because that can elude some of your vision on those doors players. You're never going to push through doors as a CT with the hinge smoke. Your legs will just get shot out from underneath you. Good grenades for Fnatic. They've softened up the Cat players considerably. But Liquid want to go back and get their vengeance.
Oh yeah, but Brolin's up close here in middle. He's got a player dropping into CT as well in Alex.
Perfect bait.
And yeah, it's drawn them away from this A site, which was where Team Liquid were looking to end up. That's where a bit of a clutch Molotov comes out from Chiquinho. It gives enough time for Alex to get set up here on the ramp again. Not the first time that Chiquinho's util has allowed Alex to get better poised for this A hit. Will they be able to reap the reward now? The flashes are good. Chiquinho and Mezzi lining those up. And Chiquinho's AWP looking good for the first, at least. Fallen. Oh, double up.
Chill.
And now given a chance at the plant. Now he might die to Brolin on the run-up, who's just going to look to run him down. And he will get the better of Fallen in that head-to-head.
Oh, a sigh of relief for Fnatic, I think, just getting that round after Fallen finds 2 very quick shots back in. And as you said, yeah, that Molotov is everything there for Fnatic. Liquid baited Fnatic into that double mid setup. They peeled a B player down the ramp. They peeled Alex off of A. And very quick reaction to realize, wait, no, it's just a fake. It's just Elige running around the middle, making noise with the Molotov. He gets back up and look at his position in the middle of the bomb site. 2 kills, massive impact out of the in-game leader for Fnatic. And, well, Fallen, he tries his damnedest, but Brolin denies the clutch. And already, yeah, like Brolin's already outfragged his previous map. Yeah, no question about it. But he's looking a lot more comfortable as well. Hoped he wouldn't get in his head after the amount of like 99 damage fights he would find. And that has not deterred him from the objective, which is making this series a 3-mapper and then taking it away right at the end.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the inner pessimist in everyone could go, oh man, I was 99 in everyone, I couldn't kill a thing. Or you could look at it and say, well, you know, I was almost killing them, just one more bullet would have made all the difference. So, glass half full, bullet extra kind of guy.
Nice. Oh, extended mags on Brolin today.
This is a B rush by the looks of things. They were keen to go for it. It was all hinging on getting an opener, and there's the opener. Crim's AWP, let's see what it can do. He's going to try and hold down the B bomb site, but actually, no. It's all a bit of a ruse out of Liquid. They know that getting that kill and dumping all that util through the tunnels is going to really shuffle this Fnatic CT side around. They leave it long enough. that Fnatic have spread their forces between this B and A bomb site. So now, you know, if you're Chiquinho and Messi here, you're hoping that you can just get even a kill to poise yourself for a retake, right? If you can find the long lurk, if you can deal with one of these short players, ideally, you know, you'd want a double to leave yourself a man up in the retake, and they might get that delivered because of this double long wrap that's coming in from Team Liquid. Chiquinho will also have room to take a fight up here on the catwalk. And so right now, we need even trades at a bare minimum out of these Fnatic boys over on A. If the rest of the squad are ever to lean into this, Messi playing with fire in this smoke. There's the first, but he can't follow up. Not the end of the world yet. Chiquinho could still make this a doable round. The Molly, Team Liquid run right through it. Naf's found leaving long. And so now Chiquinho, one kill would mean the world, but instead he's out on an island at long.
Oh, the penny dropped too late there. His team killed Naf running back from long in middle, and it seemed like Chiquinho didn't realize for a few seconds it was clear, and in that time he could have got set up, played pit, played corner, gone for the retake round. Instead, he's out in the open, and he just gets swung by Liquid. Nice fake play for Naf. Even though he dies, it's enough to draw the AWP off, and now Fallen's taking it back to lock in the round. There it is, and that should be the kill that seals the deal too for Liquid. Yeah, I like these long to A splits, these fast A takes against Fnatic. Even when they know what's going on, they can't put a stop to it. I'm sure the call came through for Alex. He heard players jumping in lower, up onto Xbox. They knew that was a likelihood. But even on Messi, only one in the smoke fade and none for Chiquinho is not enough. And that's Liquid building back in. Double AWP didn't do Fnatic much help either.
Man, that is a bit of a crying shame, you know. I think you're dead on about the whole realization for Chiquinho just coming in a second too late. Like, that would have been such a different round if he was able to get poised at long and set up for the 3-on-3 retake.
Or even just watching the A site, you know,
exactly,
like take one down with you,
Once he's out in the open like that, he's in a spot where if he doesn't win his fight, then the round was over, and that was always how it was going to be.
All right, Crim's AWP, Crim's primary AWP, saved on. Brolin gone, and B has fallen in this round. Alex tries to spam a leash on the jump, but he's just fine and dandy. And really, you should be already thinking about resaving this AWP. Maybe you can grab an AK as well. Chiquinho's got it. Well, that tempts you in. Send the pistols in first at least. See what they can find before you throw away your rifles. Naf holding onto tunnels. Alex jumping. Naf knows what's up, but it's all a bit of a bait for Messi coming in through spawn. It will take time, though. Liquid have no interest in losing this round. It would be quite the calamity. Oh, Chiquinho close, but not quite. Now Naf flash back in by Fallen, and he finds a double. Knows the AK's in spawn, knows Crims was AWPing middle, and so Liquid can just exit together. It's a shoe-in of a round.
Yeah, but Fnatic weren't meant to win this one, and they know it, right? Even though you had that promising opener out of Crims. It was always wishful thinking that the solo AWP would be enough to find you another round. And so instead, they've been homed in on getting the rifles out. I think you do occasionally, you know, see some of these teething issues, we'll call them, for Fnatic, especially over towards the A-bomb site where you've got the Brits playing alongside Chiquinho.
Ooh. It's one way to lob an Xbox smoke on the fly. Just throw it off the wall. Liege, oh, he's inside of the smokes. They hear the spam once a flash fades, but there's another one popping in. It's perfect. Messi just about controls the spray for a kill. And Alex decides to give it all up. Let Chiquinho line up a double, and he almost did. He almost did, but now he's in hot water, hot fire, no armor, no smoke, no chance. Liege also found Alex swinging to try and save his life, and now just gunfights being picked up by Liquid until Brolin smoke shots Liege. That throws this round up into the air for a moment, but if they try and retake off Catwalk, Stewie is here to win everything.
Yeah, Stewie's on a real grimy angle, mate, holding off these rotations. Even one is enough. He doesn't need to fight Crims here. You might be tempted because you know you can knock the AWP out of the round. And honestly, I think if you're Team Liquid, you're anticipating a save here. Crims has poised himself on the catwalk. It should be nothing more than a save.
Yeah, it's safer, right? Like almost hiding in plain sight, right? Like machine and prop hunt, which I'm sure people will see eventually. Sometimes that's the best way to get out free. Liquid are never going to check cap, and if they do, they'll be running away from the bomb with their knives out. Instead, it's long. Crims will save. And look, Stewie's hunting tunnels right now. He's checking the expected places for Crims to get out. So orb yoinked and round taken by Liquid. Again, these long to cat splits, they are the way in for Liquid. They are what have been working. They tried the long take, they tried the cat take, throw it together, bake in the oven for 30 minutes, and you got yourself a meal.
Yeah, the A site for me just doesn't look comfortable. Like, it doesn't... I don't know, man. I almost get like this feeling that Jaquinho's really trying to listen and hang off of Alex's every word. I may be reading into it too much there, but it just feels a little bit like, even in that round where he's constantly pulled between like short and long and doesn't seem to pick one, there he's like waiting in the molly for a flash to the point where he's dead regardless, right?
There's nothing he can do, really.
I don't know, man. There are just points of it that still look a little rough around the edges, and I think Team Liquid have noted that as well, and I think they're going to be keen to keep exploiting it.
I mean, you see the B hold is Brolin and Crims, right? The one time you went B, they both multi-killed.
Exactly, right? And if anyone's going to have that synergy, if anyone's going to have that already down pat, it's going to be those two, right? So I think you are more keen to try and exploit the less experienced stack.
Oh, lovely flash as well. Crims just took a blind shot, but he couldn't get off the angle in time, and neither can Jaquinho. Has fallen, runs him down with the AWP. Presente indeed. 5-on-3, and they're going to keep feeding you. Grim gets Brolin out of that B-bomb site. Also, Naf is orging. Loves an org on the CT side. But he's here on the attack as well. Grim tapping out Mezzi, and it's a nice, clean, confidence-boosting round out of Liquid, drawing the score back to 5-5. Anyone's game now. This is a 4-0 lead for Fnatic, no longer.
Yeah, and you know, wonderful openers from Fallen, right? He runs into the only danger in that round, which is the AWP, and he beats it not once, but twice over at long. So, you know, a lovely little round out of him. If we can get some more shots like that from this T-side AWP, oh, we're in for a treat. Still, he's donning it over him once again. Taking that orb down into the lower tunnels. Jaquinho glass cannon on the other side.
Oh, okay, nice spray, dude. Through a pixel angle, and Stewie's followed up. The T-side combat up in middle before the smoke blooms. Now it's down. Liquid just had the hallway taken. They're going to run into B. Now, Crims has locked in upper tunnels. He has taken that at least. Liquid are wondering, where is that B player? Where has he gotten to? They molly off tunnel, and that forces the save. Naf is the save denier, though. Still hanging about in T-spawn.
It's very grimy, isn't it? You almost don't want it to work. Because it's just gross. Like, he's been here since the start of the round. He's here at the end of the round trying to deny saves. And he just might get his way. How long does he hold it? Oh, yeah. CS logic, it does dictate that the moment you look away from an angle, that's when they peak it.
That's fine, though. You're not worried. The only sad thing is you lose the org, but Liquid are now up in the lead. Fallen's dancing. Fallen's having a great time. And Stewie's dead with a bomb while fist bumping.
Nice. Well, you know, team spirit is what matters at the end of the day. I don't mean the CIS squad. I mean the spirit of the team.
Yeah, thank you. Got there in the end.
Yeah, we bring in like it's like the dab, but with more layers. It's pretty cool. It's like a dab into a fist bump. You know, you got the twirl to build up into it. Fallen's always innovating on the classics.
True.
Speaking of, he's back on his AWP.
Back on his
Might
BS.
boost him lower to go for this this peak, right? He's got someone there with him. Instead, he's just scoped up ahead of time, and Jaquinho holding for a mid-cross. We've normally seen Jaquinho with the AWP over at Crossroads, so him being in middle could come as a nasty surprise. He's never even needed, but he will strike eventually. Jaquinho's AWP already having a better time in middle. And I like that, right? That's either Alex noting that maybe, you know, he's feeling a bit uncomfortable. Maybe Chiquinho says it himself and just says, look, I'm getting bodied over here on A. Give me a change of scenery. Give me a chance to take these fights with the AWP. And he gets a must-win fight in this round to leave it in a 5-on-2.
Yeah, you know also the Liquid haven't exactly been doing these quick A plays out of spawn, right? They have been setting the precedent. They have been going B, getting a pick, you know, throwing in some mid-util, faking things out. So your options are going to be available there to get that quick pick and go back to the A site. That's what he's done. You know, Elige also turned from Stewie's flash, and in doing so, double took that close mid player of Brolin. Nice setup in mid for Fnatic, and right now they're flanking the play for Liquid. They've got all the info. Barrel spotted, Grim, a dead man, Stewie 2. You've got to hold the shot till you've got both, and there they come through at the same time. Fnatic bite back with a 5 alive round. That's got to feel good. A change of setup, a change of pace, and Liquid back to the races. Naf couldn't get the AWP, he's put Krieg instead. Yeah, this was awful as well. So unlucky before it jumps and just gets decimated by Alex, who was crouched on Catwalk. If he was uncrouched, Fallen would have seen his head there and likely taken the kill. Fnatic, that is a big round, though, to keep you in this CT side. Anyone could take the half at this point. Smoke so good throughout the map.
Yeah,
fast
right.
up cat. This is the same play, but insta.
Yeah, no more slow mid-control, mate. We're already here. Hello, Fnatic. Chiquinho trying his best to hold on, doubles up before he's sent to the grave. And the other two were very far removed from this play. It's the AWPs left standing, and Fallen wants an AW piece of the action, mate. He's taken out Grims. Naf with a missed shot. Calling for Fallen to come. Oh my God, Brolin, he knows, and Fallen's got no idea. Blindsided by the car player. Nafly the AWPer, baby. Here he is trying to make it happen. Brolin taking a fight that maybe he didn't need to. He freaks out for Nafly. He locks it in. 7 on the board for Team Liquid, and Fnatic, that is such a shame. Brolin swinging, giving up that fight, giving up the 1v1. And the timing just wasn't there for the side peek either. There wasn't really an angle afforded to Mezzy.
Oh, that's so awful. So awkward for Brolin. You know, I guess he's thinking Naf is still holding the bomb site. That's what he should be doing. There's a player right there that Naf's seen. And so Brolin just goes in for the swing. His teammate's a little bit late. And Stewie. That's what I like
us, baby.
Look at the fast pace, right? You caught Alex with nades in hand on the A site. He was trying to get up Catwalk without the boost.
Like
Liquid,
you said,
change of pace, Fnatic are not ready.
Like you said, they just haven't encountered that yet, right? So they're used to seeing these mid-smokes go in, and it's like, oh, boys, we got like 50 seconds before they even get here. Nope. It is a complete change of pace from Liquid.
Great call.
But now Fnatic are ready for that kind of thing if it were to happen again, right? And they've started this round in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, Chiquinho certainly had some opening picks in middle. This position has been a nice change-up for him. He's taken down Grim from the get-go in this round. Liquid still committing on Catwalk. Wherever they go, they are not to be favored. Leaving Elige back in tunnel gives them a get-out clause. Cut the contract, go back. Alex in mid, catches Stewie. The bomb goes flying in. Fallen had to hit that trade. He did. Brolin stopped the Legion tunnel, and Naf has provided an entrance to that B bomb site. You've still got to worry about Brolin, and the flank is in at the perfect time. Mezzy's already crossed out Fallen. Does he know? He seems to read it. But Mezzy's tucked in. He's not giving away the kill. He's not giving the escape route back. Fallen's got to carve a path elsewhere, sneaking up the ramp.
Yeah. Elsewhere. Here he is. Up through the double doors. Oh! Dead to Brolin. Wasn't ready for the close angle.
This is competitive. This is the game that
we wanted. This is what we wanted, yeah. It just feels like it's a map delayed, and it's fine. This is perfect.
Yeah.
We can still get an exciting 3-mapper out of this one. Who knows?
Absolutely. It's anyone's at this point, but Liquid, really good T-side. You've got to wonder, you know, what's the depth of Fnatic, as good as any player or team can be on Dust 2. You know, Liquid certainly got some cool setups, some cool calling coming out of Fallen, and he is just running down mid, no fear. Surprising to see that after this. Chiquinho AWP has been, you know, picking off players in middle. Liquid don't seem to care. They know it's back to the A site. Solo B hold for Crimson's AWP this time around. He's going to smoke off Grim and Upper, and Fnatic take Cat, this time with their guns out, in case for a pace change of Liquid. They're even going to flash. We've not seen much aggro move from Fnatic apart from long takes, you know, pushing top mid in these 5-on-2s. And so this is a nice way to catch Liquid off guard. No one's on Xbox right now. No one knows. And with the bomb outside of B, Liquid will eventually be going there. Now holding for these long takes that definitely have been in the back of Liquid's mind, right? Seeing Mezzy push out a lot of the time. But Liquid re-smoke middle and try and trap Crimson B.
Yeah, Alex has gone through this once before, but this time he's team flashed and Safallen is ready for it. Crim's wrapped by Stewie, and that's the solo B defense brushed aside. It's also put an AWP into the hands of Stewie 2K. Now they're going to try and draw your attention away for Naf to get value out of this position, and he's seen the wraparound from Brolin, but isn't able to beat it. You're hoping these double AWPs can thin the retake out before it arrives, and that's exactly what Stewie was hoping to do with that shot there. Ooh. But they're not connecting, he's down to a Galil. And now, Fnatic with utility still to play with, start to lob it all up and over. Smoking falling off, back in the tunnel, but he's not even needed because Stewie and Grim have got the B site on lock. Team Liquid, they take the half with 8, but we're neck and neck. This is the game we promised you. This is the match we wanted. Stick around, because we'll be back with more in just a minute.
Going against Fnatic, I think it's going to be a good game. I don't think there is anyone who is super favorite. Just like Keith mentioned, they just changed 2 players, and Liquid did the same not too long ago. I think we're a little bit longer in the process, and we know the burden that comes with it. A lot of things that have to be said, a lot of experience you have to go through to put everyone on the same page. So they have to deal with that. But you know, those things nowadays, there is no easy match. There is no match won for sure, and we're going to have to play our best to secure it. And I'm looking forward to that.
They're still waiting. The patience game coming. I can spot them coming out of street door as well. He's here. He sees them down there. Straight headshot. They have no idea. Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot on the Meister. You've got to be kidding me. Takes down Hiroshima as well.
Try and get the flank off. He's going to have 2 right there. Can they line up for him? What is he doing? Why did he hesitate so much? Doesn't matter. Has the CZ, gets 1, gets taken down.
We'll see you back here in 1 month. It's going to be awesome to see you.
Shroud has let them all pass. 1, 2,
Back in its heyday, there was literally no reason to save. It's fucking $300.
I'll tell you what.
What?
Yes. Lots of people voting for Overpass. It wasn't Infermo. Should have gone for number 4. Fuck.
Elevator. He's on ramp. Oh my god, no. Fuck.
I think I need to restart for another go.
He's got a lightsaber. Oh my goodness, he's a dead Jedi.
Get off here though, Forrest down the pitch, gonna pick it up, Michael to follow. The bomb is dropped, he picks up the double kill, turns around, and he headshots him right as he comes out the apartment.
Catalina champion, not Fnatic!
Did Emilio just get backbanned?
What?
What? Chicken in the lobby here. Really wants to play. He has a good rank as well. You can see that he has the level to play in the semi-final, you know?
I'm leaving mid.
Boots here, Boots, come on.
I'm blind.
Bomb there. Here we go.
Blind.
We're not mid. Dead.
Wow.
It's the matchup we promised you, only an hour delayed. Liquid and Fnatic is finally heating up. We've got a close half, one that's split right down the middle. Dust 2 feels like it's anyone's for the taking. It was a bit of a late game resurgence out of Team Liquid, right? Originally going 5-1 down, only to then continue to win out the half at a bare minimum. Now moving into their CT side. Team Liquid fired up. Fnatic, all eyes on them.
Yeah, going all B as well. We've got Crims trying to fake it out, but with a cat player, with two, in fact, you're going to realize very quickly this is nothing but a ruse. However, Naf's going to need to hit some bangers in order to stop this B play. Stewie's trying to get involved early, and he's backstabbed the bomb. It goes tumbling into Jaquino's hands. He can just commit, forget the flank, go into the bomb site. Oh, Stewie tries to commit, and Brolin will punish that as the rest of the Liquid side flood the tunnel. Everyone's here to fight. Fnatic don't want that B side. They want the bodies, and they're dropping like flies. 2 for Jaquino, leaving Grim alone. He found that mid pick. He stopped that man coming down on the lurk, but now he's got to pick up the pieces of this round.
Flashing himself through this smoke. Grim with the tap, but isn't ready for a second man in the site. And so Fnatic, they arrive to the server right away, and in spite of losing players to that lower flank immediately, the response was really good, right? They understood that Team Liquid were trying to apply that pressure, were trying to come in on these fast flanks through the tunnels, and so Fnatic stay grouped throughout. Every fight they take is a little, you know, 3-man unit fighting against the one player on Liquid that's trying to engage upon them, and then they find Fallen over and B, and suddenly, you know, any worry dissipates. They've got the bomb site, they've got the info. And so they're looking to make a run in this T side.
Okay. Elise! That's 2 deeks, maybe make it 3, but he's going to get tagged and cut his losses, get out with his life. Jaquino, the tag god, has lit 2 up on the cross. Fallen and Stewie's scouts only just standing. This is a weird round for Fnatic. They may have the rifles and the range to some degree, but Liquid have a 5-on-3. Trying to recuperate lost ground. Mezzi taking the AK out on its own. The danger of that is if you lose it, you arm Liquid even further. So he won't commit just yet.
Yeah, I'm really concerned with Elise already hitting shots like this, and now he's playing around some gimpy little one-way. I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm scared. I think Elise is feeling it. I think he's switched on. Oh my God, that was
close.
Oh, but he isn't ready for the walk up out of Brolin. Blindsides the site player. Now looking for this scout that's playing around this short smoke. Grim will trade, and both these players are low from earlier fights. Mezzi and Jaquino with a scout and an AK between them. That molly forces the fight out of Naf, but he manages to get away, and Grim beats Jaquino in his own game. The scout heads ahead. Mezzi's got to do it all. A 1-on-3. They fight him together. He can't find the shots, and so Team Liquid with the force buy make it happen and immediately tie this game up again.
Oh, the Naf, he's the anti-Moth man right there. He gets mollied out. He's pre-firing though. Mezzi's scared about holding the angle. He doesn't want to get just pre-fired, tapped online peak, and so Naf is given a bit of room, a bit of respect, and he runs away with it. Nice shots out of Grim as well. Of course, Elise to open, and Liquid will close that force. Fnatic, that was a lot of guns as well. They had Galils, they had AKs, and some of which have been handed over to the Liquid players. Elite now with an AK in round 3 of the half. Ooh, lordy. It's about to get scary.
Oh, and yeah, I mean, you know, Fallen landing a tag only makes you more worried for Fnatic. Whittling these boys down. Elise will get caught on short with nades out. It's a lot of return damage going the other way, and the silence is broken by Nafly. Stewie's even pushing the lower tunnels, and yeah, he's traded after 1, but it's rubbing salt in the wound, mate. You're not too worried as well if they grab the MP9. No one's ever gone, oh, thank God we got that MP9. That won us the round. Jaquino's throwing into a clutch, only armed with this scout. He's been good at getting tags off, but now he needs kills.
Yeah, Leach isn't giving him the time of day either. Wants that AK, wants to keep it going, wants to keep it clean. Flank is in for Grim, and jump spotted, but doesn't matter. Liquid, double digits first and foremost. They find a force and they stop Fnatic's in its tracks. Also, you want to talk numbers? Well, Brolin's top performing for Fnatic. That's a good sign, you know, considering he had a bit of a mare on that opener of Nuke. But not really a lot of opportunities towards B for Brolin, right? We did see Liquid, the majority of their rounds were these quick A splits. What do Fnatic have in store once we hit guns? This is what we'll have to wait and see. Full Glock round now. Liquid get a freebie. They've shot enough times on D2. They're redeeming their free ticket to ride, and Grim locks down long. Glocks are no problem. Bomb attempting to get down in B, but Naf is not going to let that happen. Nice dink. Oh my goodness, the double tag. Yeah, he won't plant. They'll rush it. They'll risk it. And Fallen gets the biscuit. It's 11-8. And this is where this half starts now. Delayed for Fnatic.
Yeah, they're not going to have many chances, especially if this rifle round doesn't go their way, right? So this round right now really decides how excited we get to be about this second half and how much we believe in the Fnatic comeback. Not an AWP in sight, it's all AKs across the board for Fnatic, but Fallen is donning his for Team Liquid. And while he's got this extra breathing room of not having, you know, Jaquinho bearing down upon him, he's going to try and get stuck in with the AWP early. Flashed off of middle, he will concede and give up this ground. Playing the AWP drop-down spot now, just going through the motions is Fallen.
Oh no.
Flashing a mid, and Grim has to spray there. That gives up his position. He's in this close cubby. Trying to keep him guessing. They're going to assemble the boost over the top, but Alex has been waiting for that the whole damn time. He reads them like a book, knowing what the response would be to the spam in middle. Fallen holds the line for now, but it's a fast B reaction out of Fnatic. Oh, they actually changed their mind. They locked the utility in. We saw Team Liquid do something similar in the first half, right? They got that B pick, they explode with util into the B side, but they don't commit to it. You leave enough time to get Team Liquid doubting, hoping that they outposition themselves, they outbrain themselves. Yeah. But if anything, Team Liquid have done the opposite. As mentioned, they did this in the first half. They're not about to fall for it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic realized they were still walking into the stack right after Fallen got that mid kill. They go, okay, that's the A player rotating, and we know we haven't killed the B site, man. We just got a double in middle. It's just a floaty round for Liquid. So even though they avoid the stack, now they don't. Fallen's here just at the right time, and he finds Mezzi, who was lurking long all the meanwhile. Fallen now holds from the car. There's no Molotov to get him out of position. And if Naf can try and find damage to bait them in, he might not even be needed. Fallen's on 2. 15 seconds. They've got to go. They've got to get this bomb past the car, man. Fallen will fall to Alex, but Naf and the site holds strong. And this kill doesn't mean anything for Alex. There's just simply no time to win the round. Stewie doesn't give it away. And so Alex saves the AWP.
Yeah, that's a little heartbreaking for Fnatic, right? As mentioned, that rifle round mattered so much because now look at what's coming up, right? It's one of these partial buys. The moment that you see Fallen over on A, you're kind of kicking yourself. You're going, oh, bollocks. Like they've read this. They're one step ahead. Remember, he was the guy that fought you in mid, that psyched you out of the B play. Then you see him at car and you go, oh, no, Liquid know what's happening. They know what's up.
He was way ahead of that as well, right? The second the B player called, no one's actually in. I think it was Stewie, right? He sees the smoke go over the top and he goes, no one's in. And Fallen just runs. Like, he was there before Fnatic were through T-spawn. So we're just one step ahead. And you've really got to give it to Fallen. Again, we've given him a lot of praise for his individuals in this series. But in terms of, being one of these old guard players, being one of these, major winners, and then taking time off and coming back, not many of his old teammates have been able to field anywhere near as impressive results at the top of Counter-Strike right now.
I mean, even Fallen fit into that category for the longest time. Right? It just felt like constantly waning results, but since joining this Liquid squad, I think it's fair to say he's looked better than ever, at least in recent memory.
Yes, and insane rifling. We always talked about how, the start of his tenure in Liquid, he was just the clutch headshot king with the AKs. It wasn't even just the AWPing that was impressive, but he's still hitting the old school flicks. He's still calling Liquid on this T side, and the results are speaking for themselves. Liquid 4 rounds away from locking in a quarterfinals appearance against Heroic.
I mean, the Trend's even said in interviews, right, they give Fallen a lot of room to do whatever he wants. And I think the fact that you're willing to poise around Fallen, the fact that you're willing to put that faith in him as this guy to, call his own shots, as it were, it is really telling how much faith they have in this guy. So here's the B play. Stewie 2K does have support from Naf, but it's going to take a moment to get there. And Stewie falls immediately. Mezzi's Deagle opens up B on this little eco around the AWP, and just like that, the round is won. Mezzi has just carried Fnatic onto a 9th.
Certainly one way to do it, isn't it? Arming your team as well has never felt so good. A couple of well-placed Eagle shots, no door smoke needed. Oh my goodness. That first play as well, back of B, just trying to get behind the boxes in time. They couldn't. And yeah, you've got pistols, man. Just hunt. Just throw yourself into the fray. Try and get these guns out. Any kill you get is going to have resounding consequences, not just long-term, but short-term as well. Liquid need all these weapons if they want to rebuy. So Brolin is here to deny. Elige gone, and double save at the long position for Liquid is not leaving them with smiles on their faces. If there was ever a momentum shift to get Fnatic back into the T side, that was it. An eco win. Elige's Deegs, eat your heart out. Mezzi's back on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, that is just lovely. And this is the very much the Mezzi effect, right? He can be the guy to win you rounds single-handedly. And admittedly, you know, we haven't had to see too much of that here on Dust.
Yeah,
we didn't really get to see much of Nuke either.
He was the only guy winning rounds on Nuke, it felt like. You know, every round that Fnatic had was Mezzi multi-killing. So, you know, they needed that. And now it's showing up in a big way with their backs up against the wall. Just to touch on the Fallen leading comment as well, like, you know, for the longest time, Liquid, one of their problems was not only closing, of course, which we've talked about too much, but, you know, just the in-game leading role, moving all over the place, not being consistent, and not getting them the trophies that they felt they deserved with the pieces in this team. So, yeah, there's a lot of good things there for Fallen. Right now, he's got to show his flair, though, his individual, his flicks, potentially. Smoke cross, and Fallen mollied out of the bomb site. His teammates dropping smokes to give him a bit of room, and he's got a minute on the clock. Fnatic going to get this quick plant. Brolin's here to cut rotates, and he dances away from death, dodging Grim up on Catwalk. They're still going to try and find him on this late lurk. Grim's been tagged by an AWP. Liquid very quick. The bomb's not even down yet, and they are fighting for the site. Is this a save again?
Yeah, it feels like it, right? You threw bodies at the problem right away.
Or maybe you realize, okay, this bomb's not down. Have they left it in spawn? Or it's still not down? Really taking its time. And now Liquid are definitely committed. Look at the damage again, right? Orb tags, dinks, spam, shots. None of them matter.
Yeah, you at least get away with these 3 players. You could try to cobble a buy around this, and you know, considering you still feel the lead, you might be tempted to do so, but you're not going to get to reap any kind of reward on the back of it, right? You're not like breaking Fnatic's money on the back of a victory. You might just sit this next round out and look to establish yourself as fast as you can. The reason I say you could be tempted is that Grim can drop an M4 into play. You would have 4 rifles, you'd be running like 1 SMG, 1 Deagle, something like that. And so they're even going to supplement this with a little tac pause, try and figure out exactly how they want to approach this. You know, honestly, having like the 3 weapons could be enough in and of itself, especially if you're able to get someone like Fallen stuck in with that AWP, but he's not going to have armor to go behind it. So that part might tempt you for an investment here. Still, Fnatic, they win that Mezzi D ground. Now they follow up. They're starting to plant their feet firmly here in Dust 2 and establish themselves over on this T side. Liquid know better than anyone when it comes to these Dust 2 matches. You're never out of the woods. You're never quite there until it's actually over, and you can't get ahead of yourself. They will elect to go for the 4 spy. We got Famises around the saved guns, and so they're still in with a chance here.
Heavy long take for Liquid, but Fnatic go elsewhere to cat play. Mid to B smoke. Double down. In fact, they've even got the one to stop the jump up. Stewie's stuck in middle on an island, and he's dead immediately. Elige swings the smoke, but it's traded by Alex. Fallen now alone at B. He found one in middle to start, but that, again, is not convinced Fnatic. They know Fallen's here. They don't want to dry fight him, and they don't have the util to get through. So back they go into A, where 2 CT still sit.
Yeah, Grim up in the site, often good in these anchor positions where he needs to get value. The flash from Naf sets him up brilliantly, and he knocks them down. Chiquinho 1-on-3, and he's nailed the opener. Oh, and the follow-up to Nafly. He's trying to show us what he's got. Chiquinho now just Fallen left to beat.
The anti-clutcher, you called him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to live up to that now more than ever. He's been so good at stopping clutches, has Fallen. He's been equally good at winning them. Chiquinho, Fallen stole a lot of your limelight back on that previous map, and he's going to do it again, blindsiding him from short. Chiquinho trying to move there to go play around this bomb, gets caught looking the wrong way. And so Fallen locks the round in once more. He's able to stop clutches in their tracks. And that's something that this Team Liquid squad desperately need.
Yes, absolutely. Don't want to drop these high-stakes scenarios. Fallen keeps this game going, keeps it in the favor of Liquid. That would have been a round to lock in, you know, a comeback for Fnatic to equal things up. Liquid barely scraped by on the economy. Nice shot out of Chiquinho at least. However, they mean nothing in the grand scheme as Liquid continue to keep the pressure on. 13-10, 3 away now. Baby steps.
Chiquinho was trying to clutch that with Fallen's AWP as well, but it's like, you know, Thor's hammer, mate. Fallen finds a way to get it back in hand at the end of the day. Now another little timeout. You know, even though Liquid win that, they know that they're splitting some very fine hairs. It was some very small margins.
Yeah. This is the true test of Alex as well in the leading role for Fnatic, right? He's often been the guy leading from the front. Even in this map, he's 5-4 in opening duels. That's 9 taken. That's the most in the server right now. This guy is so keen, you know, getting involved and setting his team up for success. So he's still positive in that regard. He's still second on the team in kills. And so Alex, the call is really the saving grace right now for Fnatic. He's got a fast smoke over the top. Landing on the long corner, Fnatic taking it quick. Liquid have been taking long with 3 in a lot of these rounds. This one is an exception. It's early in the round 2. They're going to have Molotovs to stop Fallen. Even with the smoke, they've got nades and they've got time to waste. Fallen needs these cross shots. He sees Chiquinho and he still flicks back. Oh my goodness, Alex is gone. Opening duel lost. Fallen trying to get out of dodge and he's got Grim to help him.
Yo, yeah, the volley of flashes and smokes has kept Fallen alive, and he's peeking around them, trying to use these smokes that were originally to save lives. Well, now he's looking to take them on the back of it. Chiquinho's tagged up, Liege back in the site. And while this is all happening, Crims is trying to work some mid-control, trying to come in on a bit of a backstab to put some pressure onto Team Liquid. Now, that bomb can leave long. Chiquinho, not so lucky as far as he's concerned, right?
This info.
But Team Liquid are rapidly spreading out. They're no longer focusing on long. Instead, they're hunting down this lurk. And now that you've lost Crims, you don't really have any options but to follow through with the A play. And look who's there, waiting patiently. One step ahead again. It's Fallen's AWP. You couldn't beat him when he was at the car. You couldn't find him with the Molotovs, with the flashes. Well, now you've got to rely on a run boost. Fallen, oh, he hits them. Messi dead, and Fallen's going to close it out with a hat trick to put 14 on the board for Team Liquid.
What a beast. What a guy, dude. He even went back to car after he found that opener, right? That looked unredeemable. He was aiming at Chiquinho, and he sees someone come through the smoke on that double zoom, immediately flicks back to take out Alex, walking through his own long smoke. It's over past toilets all over again. Fnatic won't catch Fallen off guard like that. And Liquid 2 away. A keyboard broke over on the Fnatic side. Needs a quick switch, but I'm sure they're going to be plugging that right in, Harry. And maybe a bit of a breather for Fnatic, one they need. They can't communicate in it. But hold off, catch your breath. Liquid are catching up.
I mean, mate, think about how these last few rounds have gone for Liquid, and more specifically for Fallen, right? He wins that must-win 1v1 in a 4-sport round for Team Liquid. If you recall, they saved 3 in the run-up to that, right? They put everything on the line, forcing up around those saved guns. Fallen wins that 1v1. The next round, he gets a big multi-kill 3K in the A-bomb site to cement a 14th for Liquid and really start to put Fnatic on the back foot. Guy like Fallen's going to be fired up now. He's feeling it, right? You've got to not only try to pull this back, but in doing so, you've got to derail Fallen, one of the most resilient minds that CS has to offer. So your task's getting harder and harder with each bit of confidence that is built. And if this doesn't scream confident, he wanted to challenge mid just there. It was the AWP shot raining out that makes him reconsider. But with Fallen really finding himself, Liquid are right where they want to be.
Yeah, Fnatic leaning B, they haven't gone to this site recently. It's often in 3v3s where they fake it out and double back and walk into Fallen. No matter where they go, this will be no exception. Fallen's in middle, quick rotate available. Stewie also leaning. Alex is trapped back in mid. He's going to group with his team for the full execute. Naf is ready to uncrouch and pounce on this push. Stewie seen it all. Naf misses his shots and Giacchino takes him out with the orb. If Stewie doesn't get a kill here, they might have to give it up. 4 on 5, Liquid lock out of the door, and they might just try and salvage their economy as Fnatic take a round.
Yeah, I envision Liquid might start to pad this B site with a little bit more to give responses outside of NAF, because this is how a lot of these rounds have gone whenever Fnatic have gone B, right? They get the one fight they have to win, no trades presented, nothing else comes through, and you're left saving. But this is where the mind games kind of start in that regard, right?
Yeah.
You know,
it's also the pace change as well, right? Like, you think about how Liquid in the T side went for these, like, eventually they figured out the way in was the A splits, right, through Long and Cat, and then after they started to lose some rounds, they just did what they've been doing best, but they did it out of spawn. That's exactly what Fnatic do. They just do it out of spawn. You know, Naf sees a B smoke, Stewie knows it's coming, but he doesn't think, oh, there's 4 guys running out of tunnels committing, and by the time you realize it's already too late. Giacchino, he's had a great game as well, right? Like, a lot of flack has come from that opening game against Na'Vi. People were questioning him on the AWP. They hadn't seen him inside of Fnatic on this main AWP role. He has really lived up to the hype since that matchup, not just here in Pro League, but now in the playoffs when it matters. However, will it matter? Fnatic still trying to pull this one back. The mind game's beginning. Liquid don't bite. They leave Naf alone on B, and they stack the A site.
Oh my, Grim's even pushing the short side while Stewie mows them down at long, locks them out of this control. And even if you got them past Stu, Elige was there. Talk about a terrifying twosome waiting on the other side. Giacchino with this AWP, he's been good at getting openers. He's been good at salvaging, you know, rounds and moments for Fnatic. And as he waits for this mid-smoke to fade, he's hoping he can find another, but never presenting itself. Stewie has taken long control, and Team Liquid have padded out this B bomb site with an extra man in Grim. It will be just a cat response out of Fnatic, but with Fallen waiting on the other side, Stewie lining up flashes, and even Elige down in CT. It's a lot to try and get past. They find Fallen right away. Alex's backstab doesn't quite do the dirty to Grim, and he's now just looking to get out of dodge over in middle. It's a nice feeling that you've shut down that lurk. It's giving you a little bit more room, and you know that Fnatic have got to be poised over on the catwalk. They don't have any other room. Giacchino hits a blinder, and Crims just drops into CT taking dry fights. Fnatic secured 12, and it's a brawl to get them there, but they're more than willing to take the fights.
That is audacious for Crims as well. He has been a bit quiet in this series, but he's really come back in these last few T-side rounds for Fnatic. Moving away from the lurk as well. That time it's Alex to do it. Often been Crims hanging around in lower, trying to cut rotates out. Instead, he's with the pack this time, and with a missed shot from Fallen, we see the results that has for Liquid. Stewie in a very difficult fight, stuck in pit, even after this double to open up. Can't kill Giacchino with a double scope. And Crims not only entries, but closes as well. It's got to feel good for Fnatic. You know, even though this is so back and forth, it's like a slinky, man. You never know which direction it's going to bounce. Fnatic are holding on. And finally, they've broken the money of Liquid. That's what they've been waiting for all game. I feel like we haven't had these ecos, and the times we have, it's been decos won by Liquid. Grim trying to get involved. This is how Elige won them that second round force, if you remember. Pushed up all the way through middle, and Elige is drawing attention, keeping that lower player on lock. They run back to B. Is Grim going to realize this, or is it already too late?
Giacchino is now scoped on short as well, and as a result, you are not considering that someone could have slipped the net here.
Roland?
Oh, okay. Well, Grim's got this one guaranteed. Oh, well, why would I say it? Broland's turned on a dime. And, well, any hope now is out the window, surely. Grim's dead in the tunnel.
Don't say it, Harry.
It should be fine.
It should be fine.
It should get contained. Stewie's still alive. I don't know how. I don't know why. But Fnatic are looking to put 13 on the board. Fallen waiting. Roland's going to check for him. And so it's 13 on the board for Fnatic. I was almost getting worried at our powers there, Hugo.
Yeah.
Oh.
You got to use them wisely, Harry. Brolin, you got to talk about his recovery story again. Like 4 kills first map, absolutely horrible performance from the guy, and he knows it. And he has come back in fighting tooth and nail. Even winning that long fight alone is insane. Should be a dead man with Grim walking in on the flank. Right now, Fnatic are breathing a sigh of relief, but they can't afford to get ahead of themselves. Fast down middle, flashes out long, keep back Fallen. That's a nice shot for Alex. Again, another opening kill from the in-game leader. He has been full of them today. Chiquinho flashed off mid, still hangs around and takes down Nap as well. That's a 5-on-3 on both sides of the map. Options are open for Fnatic.
Yeah, at this point, you're essentially saying, look, boys, try and do what you can in your bomb sites, but if not, we're saving. Stewie, gotta do it all, and the timing is rough. Crims opens up B, and Team Liquid are left trying to save, but Alex doesn't want to let you get away with it. He wants to punish, and the reason is, you know, if he hunts these guns down, if he removes even one of them, but you want to get both, is it leaves Team Liquid with nothing, up against 14-14. And so Fnatic, they've not only carved a path to a tie game, to a comeback, they've essentially locked in taking the lead, taking map point over Team Liquid first.
This has been all over the place. It really is a fan in the attic. It's blowing dust either which way. 4-on-2, and Grim just trying to keep his going, keep his sanity. Mezzi removes his face, and it's Fallen lucking along alone and traded after 1. Nothing you can do about it, to be honest. Fnatic, that's 14. That's a painful way to lose your weaponry and lose your money as well. Plus the momentum. Liquid were in control of this game the entire time along dust. All T-side. Ever since that 4-0 lead, Liquid pulled a massive comeback. They win out the half. It's all for nothing if they fall here at the final hurdle. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah,
finishing the job.
You're trying to get cute with it, Stewie.
Okay.
Another tag, but immediately dead. And now any hope of winning this round should be out the window. They're even removing the guns from play. Team Liquid, they're wise to the fact that this is an A play. They've completely cleared the tunnels. They've cleared out middle, so they know what's coming. But you are relying on one of these pistols to go above and beyond the Call of Duty here. Now set up on short, but the smokes render him useless. Ali's trying to peek over the top, but they're already past him. He's going to get shot in the back. And there's Brolin to seal the deal. The A play locked in. Naf, do you want to be the guy saving a scout in round 29?
I mean, Stewie's pretty poor right now. He had to buy that up. It's a costly one. You've at least got max loss. So, yeah, you don't really need to save. We'll see what Liquid want to do with that final buy. But right now, Fnatic are laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, this was 14-10 to Team Liquid, and it was always destined after losing the round prior to this one to go 15-14 in favor of Fnatic. Liquid are now playing for overtime. And oh, Naf, by the way, you thought it was fun when you were getting nerdy in T-Spawn? Well, guess what? The spirit of JW's looking to live on inside of this Fnatic team. Just kidding. He's going to kill him with the AK.
We
a homage to
attempts.
times gone by.
Yeah, I like this as Stewie. He knows he hit the tag, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to catch him crossing long. I'm just going to get involved. If he hit the second shot, suddenly you're considering a round, but that was never meant to be for Liquid. This one, however, has to be if this map is to continue on in overtime. That'll Mirage to close the series. Double orb. Stewie's got it. Alongside Fallen, dropped over. It's going to leave Naf black and util. Stewie's at B with his, and oh, look who's right up against him. The hate to be on Mezzi for a change, and it's gone from the action immediately. Liquid, man up, often been a man down on the CT side. It's one way to flip the script, and it scared Fnatic away from this near empty bomb site. Even though Ali just come to pad it out, leaning middle, that still gives 3 a day for Fnatic. The bomb's coming back through mid to take Catwalk. It's going to come down to this goose player of Grim. You call him the anchor man, and he is here yet again. Naf just needs to die to sell the fake, bring one down with him, and then the round is in the palm of Grim's hands.
Yeah, Naf, you need to be drawing the attention in, bud. You got to hold on. Brolin let loose in CT. Grim, they know about it now, and he's mollied out from everywhere. Oh, Brolin even just threw the bomb back up from CT spawn. I cannot believe he's gotten away with it. He's going to do it again. Oh, there we go. Second time's the charm. It's into the hands of Crims. Oh, they deal with Brolin. But he doesn't die in vain. He's let that bomb go down. This is for all the marbles, either a third map or overtime on Dust. And you know which way Team Liquid want it, but will Fnatic get them there? Oh, Fallen with a blinder. And so now it's Crims 1-on-3 to try and do the impossible. They're up close, they're all around him, and Elige is gonna lock in the OT. Team Liquid, they pick up 15. They're not ready to ease off the gas just yet. This series is gonna continue in just a moment when we head to overtime on Dust 2.
Just hung up, say you want away. You, yeah. You, yeah. I've been patient way, if I gotta say, yeah. You, yeah. You. No, I don't mean to stress, but you ain't even guessing that lately it ain't been the same. All of this test relation. Make sure you shut you out, babe. Just need a night, yeah. We could hop in the coupe, hit the highway. Cool, we could ride away. Down, skirt, catch a fire with you. We could hop in the coupe. See your face, put me first. Same old, like a change. But don't get me wrong, I'm strong. You got that touch. Need you get involved.
Up against 14, Fnatic mount a 5-round comeback to keep this series burning on. But Liquid, they want to ride off into the sunset with it 2-0, with a quick day in the office, and with a quarterfinal spot locked in. It's never going to be that easy. Fnatic are making them work, making them hurt. But Liquid don't go down without a fight. 15-15, double orbs out for Liquid. Chiquinho on his as well. Up for the job. He's had a great game today. He still has more to show.
Yeah, you'll see Chiquinho do this a lot as well. He runs straight down mid, just blind firing AWP shots to give the illusion that he's holding those doors. Lets him get this early control. They boost Fallen up on short. He would have loved that opener. He had a chance, but it eludes him.
Oh, pick a spot, pick a side. That Molly's burning them out. It's like Grim in that final round, right? Trapped between two Molotovs with a smoke on neither. Crims eventually gives it up. We've seen Crims move away from some of these T-side lurking. Alex has been doing it more in the later rounds, and Fnatic, their best rounds have been, you know, just grouped up executes. They seem to believe the same. Back to B. When Liquid leave this lacking manpower, it often falls at the first hurdle. And Elige, moving back to middle, has left Naf on his lonesome. You'd love this Molotov for Elige, but it's gone out in middle. There's no util to stop it. If Naf dies first, it's a done round. It's a sealed deal. And so Naf flash stop, hunted down by Alex. He needs support, and he gets one. Elige only damage, and Stewie, while he hits a cross shot to the mid player, it's a 3-on-3. Liquid definitely going to give it a go. Oh, Stewie, that is full send, my friend. 2-on-3. Liquid are locked out for now.
Yeah, that's a little ugly, but the nade is suddenly going to entice you back in. Now, bear in mind, Mezzi was the guy tagged up by the rotation in the double doors. He's very, very low. Fallen wrapping all the way back through the tunnels. Grim waiting out here. Mezzi looks like he wants to push when he hears the pin pull on the util, and all that's done is give the kill away. Crims not looking up at the window, and he might come to pay the price, trying to thread the needle, trying to get out through the double doors, perhaps. Fallen making noise, Grim's waiting, and there's the swing from Grim in the window. The defuse is Team Liquid's. They save that one. They finally repel one of these B plays as well. I think it was important that they didn't get steamrolled there, right? This B site has been a constant cause for concern, and even though Naf dies without getting really anything done, he slows them down, lets Elige soften them up, and a big kill that comes through is Stewie hitting the cross shot, as you say, right? That was the thing that left them in an even odd scenario. The nade then extended. Don't get me wrong, Stewie gets a bit overzealous going for the window play, but
I actually like it. It was flashed in. It's pretty crazy, yeah, and it looks silly, but it was flashed in. He had Fnatic caught off for a moment, and it's the last thing you expect, but the first thing to find is Stewie in this round. And so he's not feeling fancy after these last couple. Neither's Fallen, tapped out, the orb gone. Both of them, in fact. Fnatic coming, blazing a trail, looking to find their first on the T side. Jumping up, Elige, can he stop them? Can he see or hear anything? It doesn't look like it. Oh, he misses the jump. Grim's up ahead of a smoke, but the Molotov hits him, and he shoots to the wrong man, catching Crims with nades out, but Brolan gives the cover to his Swedish comrade. 2-on-5, you've got the money to go for it, but you've surely got no hope.
Yeah, Naf gonna try and flash Elige in, but it doesn't work wonders, and this is a dominant round for Fnatic. The one that goes on the board for Team Liquid is a tense little, you know, two-man unit having a retake together. When Fnatic get their 16th, it is dominant, it's 5 alive, it's clean, and it looks real good.
It's been quite the Dust 2 game, right? 8-7 halves here, right down the barrel, right down the line after a dominant nuke game from Liquid. This is Liquid's map pick, and they're having to really work for it. Oh boy, auto snipers out, a taste of Fnatic indeed. But no one there to receive. Liquid get across without damage. Naf, oh, just spotted on middle. Crouch spraying, and he still gets the headshot. That could have gone wrong in a myriad of ways. Stewie dodges death for a second time. Gets away from the AWP. It was him to find Mezzi on that gun to get them into overtime. Well, now he's got to stop them yet again.
Yeah, another B rush. No, the fast play. Naf this time is able to deliver the goods, and so is Stewie 2K. Naf with the D, and they'll close it out together, 17-16. And the B plays, the thing that, you know, really helped spur Fnatic on in their T side and regulation. Well, both of them turn sour when the overtime kicks in.
They look flashed AF as well. That's a double team flash assist from Alex. You know, you can't always trust the kill feed, but that one certainly looked like it did come through. Maybe a miscom for Fnatic. It's cost them around, whatever it is. 17 up, swapping sides. Liquid's T halves were quick A splits, and this looks like to be no exception.
Yeah, I mean, it was Bully in this A site that found them so much success. Will they be able to repeat it? Grim is trapped. Chiquinho nailing shots on crossing players, and they've still got to clear out the pit player. They will. Chiquinho trying to hold on, and it's the A site wrap from Naf that finds him.
Who needs the ball?
3 on 2. Brolin in elevator, but he's given up the aim of the game, and Fallen shoots him in the back. Crims left in the clutch. Bomb planted safe. Crims will still collect the kill, but now a 1v2 to try and muster. You got the AWP to worry about. You got Grim down in pit. On the bomb, gives him more room, and Crims is trying, doing everything he can to keep this even. Ready for the Fallen repeat, ready for him, and Crims is gonna lock in the 1-on-3 to find 17 for Fnatic and keep this game tied up.
Oh, he's brought so many clutches close today, but that's one that he can finally be proud of, finally converted. Oh dear, that flash as well got Fallen off the angle. If he stayed on it a second more, he might have had the shot. Not today, though. That's a lights-out kill to Brolin, barely peeking, and Crims. I love the backup as well. Fallen's trying to close AWP. Look at what he's clearing. He's checking the smoke. He's checking the site. It's the expected play to climb up near the bomb. Crims puts distance between himself and Fallen and gets it AWP. That's terrifying, but not for Crims. He'll even take one now. Throw it right back in the face of the Brazilian legend. Chiquinho sees that cross for a lead, and he takes the kill as well. That vision only went one way, and Fallen shoots through the smoke again, keeping us even. It's like a game of chess right now, trading pawns for pawns, but where are the kings?
Yeah, silence falls after the brawly start to this round, right? The AWPs all looking to face, all looking to fight. Stewie, not ready for Brolin up close. He'll feed the beast and leave Team Liquid a man down. Fallen can't trade that one. Naf, not ready for the close angle. Accidentally changes to the knife.
Really caught off guard by that one, huh?
This is bad, though. Team Liquid are starting to get nervous. They're feeling this momentum swing back in favor of Fnatic again. They're having to try and mentally recover after getting 1-on-3'd by Crims in the round prior. They're now trying to deliver a heroic round of their own, picking up the pace in towards this A site. But are they ready for Goose? The attention's being diverted to Ramp, and so Alex is a nasty surprise. Even though Fallen trades that and is now looking a fast route into middle, he's got players on either side to worry about. Doesn't have a smoke to clear this or keep them off the angle. Flash is hoping to bait peaks, hoping to bait fights. There's another man in CT that he's just not ready for. And so even though Fallen gives us 3 lovely shots in that round there, everyone else falls short, everyone else falls quiet. And so once more, it's on Team Liquid to play catch up and to play for another overtime.
Oh, they're feeling the burn from that Crims clutch. Absolutely, Harry. Mirage is looming. Fnatic just trying to drag us there, kicking and screaming into a third map. Liquid, will they let go? Or will they once again, up against map point, do their very best? Keep in mind, you know, while Liquid were controlling this game for quite a while, 14-10 was the regulation score before Fnatic found 5 in a row and locked in that 15, locked in that guarantee of overtime. So one map point evaded by Liquid. Can they do it twice? Auto snipers out yet again. Liquid trying to spam those crossing players. Get ready for that one as this pause concludes, and Liquid trying to elude disaster.
Here we go. Spam away. Crims and Brolin both dead. Chiquinho is the last Swede standing, and you better believe you're going to get Delta B play now. Fallen's out in mid, attempting to disrupt these rotations, but Alex is coming back. Alex is coming back.
They kill him.
Find him. Fallen is just too quick. Will he be ready for double cap? Yes! Oh, Fallen! Little 180 tried to put some magic on it, but Mezzi drops him. A 1-on-3. Crims should have never won his, but Mezzi's in an even rougher spot. If this was in regulation, you would be saving no doubt. It's the last in OT, and Elijah's right middle. He's got this on a platter. It's double overtime on Dust 2 between Team Liquid and Fnatic. My, oh my. The auto snipers, they devastate this Fnatic squad. Having flashbacks.
Yeah, the other way. That's got to hurt. Fallen's flicks. I mean, he is monstrous right now. This man does not miss, it feels like. Double up on the T side into double overtime. Liquid continue to hold on against the odds. Fnatic, they've got a couple of their own. Swedes donning them. Brolin boosted up above the mid-smoke. slows down now. We've had some quick rounds out of Liquid. They don't want to bottle or botch this opportunity. They had the leading CT side coming into the closer. They're looking for a B-pop. Not done many of these for Liquid, right?
Yeah, but Fnatic are 3 strong towards this side of the map, and with Crims finding an opener, it goes from bad to worse. They're running through the utility because they have their minds set on the B play, but there's just so many bodies here. It's an even fight. These are not the fights you want. And so Fnatic take the first in overtime number 2.
Yeah, now it almost feels predictable, right? You know Alex is calling. You got to watch out for those quick long takes, those spawn plays out of Liquid, the fast Xbox smokes through middle. Crims, lovely little B-AWP round as well. He's really come back into his own. We've had great recoveries on Fnatic from a seemingly silent first map in the series for many players to a 30 bomb from Brolin. And Morpheus is stepping up around him. Now back to a solo AWP. Elige on the Krieg has had a very quiet map, a rare one on Dust. If there was ever a time to step up, it would be here and now. I barely had to say his name. And that's not how you want to be remembered. Fnatic, heavy on Cat. Molly will keep them passive for now.
Yeah,
We've seen attempts at re-aggression on this position before, though.
It feels like Fnatic have just gone, well, look, we just ruined the 1B play they've attempted. They're not going to try that again. They're leaning heavy towards this A-bomb site, and Team Liquid are at danger of playing right into their hands. Jaquinho playing the AWP drop-down spot is baited out by the hand of Elige. So now you know that AWP is here at least. Fnatic do decide to mix things up and bring Crims into the fold at the B site, so temporarily this A-bomb site is a little weaker, a little more vulnerable. Ooh. Are you going to find that little golden window to slip in on the A play? You've still got to worry about this Jaquinho Alex double hold from the crossroads and site, and every time you've tried to go A, it's been your undoing for the most part. They might drop into a late mid to B with Stewie making his way into CT. Now we can try to cut off rotations. There's still 2 bodies to deal with, but with Brolin toppled, Crims wrapped through the tunnels, and Stewie denies that CT rotation. Team Liquid with a great on-the-fly adjustment into that mid to B, and with Stewie making it past, locking off that CT smoke, that CT pointer rotation, the round was destined to be Liquid.
Yeah, that had all the likings to an A take, right? I think Fnatic are probably calling that. You want to know why as well? Grim is lurking tunnels. He throws in the door smoke. Crims hears it because he's close, and he goes, no one's pushing in B. I'm good. This is not a B play. This is a fake into the cat take, and then Stewie drops spawn, and that execution, that explosion into B, Fallen with another lights out opening kill to take down Brolin, and then Crims turns around, knowing his B site has been lost with Brolin dead, and then he gets backstabbed. More snipers and less crossing players. Fnatic have to wait it out. And at this point you wonder, is that B player going to run on in? Fallen doesn't want to throw the AWP to them. Fnatic drop their mollies. They are leaning heavy B. They have to. They have no choice. Alex, opening kill. Aficionado going to get involved again. But it's Snap holding on from the car and benches him immediately. Fallen, close jiggle. Can't get the kill though. Liquid are in no hurry. All the time in the world, a 5-on-4. They can sit back, relax, and wait for the util to be wasted.
Oh, now you know someone was pushed up at these long doors. A lot of the pressure in this round is on Jaquinho with this mid hold, right? He's looked so much better since he's found himself over in mid. We need to see some of that now. Flash dodge, but Fallen, tiny little angle. Brolin caught crossing players from here last time, and he's looking to do it again. Hoping to be that difference maker. Flash high, and Brolin still fighting, still trying to deny this mid control. That flash a little shallow, doesn't actually go through the doors to blind him.
Oh no,
and they missed the hinge smoke as well. It's a bit of a utility blunder down here in the bottom of mid. The pressure may be showing for Liquid. There's still a man up. And with all this fakery going on at Cat, they're once again worried about the A play. Crims tucked in, playing the copy. We need a multi-kill. He needs to get more than one, and they're not looking for for him, but Fallen will adjust on the fly. Stewie disrupts the rotations again. His impact cannot be highlighted enough on these mid to Bs. Constantly a nuisance, constantly making you look over your shoulder. Even now, Mezzy is mad paranoid about this mid crossing, and it's another, what should be impossible 1v3 for this guy in at the B site.
Yeah, he was the man of the hour back on Nuke for Fnatic, but it matters not in this clutch. Surely undoable, tradable at least, and Fallen needs no support to close out with a 30-second kill. That's, again, Liquid leading after a half of overtime. They did it CT, they couldn't convert. They've done it T, and now is their chance to close. Remember, it's been, Fnatic with them at points, with the chances to take this series, not only in regulation, but even in the first overtime. Liquid have always been the ones clawing it back. A flip script, and now it's Liquid in control.
Chiquinho waiting for a mid fight that he's not going to get given. It's not so much the Stewie AWP that you're concerned about, it's very much Fallen. Top of the server at 32 kills. He's been able to overtake Brolin, who's having a lights-out game. Stewie, that was his opportunity to open the round for Team Liquid.
Trying to brute force another.
But as I say, Stewie's AWP pales in comparison to what we've had out of Fallen in this game. He's playing, he loves this little off angle as like the alternative to an AWP drop-down spot. That boost. Oh my God! Fallen! He's awake today! Brolin shot round the corner at the speed of light, and not even that is fast enough to outrun Fallen's flicks. This guy breaks the laws of physics, the laws of the game with some of the shots he's able to hit.
He's blowing minds all right. Brolin's brain splattered on the wall, and now Fnatic. They've got to stand strong in a 4v5. We've got this late cat execute smoke from Mezzy. That's going to give Alex a bit of room. And now it looks like there's a double cat play, right, with these smokes coming over the top. But Liquid don't care where you're coming from. They've got Fallen on long, on the angle, looking for 34. And there's a lock-in, fully blind. More flashes tell you more players are coming your way, but Fallen won't re-aggro into the AWP. It's got to come to him.
Yeah, flash him off the angle again. You bait the shot out, and now you're out of flashes. Now you got to peek this one. Chiquinho's actually throwing in another, but still, Fallen strikes. Chiquinho tries his best to trade, but the bomb is out at long, and Alex dead in mid. Finally, it's Team Liquid up onto match and series point.
Quarterfinals on the horizon, and Liquid, their first chance to close this second map. They did it with ease on Nuke, and now you've given them the opportunity. Now they're here to take it.
It's kind of heartbreaking for Fnatic, right? If they'd shown up flat to Nuke to open the day and then kept that up on Dust, you would have just said, oh, well, at the end of the day, the better team won, right? The Fnatic just didn't deserve it. But look, they have come back in this time and time again to find these map points, but have never been able to cross that line to get us to a third. This is just a taste of what Fnatic had to offer. And we want more, but we might not get it. Alex dead at long to open up this round. Liquid in a 5-on-4 at map and series point, trying to lock in those quarterfinals.
Yeah, and that's when you know things are going wrong. Alex has been the guy on this T side to get the openers, to lock off cat kills, to take Fallen out on the AWP. But the longer this game goes, the more fatigued Fnatic find themselves, and the more Fallen finds form. Elige moving into middle. He's gone through this smoke every single time, and Nap might call for support. He will need it. There's Elige. Chiquinho misses his shot. Elige traded Fallen. Stewie rather pushed back into B and wall banged out, gives Crims the chance, but the bomb's been dropped and they've got to go back.
Yeah, this isn't ideal. This is wasting precious time off the clock. You might try and leave Crims set up here. He's going to look to get cheeky around the smokes. He's even prepared for the boost. Crims could steal this whole round away, or he could be the first domino in the downfall of Fnatic. The Molly gives up his position. They both come through. Crims trying to waste time, now takes players out of the round, and so Fallen is left in this clutch. If he goes through now, he could find a window player for free. Mezzy's caught looking the wrong way. Crims is attempting the spam, but Fallen plays for the fight. Now he's let Crims get close. He's on the bomb. He's sticking it. Pros don't fake. Crims swings in and takes Fnatic up on a 20. This game rages on. It never knows when to stop.
Crims, dude, this is insane. Dude, the wall bang onto Stewie as well, trying to get back out of B. That's a 4K for Crims. We had a perfect setup for Liquid, not just the open door that found a kill, but both Nat and Elige, the two-pronged assault in middle, and the last second swing. That could have been Fallen's round. He calls the bluff, he calls the fake. And that's another round. That's Liquid with one more shot, or we run it back for a third overtime.
Mate, you kind of had like full faith in Fallen to do something cheeky there. He knows that full sticking, it just carries the risk of getting shot in the back, but God, he's counting on Crims outbraining himself.
That was so scary for Crims as well in middle. He knows he has a molly and he doesn't want to throw it like, you know, he also knows they don't know he's there, and so it's the mind game of like, do we drop the Molotov or do we fight for this one? Do I try and peek with Mezzi off the back of the first contact? You never know what's the right call. He drops the molly as Liquid swings, and even though he takes down Grim, Fallen just runs away, scurries into B. All for nothing though, 21-22, and we're already getting readies back up. We're going in either the final round of this series or the start of many more.
Yeah, you know, as I was saying in that round there, right, Nuke might have been a real farce from Fnatic, right? It might have fallen flat completely, but if this Dust 2 is anything to go by, this team still have so much more to show us, so much more to give.
Yes.
And they're trying to showcase that now to take us to a third map. Versus the now incumbent Team Liquid, still one away from closing this out.
Mental.
Elige is trying to make plays, and Chiquinho is now scoped up on short, having missed this timing. Elige caught by Mezzi, and he's just saved Chiquinho's life, tipping this completely the other way. It's now a 5-on-4 for Fnatic, and it's Liquid feeling the burn.
Oh, Elige, nothing can go right. That was a lock-in kill, a second earlier for Chiquinho, and he's dead. Instead, Fnatic just got to convert the advantage. Fallen's flick will never stop though. Nearing 40 kills. Is there even time to get there? Fnatic are 4 up on Cat, 4 players here. They throw in the util and they double back. Double mid setup for Liquid. Stewie's leaned over with the AWP. You've got everyone in the right position. If Fnatic are going to double back, Grim is dropped, and so is the man in spawn. Backstabbing Liquid where they stand, leaves Fallen in an undoable clutch.
Yeah, talk about a taste of your own medicine, right? It's been Stewie dropping on these CT flanks that always disrupts it. Fallen, while he will nail that, it's still a 1-on-2. It should still be undoable, but if one guy could get us believing, it's gonna be Fallen. Flash in, and he's looking for fights. Crim stopped the clutch last time, and he's gonna do it again to take us to yet another overtime. Fnatic and Team Liquid, the game that keeps going, a war of attrition, the match that will seemingly never end. There's another OT coming up in just a minute.
You can one-shot somebody with a fucking pistol! Why is that allowed?
Oh no! Summit! No!
Are those red balls only for the commercials, or can you actually drink them?
FTV, what's your first name?
Bilal.
Why'd you put an accent on?
Because that's how you say it. I'm not gonna say. Dude, what the fuck?
Chicken coop still. Chicken coop! Chicken fucking coop!
Catch somebody peek on Envy's side, and well, that's what happens when you go around the corner. Happy with one dig. Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! He could get another one here too, Dupree! Dupree is like sweating bullets! Happy's gonna get the quad kill in the ice! What is this?
It's gonna be torn away from them very, very quickly by Signton.
Oh my god! Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs! I don't believe it! Deagle is on fire, and Shox is gonna walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
Nico definitely not going down without a fight. Oh wow, there's the first box frag. Nico gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. Looping around the site now. There's still time. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Nico do it again?
Once again, just be Nico. Is he about to pull off the Alamo? He's got 3 from behind quad. Can he find the 4th? He gets the 4th. He's on for the 8th, and he gets it. What?
I think they're ready to shoot some ducks as they cross the middle. It's going to be a challenge, and Apex not in this lifetime.
Is he going to try and go huge here? Kenny S on site, straight in his face. Doesn't hit the no-scope. Doesn't hit the pistol. Oh! Kenny S
Crims, Flusher in the back lines. He's out of ammo. A knife is out. What's happening? Flusher, he's getting stabbed. He goes down. Mickey, he drops Flusher.
Why you bully me? You fucking bitch, why you bully me? Everyone asks.
It's in the same place there. Simple just jumping. Catching into the side. He's going to fall down again. Why is it touch from Simple? Are you serious?
What? Once again, the first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there as Paul. Oh! What? Jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now?
Porém, o Showtime tava C4 não pode morrer por aqui. Tenta fugir.
Fucking going there. Like, shut your fucking mouth.
Next one really is gonna blow our minds, and I'm just hearing my ear.
As Pronax
Oh my God!
Oh, Basha! Oh, my vocal cord! 4 frags in 4 seconds!
A third major championship in global offensive.
Envy winning the last major of 2015 taco. It may just be destined to be. And it's Luminosity winning their first major championship.
They say the meaning of life is 42, and that's exactly how many rounds have gone down the barrel in this map so far. Dust 2 rages on into the night, and maybe into next morning as well if we're lucky. 3 overtimes, and neither team want to let go. Match points for Fnatic Fallen, and Liquid can't close either. It's a war of attrition.
Yeah, you know, who can keep this up longer, man? Unleash is having a bit of a rough time, right? And maybe you're having to lean on guys, you know, like Fallen, like Grim, a little more on the side of Liquid. We need Unleash to get activated, especially with Grim knocked out of the round early on. It's him and Fallen still left up in this A bomb site. They're coming through! Oh! And that's a collateral for Fallen. He's kept this even. Can Unleash hold the fort? The pressure is on now, Unleash. This is his moment. This is his time. And he will open up with the first. Doesn't want to give this away. Especially not with Brolin. Now finding Naf down in the lower tunnels to even the playing field once again.
That was 40 for Fallen off the back of that collateral. 40 frags in 43 rounds. This guy just doesn't know when to stop. Neither team does. Stewie, flick hit to Brolin, and now Jakino in the 1v2. He's got an MTB bomb site. Seeing Stewie in middle might be information at least. You know Elise was back on A. He's going to try and take that space quickly. Stewie doesn't want to give up a 1v1, but he doesn't know Jakino has slit the net, pushed the smoke, disrespect right through he goes, and now Stewie knows. Jakino, will he get given the 1v1 of his desires? The stick plant, Stewie goes right up to the door and catches him moving off the plant. Perfect play from Stewie, gun not out in time, and Liquid find the first, although we know that means nothing.
Man, I was so nervous there because that's either the peak where you go, oh my God, Stewie saved the day, or you go, Stewie, what have you done?
Yeah, well, it's lucky. No, it's not lucky. It's smart. He doesn't peek on the plant. He actually peeks on the bomb down noise. He knows he has a moment where the animation is still going and Shakino cannot fight if it's an open plant. Look, the gun's still coming out, and Stewie gets the shot off. Oh boy, the hype is here. Stewie is trying to close.
Yeah, Stewie, keep telling us your sweet nothings. Keep yelling at me. Hit me, Stewie! Jakino pushing down through middle. Once again, trying to be at the forefront with this all, but Stewie missed shot, and Jakino is the guy to open up. I love how fearless he is in middle, right? Always doing this, running straight down Suicide, firing at the door, no scope, so he can get there faster.
That's scary as well because, you know, Liquid have got to be realizing it now at this point. And if you hear that shot, you can know you can just repeat willingly, freely. Obviously, the danger in the overtimes is, okay, is that 1 op or is that 2? We've seen Crims tend to pick it up as well, especially on the CT side. But Liquid, they've not really been keen for the mid-fights anyway. Stewie takes 1, he falls. Chiquinho, the gift that keeps on giving, even in the 3rd overtime. Molly to get Fallen off, and it's easier said than done to push this man back to his bomb site. Away he goes. Grim still down in pit. Double B setup. Fnatic are ready to throw everything they've got at Naf and Elise.
Yeah, you see the smokes coming in now, and Elise is going to try drop his, but the flashes are good to get them off the angle. Naf and Elise, they could win this whole round right here. Oh, they light up the tunnels play. They finally repel one again, and now they learn about Alex in mid. Now they know they've got him stuck. Grim will die on the swing, but these two B-boys, these band of brothers in the B site aren't looking to go anywhere. Alex out in the open, caught on the swing, but Elige is going to close that round for Team Liquid. He's finally starting to accomplish something in this game right when it matters most, right? That last kill with Alex landing that blinder of a shot. If you let that get to a 1v1, you're playing around the bomb, you're a little psyched out if you're Elige, that still could have been a problem.
Yeah.
That was a must-win trade, and they get it over the line.
Yeah, if anything, the few minutes to, you know, breathe and relax in the break between overtimes might have been good for Elige. If you remember how that last round went of the previous overtime, it was Elige pushing top mid, almost killing Chiquinho, and he gets saved by Mezzi with the headshot. So Elige was having a bit of a mare, but he's come back into his own here in the third. We go again. Liquid looking for the flawless half. No team has encountered that yet in an overtime. It's been 2-1s for either side. More often than not, Liquid. Stewie back in tunnels, not willing to take this opening kill. Waiting to see if Crims gives it away. Fnatic set up Util onto A and Fallen. New round, same angle. Same shots need to be hit. Fnatic are already wider and he's double scoped. Got to be careful. Late player thinks it's clear and it's anything but. Chiquinho decked, bomb spotted, and Molly's down.
That's kind of heartbreaking, you know. It led you into a false sense of security that there was no one holding that angle, but Fallen boosted up and over, and now playing his favorite of the two drop-down positions over here, this little wider off angle. Now, he could just get flashed to the nines and be a bit of a dead man, but he's going to try and peek ahead of all this utility. Now has to get out of there as the flashes pour in. Elige. This could be another Elige moment to try and save the day. He is Brolin dropping, but he's giving chase. Take that, Brolin. Fallen. Ooh, having a duck out of danger back into the site. All three players out on Cat. Fallen. Flashed in by Grim, isn't able to capitalize. Does see that everyone's here. Elige and Ramp. There's another. Elige keeping this in the advantage of Team Liquid. And there's Grim to close a flawless CT side for Team Liquid. As we say, we haven't seen a flawless half yet. Could this be what was needed to get you over the line after all this fighting?
Insane shots out of Fallen to start as well. And that hunt for Elige, he realizes even just one kill here, yeah, he's not going to be able to multi-kill, stop this cat play with all the flashes coming in, chasing them down. Stewie's praying, thanking someone, anyone, God, Fallen, for keeping this game going and in the favor of Liquid by 3. 3 chances to close the series, to go to the quarterfinals, and they spammed out Crims out of middle. It's not the first time. The more auto snipers, the better is the Liquid mantra. And they're going to keep them going. Of course they are.
Elige ain't putting it away. Look, man, he wants kills. He needs a bit of a helping hand to get there, and so the auto's out for Elige. Is that the decision you come to regret? This auto could churn through a mid player around these doors, so Alex does well to keep himself out of its firing line. For now, I speak too soon, and he decides to try chance it. You can't mess that kind of kill up, even if you're having a bit of a rough one.
Just shoot, lol. Just spam.
And so this might be the end of the road. After all this fighting, after all these overtimes, this might be Fnatic's legacy here in the Pro League brought to a close. Unless the remaining 3, a joint venture of Brits and Swedes, can come back against this damn auto sniper on Elige.
Who knew?
But he won't let them. Forget the AK, forget the AWP. Elige is an auto player now. Mezzi might get past him in CT, but the auto, yeah, now brushed aside. Team Liquid spread thin. Taking the bomb up through Cat. Fallen's here alone and tagged up from the fights earlier on in mid. You don't want that bomb to get dropped. Luckily enough, Naf's come in to save the day, and Grim has got the lurk onto Brolin. It took them a flawless half to get here, but finally Team Liquid close it out. Fnatic's run is brought to a close, and Liquid soldier forward to the quarterfinals.
Yo, Alex, you almost done?
Yeah, nearly. I just started a control point. Would be
I'll take a seat.
5 minutes or something.
Wait, are you playing Mech Arena?
Yeah, you heard about it. The team-based tactical shooter, 5v5 online.
You're telling me the one that mixes that perfect blend of pick up and play fun with skill-based matchmaking?
Yeah. Have you been customizing your mechs at all?
I've been loving it in that bloody hangar. You should see it. It's decked out.
That's the one. Yeah. You want to pick it up? You want to have a game?
No, let's do it.
I just won.
MVP!
Hey! 5 games?
5 games.
We start on Mech Arena.
Yeah, the classic control point clash.
That's the Badger.
Let's do it.
Okay, different game modes?
Yeah.
All right, may the best mech win.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's get things started.
I'm so slow.
If you hold, I'm giving you like, you know, if you put the joystick like all the way forward,
yeah,
you get a little bit of movement speed.
Oh? Bungie's eating some serious rockets.
What is going on, man?
Bot 1 just unloaded on you, bro.
What is going on? Oh, what are you doing here?
Just chilling, man. Just chilling. Just chilling, killing. You know me.
That shield's gonna run out soon.
It is.
This is the angle management you were talking about.
I'm managing my angles really well. Whoa, there. Down goes Sponge. Oh, he's angry about it. I love how quickly you capture the control points.
Well, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh, that is stylish. I'm farming him. Laser beam.
No. So am I going to sit on the sideline here and watch? I feel like that's what's going to happen. So if you could leave me alone.
It's just you versus 5 of them. 1v5 situation.
If you could leave me alone.
You're about to get headbutted, bro. I'm bringing the headbutt straight here. No. Bot free. My job. Oh, my kill. We talked about this.
I've lost.
Yeah.
You got 100 points.
I'm just headbutting my teammates.
That's GG.
Yes.
I'm really disappointed.
MVP, no.
Of course you did.
Most valuable.
I didn't even get on the podium.
I got 6 frags, dude. Get it on HLTV.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway, good game.
Good game.
Boys, fucking Supreme Master First Class.
He's so excited. 16-12. Great game coming out.
Yeah. What else is in your head?
Like you think you're
I'm not
still fucking so baby, I'm saying I'm not the only one who has this problem. It's just CS in general.
No, I see other streamers. They don't lose it the way you do.
What are you talking about?
It's a good feeling for us, and I would like to thank.
GG!
Like I'm playing with a coach, a manager.
I just why did I reload? What the? Oh my god, I'm stupid, dude. Wait. Clara.
Crisp, clean lock, boys.
Hang up the phone, Timmy. Timmy, what the man on the phone wants you to do is something called match fixing. Don't do what he says.
Rax was sight.
Oh my god, didn't even open.
Are you guys kidding me with that? Awful teammates. So awful.
Olaf Meister, I love you. And second, God help me, and I won major.
Spamming up through the bench, leaving Coldzera in a 1-on-4. There's the first. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one off. Oh, Coldzera, the man, the myth, the beast.
I feel like this is our opportunity, you know? CT side.
Yo, Mike, do they still want you to watch the demo?
Oh,
There's a team behind you!
There's a team behind you! What? There's a team behind you, dude! What? Shoot him!
Gambit has sent even more firepower there. Bring more.
This is so smart. Oh, this is huge. Doji's throwing a nade into the corner just as the bomb's going to go off. They're both going to go down. Get grained on. Doja with the dunk.
Forward to try and find them, get them both in his sights. It's a 1 versus 4 AWP. Push out, good shot, JDM. Looks for another, he's got this down to 1 versus 2. Overcommitment and perhaps a little bit zealous to try and early end this. Another is getting it taken down to the box. What is that from JDM? It's also flashed off D, but works though. Limited vision, limited weapons, doesn't even matter to Curry! Oh, the fourth as well! How sick is this round for him? And he's looking for the ace, the first ace from anyone on Astralis in this tournament, and now they're getting pumped.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship, 16-14 against Virtus Pro. Unbelievable.
Yeah, flash pyramid once, flash pyramid twice.
Flash one more. Stop flashing!
I'm walking across. I don't see anything. It's clear, it's clear. I have your cat.
Yeah, he's elevator.
You stuck elevator CT, elevator CT, let's go CT.
I'm swinging deep. Molly CT.
Flash it through this.
Nice!
Well, things are looking grim for Crimson Company, but of course, all right, that was a low-hanging fruit. Either way, Fnatic are out of it, and that is the end of that. Liquid put up a hellacious fight here that took us all the way to overtime, and then they end up picking up the series. Yanko and Maniac here with me to give some more puns.
Things are not even... They cannot be looking grim when the game is already over. You could say something like,
I mean, it's
the
grim.
Green Reaper came knocking.
No. When it's grim, you're upset about it.
But it's already grim. It's done.
It looks pretty damn grim to me. Anyway, God almighty. Fallen, what do you think of this guy, Yanko?
I like this guy a lot. What's up, Yanko? What's up, guys? Good to see you.
What's up, brother? Yeah, you hear that, Trace?
Get out of my face. Hey, Fallen, quite the performance there, bud. You guys absolutely, earn your way into the quarterfinals. Quite the day in the office, huh?
It was an amazing day. We think we played very well, both maps. It got very tough the second one, but I think we performed well.
So with that second map, some weird stuff happened. And if you don't mind watching this clip back, it's round 24. You found yourself at car with an op, bailed out by about 1 billion grenades. But you can say pause, you can say play, you can do whatever you want right here. We're going to play the clip for you.
All right. Yeah, so this round I knew we chose to do some stuff around the map, and I knew that if it was long, I had to come up with something creative that would give us a chance in the round. So I literally said I would play car, and then if it would be long, I would kill them. And I mean, it gets messy at this point. I got to throw some smokes there, try to work around it. My teammates were helping me. Then John and Mike, they were throwing nades for me, flashes, all those things. I was able to get another one in the corner. And then it became a fight against Jaquinho. At some point, I thought I would die from him trying to escape, but I made it out. And then that definitely this lurk kill here makes it much easier.
So
yeah,
you're
it was a
saying
tough round.
It wasn't a planned play what you did?
It was planned. Literally, we had a different plan during the round, and long would be open. And I say, okay, I got to play for long. I'm going to play car. If it's car, I can kill them. And that's basically what happened. Got the right read.
And at least last 2 kills right here. Fallen, you were hitting some insane op shots today, we just got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be hitting those shots. I wish it'd be more consistent. I wish I could hit them all the fucking games. But I mean, it's not that easy.
I mean, this time around, it definitely worked. You said in an interview that you needed time to catch up with the meta. Do you feel like this was just as an idea, but also like just individually that you had to catch up? Like the high level and how it's played right now.
So basically, when I joined, I always talk about this question, but when I joined Team Liquid, the way they like to play the game, it isn't much different than what I thought was correct already from the past, right? From the last experience I had in other teams. But I think from the last teams I played before Liquid, I kind of got involved in different play styles, and I switched away a little bit from there, right? So when I moved to Liquid, and I faced this new way to see the game, which is an old way in my view, I'm kind of to get up to speed to all the things they think about the game. So that's basically what I had to catch up and try to remember myself of what's good, what's not good. And of course, there's some meta change here and there, some aggressions here and there, setups that change, but pretty much that's about it. And personal-wise, I think performance comes in when you're feeling, trusting your teammates, when you're feeling and understanding what you need to do during the rounds, instead of having to think about everything else, So when you can do both things at the same time, at least for me as an operator in-game leader, when I feel I can do my stuff while my teammates already know what they're doing, and I like share responsibilities as calling, because otherwise I can't play my game, right? If I have to micromanage everyone, Alping, holding corners, opening, waiting for all their Alpes on the other side, it's impossible. So for me, in-game leading and Alping, the only way to make it work is if we share some responsibilities in terms of what's our next step. And lucky I have Jake and John. Those are the guys who are more vocals on the team. And they are the guys helping me lead during the round. Which sort of control we're going to do here and there. What do they see during the round? How should we be reacting? So it's a great mix. It's a great mix. They have a great mind for the game as well. They have great bits. And as long as we find the synergy within time, it gets better and better, we can become even a better team.
So do you feel like you guys have found that sweet spot, right, where you are the main caller, but you're getting enough help that you can play well, or is it still work in progress?
Still work in progress. I think that's like life, Yanko, my friend. It's always a work in progress. I don't think there will be a day where we say, hey, we found the perfect synergy. It's going to be like that forever. No, it's all a work in progress. But I feel like we have been dealing with our own struggles a little bit better. Every day it passes with more experience together. And it's getting better and better. And I'm loving to see it.
All right, it's a work in progress, but has it progressed far enough where you can beat Heroic?
Oof. Heroic is going to be a very tough opponent, and I can say
not
that
as tough as this time last year, I'll tell you that, but okay.
What happened last time?
Well, last year,
yeah, go on, Yanko, tell us
this time last year, well, they had some help, outside help, really, but we'll leave that for tomorrow. We're not going to bring you into this one. We won't bring you into this one.
I can bring Bad Falling if you want. I can bring Bad Falling if you want. Just kidding. So I mean, it's gonna be tough because I think the way they play CS. I'm not going to do any jokes here, Yanko, don't worry. The way they play CS, like they move a lot, they do gambles, they try to read what's their next move. They win a round like that, they're going to change the next round, So they're smart. And for me, playing Heroic is all about the next inch. It's not about executing your strategy properly, it's about the next inch. It's different than playing some other teams that's going to give you some space. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but I think we have the tools and the players we need to beat them.
Well, Fallen, I think we'll get you out of here if you guys don't have anything else. Congratulations, man. A hellacious performance from you today. Good job, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Yanko, good to see you, my friend. I miss you. Bye-bye, guys.
Have fun.
I guess we're just chopped liver, man.
It's all right.
And that's fine, too. It's not like the end of the...
Yeah, now you're jealous, Trace.
I'm really not.
You have me here every day, man. You need to appreciate me.
So are you happy to see him, or is it just fun?
You're never happy to see me.
Pull up the damn brackets, put them on the screen, and let's take a look at it. Where are we right now? Where do we lie? Because we are going to the quarters. Yanko,
now we are.
Run us straight through the whole bracket, buddy.
Let's go top of the bracket. We have Navi playing Ants Heroic versus Team Liquid. That should be a great one. OG against NIP and Gambit versus Vitality. Gambit, Vitality, and Heroic Team Liquid are the two ones that stand out to me.
What's your main ticket? What's the main one? I have to say I have to go for Liquid Heroic probably. I don't know. I feel like maybe Vitality might just get stumped by...
Liquid Heroic might be a pretty fun match to watch. It really might be.
Yeah, the way Liquid has been playing, that should be straight fire. And also, I'm not going to lie, I love the confidence from Apex in that post-game interview talking about playing against Gambit, right? They beat them the last time they met. I think it's the only time these teams really played against each other this year. So, yeah, that should be an exciting one. I think OG is going to walk over NIP, and I think Navi is going to do something similar to Ents.
And that could very well be the case because tomorrow we pick up with the quarterfinals, which ultimately means we get OG versus NIP first, and then we're looking at Gambit and Vitality to round the day out and actually start sending teams into the semis because that's how the bracket works, guys. I think we're done.
Quarter,
here,
semis to final.
Yes, so it's round of 12 and then
out of 8.
Okay. So I think we're done here. And with that being said, good night. We wish you all a very good time. Whatever it is you do this evening, do it well.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plains.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.